Hi there, trainers, and we are back for Pokemon Unite Winter Tournament, this time for APAC East, and we're going to see who's going to be the last team to compete in ACL Finals in Japan. My name is Mickey Lewis, together with Danley, and we are so ready for the actions that we are about to witness for today. How are you, Danley?
Look, I am excited. I know you're excited too. Been blown away by the brackets because you had some pretty big predictions, and then we finally see who's playing this weekend, and you're just like, there's like question marks everywhere, full on amnesia.
Yeah, right.
But I think there's going to be some really big surprises today in that we've got a lot of teams from certain regions actually making it through, certain predictions being thrown out the window, and also eventually finding out who is going to be going to the finals in Japan. So this is the last chance for any team to make it to the finals. And obviously for the East, this is their last opportunity to do so. And they have to fight against 7 other teams to do it. It's going to be a really fun day. I'm looking forward in particular to what the meta is going to look like, because teams have only had 3 days to adapt to the latest update. And I know this is something that we're going to talk about a little bit later on, because some of the nerfs and some of the buffs, like some of them are great, some of them are like question marks. It's like, oh, what was the thought process behind this? Why did this not get nerfed?
How did it happen?
Yeah, exactly. And to see how the teams are adapting to the new changes, because you know, Unite, it's a very strategic game, and sometimes having a deep understanding of how a particular Pokemon works is really, really important. And even just a slight change to the numbers, it can throw people off, even if they main that Pokemon.
Oh yeah, and that's actually the twist here that we are about to see, at least for today. I mean, just imagine, like, 3 days? How can these players adapt on what's gonna happen? Then eventually we'll be seeing new Pokemons back in the Thea Sky Ruins. We might be seeing someone stepping back a little bit. But of course, who's sitting back out there watching our live stream, make sure to join this opportunity for you to get these amazing prizes. And I do believe that for today, we will be giving away, finally, the tickets to ACL Finals in Japan. There's going to be one winner who's going to get 2 tickets to Japan, all shoulder, all free accommodations, and flight ticket will be there.
Yeah, and you still have a chance to enter, folks. So just a heads up, this is only for people that are within the Southeast Asia region. If you are outside of that region, unfortunately, you are not eligible. But if you are within Southeast Asia, go back through each broadcast, look for the letters, make that word, and hand in your submission. It is totally free. This comes at no cost to you guys. And if you win, you're going to Japan. You're going to the home of Pikachu. So I think that's a really big win. Good luck to everybody that has entered so far. I hope you guys get it. I know you will have an absolute blast being at the finals, but also going to all the Pokemon centers, because I think that's one of the main reasons why we go to Japan. It's to go to the Pokemon centers.
That's totally the one-stop shopping that everyone will be doing. That's like the main agenda aside from ACL Finals. That is what everyone wants to do, right? So definitely make sure, you know, to take notes. Like, I have my notebook here. I have all the letters. I'm not gonna say it. Go back into the live stream. Make sure to, you know, list everything down. But of course, our finals will be held, as we said a while ago, in Japan at Shinjuku Sumitomo Building Triangle Square. That is going to be on March 29th through 30th, 2025.
Yeah, so if you're a working adult, just book your leave today, like right now, in case you win those tickets. And if you don't win the tickets, that's fine, because you know what? You booked the day off, you get to watch the finals with us. I think that's a pretty big win too.
Yeah. I mean, that's everyone wants to happen, right? Go to visit in Japan, go to the Pokemon Center, watch PU ACL Finals, and there's gonna be a lot of action. So if I were you, make sure to file your leaves already. Make sure to spend your time in Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League. And of course, winner of this tournament will advance to PUACL 2025 Finals with tickets and hotel accommodation. So that is the prize, or one of the 8 teams who are actually competing, at least for today, will be eyeing on. So they want the ticket, they want the accommodation, so they want this kind of opportunity. But of course, they have to go for the harder way, because only the champion would get this slot.
Yeah, and I think today's going to be a pretty stressful day for some of the teams competing as well, because everyone that's already qualified for ACL, they're kind of watching today's games.
Yeah.
So they're going to kind of see how you guys play. Going to be a bit stressful, but best of luck to everyone competing. Just a heads up as well to anyone that has not been keeping up with Pokemon Unite, Suicune is going to be joining Pokemon Unite for Pokemon Day. I love this. I'm not sure about you, Pikachu's, but I've always been a massive Suicune fan. What thoughts on Suicune joining Pokemon Unite?
Oh yeah, I mean, really excited for this one. We're gonna be having our anniversary soon, so make sure to keep in touch with Pokemon Unite because new holoware, new Pokemon will join the battle. It is going to be much more exciting as we dig deeper in Pokemon Unite. Really excited and really looking forward to Suicune joining us to battle, of course, in Pokemon Unite. But of course, we do have our draft rules for today. It's the same standard. Ban phase, 2 for each team, picking phase alternately, and of course our preparation phase. You do have to swap Pokemons, our items, and everything that you have to prepare in order to hop into your battle.
Yeah, so standard across the board. We're not doing anything different. No Fearless Draft for anyone that was hoping to see some Fearless Draft maybe in the future, but we are just going to be playing standard. For these players, okay, do you still feel like, in a lot of cases, people always say that first pick is always the best pick. But I want to hear your thoughts, like yours. Do you prioritize first pick as much as the teams, or do you kind of feel like there is actually an advantage to maybe getting second pick sometimes?
Actually, at least, on my opinion, I feel like second pick gives you a lot of advantages. You can definitely see what's coming on the opposite side. You can definitely see how they would try to do their composition. And one of the greatest thing as well is that you can prioritize a single lane or a single path already into your team. You could actually go for a defender attacker or supporter all-rounder. So I feel like that is one of the perks that everyone doesn't see. But I do get the point why other teams prefer first pick. It is because of the prioritization of the single Pokemon.
Yeah. Now, just very quickly for the game rules, very standard game of Pokemon Unite. It's going to be for 10 minutes on Thea's Sky Ruins. No restrictions for held items. We are still going to be seeing no Galarian Rapidash. This Pokemon is still officially banned, even though it has been a couple of weeks, because I mean, they do give us a reason, but my personal opinion, I kind of feel like Rapidash is just not ready for competitive. It actually wasn't even touched in the latest update. We did get an update from the developers that there is going to be some kind of balancing later on. So we'll find out then whether or not this Pokemon is going to be ready for competitive. But yeah, for today, we're not going to be seeing the Pastel Pony. It's going to be watching the games with us.
Oh yeah, but we do hope that we'll get to see it in PUACL Finals, of course, because it is a month. Yeah, a month before we see it. But yeah, our playoffs for today, it's going to be double elimination format, best of 3 series, and 18th tournament bracket from single elimination that happened yesterday. So of course, the winner for APAC East would qualify for the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2025 finals, and that is going to be on Japan, just like what we've said a while ago. 2 of the teams actually will be competing here from the Pro League of ACL Southeast Asia League, namely Talon and Blacklist International. Unfortunately, we won't be having Elevate for today, so Elevate already parted ways. They have their own teams, and you might be seeing some of them competing today.
Just a few of them. Not all of them, unfortunately. It's kind of sad to not see Elevate, but, you know, things sometimes happen, you know, and if it's best to part ways, sometimes it is better to just separate and sort of figure out what you want to do moving forward. Now, for the prize pool here for APAC West, it's going to be the same as APAC East. It's the same as APAC West. So the prize money might seem very close for first and second place, but keep in mind the first place team is going to get a travel award and also qualify for the ACL finals in March. So that is the main prize. It's not the prize money. The prize money is just a bonus for these 2 teams, but it is the qualification and the travel award to ACL finals. That is what everyone is aiming for today. Now, the good news for all of our teams, we have 8 teams. Everyone is going to take home something, but obviously the higher you place today, the more prize money that you're going to get. Now, Pikachu's, here are our brackets. I know some people are going to be very confused as to who some of these teams are. Can you break it down? What are our starting matchups for today?
Alright, so for our game number 1, we have Talon from Philippines up against TK all the way from South Korea. And for our match number 2, we have SSY all the way from Taiwan up against Kod Fibonacci from the Philippines as well. Then for our third match, it's going to be Blacklist International from the Philippines up against EDM or Avicii, as far as I know, is their team name. And they're actually from Taiwan as well. And for our last game, it's going to be Glimmer, which is SG from Taiwan, up against LFS, or looking for sponsors, all the way from South Korea. So we have Taiwan, we have South Korea, and we have Philippines for today.
Yeah. So, I think we kind of have to talk about your initial prediction for today's teams, because like you were surprised that we had a couple of these teams actually make it on through and other teams not making it through at all. So what was your initial prediction for these brackets today? Like who do you think you thought was going to be here?
Actually from the qualifiers, I feel like there has from the Philippines, which is actually Secret Rare. Actually, they changed their team name. I'm not quite sure. I think it was Bernie something, but they're not gonna be here for today. Isan Rigo as well. They're one of the top competitors actually in the Philippines, but sad to say they're not here as well. And these teams, Team K to be specific, actually took down a lot of powerhouse teams, not just in the Philippines, but into every region that actually participated in the tournament. So guys, make sure to look forward to Team K for today because they're going to be doing a lot of wonders. But might tell you as well, it's going to be Talon that they are up against in their first match.
Okay, great thing that you kind of brought up Team K and Talon, because obviously game number one, I think we kind of have to gush about these two teams now, because firstly, the draft is here. Team K, you made a very bold prediction to me. Firstly, Serena being secured by Team K. This was quite surprising because this Pokemon just received a nerf in the latest update. So Triple Axel and Triple Axel Plus were both nerfed. So unfortunately for Serena, she is going to be doing a little less damage. We are going to be seeing a buffed up Pokemon on the side of Talon though. Ho-Oh is making a comeback, paired up with the Umbreon, so double defense comp here, but you have a very tanky front line, you have access to resurrections, and then you also have an Umbreon that's probably going to be coming in for that wish support. And the support duo over Team K, it's going to be the Mamoswine and the Blissey. So Blissey did not get banned and also did not get nerfed, which I think was quite surprising, Pika Yules.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what is going to be the game plan here for Talon. But yeah, a little bit of a side story. Junior Absinthe from Elevate is actually here in Talon. And the comeback of Lance, who was actually formerly, you know, from Talon, hopped back into Blacklist and hopping back once again to Talon. But yeah, setting that story aside, I love the Metagross pick here as well. So there's actually someone from Talon who could actually jail down Team K. But on the other hand, Desi pick. What do you think of this Desi pick, Talon Lee?
So we saw Desi last week, and unfortunately it didn't quite work out in that game, but I feel like the main reason why Desi didn't work there was because the lanes just did not pan out for the Desi to begin with, right? Didn't have enough front line. In this case, you've got 3-4 Pokemon that can actually chuck their bodies in front of this Desi. But the thing is now, you have to worry about Mimikyu. Mimikyu is going to be the biggest issue here for Carla. And obviously Lance, his job is to catch out the Desi. You can maybe also focus down the Blaziken. I think priority will depend on the team who they feel is the higher priority target. But Mimikyu is going to play a really big role here for Talon to lock down the Desi. And for Talon, I kind of feel like they also want to just run into Team K. Like, they've got a Metagross that's going to be wanting to fight in the middle of these fights. RBX on that Ho-Oh also wants to be in the middle of that skirmish. And with the Wish support, assuming it's the Wish Umbreon, because it's basically a prediction at this point, we don't know, but let's assume it's a Wish Umbreon, it really feels like they just want to get into the face of Team K and fall back to Ho-Oh's Unite if things kind of go south.
Yeah, and not just that. I just saw that Espeon had an XP share, so this would be
support Espeon.
Yeah, it's going to be a support Espeon, if I'm not mistaken, because I saw the XP share, and Ho has attack weight on his held item, so probably this would be an attacker Ho-Oh that we're about to see, and a supporter Espeon. I'm not quite sure what is in the minds of Talon, but we have to make sure we get to see this one.
Okay, the thing is, they were still in the preparation. I mean, I think they were still in the preparation phase, so but maybe they changed it. We don't know. We'll have to find out in game. But if that does end up being the case, like, I mean, there have been rare instances of support Espeon being a thing, but I wonder if someone on Talon has done the math and they've just decided, like, hey, you know, with some of these buffs to Ho-Oh, Ho-Oh is a viable core Pokemon now. It's no longer just going to be that dedicated supportish type. We'll have to see in the lanes a little bit later on, as we are in the top lane for now. And yeah, it is going to be a support Espeon. It's sitting there with the XP share.
Oh, this is interesting. What we are about to see is next level Pokemon Unite. And it's just match number 1. So right now Team K leading the charge with 3 points. So this is actually the traditional way to start out the game. Make sure to score some points, get those items being stacked up, and you know, be prepared in the later part of this. Oh, what a damage that happened. But RBX is super low in terms of HP. Has to go back. No more Citrus Berry on their favor. There is just too many manpower from Team K. And they got a KO out of nowhere into the EV, so it's just RBX left defending the goal zone.
Yeah, super unfortunate there for Dylan. If he evolved into the Umbreon, I think things would have definitely been different, but just as that little Eevee, it's quite difficult to really do anything for the team. Oh, actually, no, that was the Espeon down bottom lane, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's Espeon. Okay, excuse me. I thought it was up top though. Okay, so Junior Absence on the Umbreon up top. Okay, so my brain is currently not functioning. We have Mean Look be the build here for the Umbreon, so really looking down to just lock down some of these Pokemon. This is going to cause a lot of issues for Blaziken, right? Because if you get caught in that Mean Look, everyone on Talon is going to be able to collapse. So I'm keen to see what is going to be the defensive play here for Team K to protect the Blaziken. Does Blaziken have to play a little further back? Flamethrower is going to be the build there for RBX. Interesting decision here. I mean, thoughts on this, PKUs?
I mean, you need the range, you definitely need the buffs to maximize it as well. Very understandable that we do have Flamethrower right now because they're gonna be compensating the range actually that's going to be missing since this Espeon has to sit back a little bit unless that Unite move is already available because you are a supporter. You want to make sure you deal a lot of damage as well. So with the right sustain of this Ho-Oh and with the range itself, definitely could provide a lot of firepower. But speaking of firepower, Lance is providing a lot of power as well, making Team K back away a little bit, but right now there's gonna be a KO that's gonna happen at the side of the forest of Team K, but no points conversion and top path, but bottom path, it's looking good so far.
Yeah, top path. I mean, look at the level difference between these two teams. We have a poor little Swinub that is stuck at that level 4. Blaziken has hit level 8 though, but it looks like for now Talon, they're going to be pushed back by Team K. Nice stabilization. I hope they can get some levels onto this little Swinub because being stuck at level 4, it is not really ideal. You want to be that Piloswine to tank up a little bit more. Looks like they managed to catch out the Umbreon there. Fantastic play for Team K as they continue to score goals and break that tier 1 goal zone in that top lane, opening up that Regieleki, which is going to be soloed by Chris. Now, pivoting down towards that bottom lane, we do have 3 players from Talon down here. Looks like they took the objective down there and are now looking to pressure the Desi, who was all alone and gets chased on his own speed flux. There are 3 Pokemon here. We're waiting for the Piloswine to come on in, but maybe Serena is going to be enough here. Has to force out the Unite just to avoid taking damage. And they get a big knockout on Lance's Mimikyu. But here we go. Metagross going all out with the damage. The shielding, they can't break through. There's just too much shielding here, PKUs.
And there's actually a reinforcement as well coming in from Team K after the killing play, but Psychic Solaire will provide a crowd control for Talon, and look at RBX dealing a lot of damage so far. Dylan has to eject back to the Citrus Berry and Gold Zones to recover some HP, but RBX is too good in order to sustain those damage and deploy some damage as well for Talon. So right now, Team K, they're going to be getting the Swablues and Altaria, but so far Talon holding it really tight.
Kepek. I kind of feel like if Kepek did not play Serena there, he would have been knocked out so much quicker. But the triple axle nerfs apparently are not enough to stop this Pokemon from wreaking havoc, especially in those crowded fights. It looks like though up top we are going to be seeing Blaziken jumped on by that Mimikyu. They are focusing it down and Blaziken is down. So is Desi. 2 big targets eliminated by Talon and they're going to continue with the push in that top lane. Let's assist onto that Serena. Big damage bonus. Is this going to be enough to turn things around? They've lost the support. It's just the Serena. But look at that Delta split by Talon. They know that if Serena doesn't get the multi-hits, it's not as effective with the triple axles.
Yeah, and that's actually a phenomenal meme as well from Junior Absent in order for that Serena not to advance even further and chase them down for a potential KO. So right now, Team K is forced to, you know, get some wild Pokemons at first. RBX controlling the rhythm in the Registeel, but I think some of the members of Talon is far too behind. Maybe they want to get a Regieleki as well for more chances of objective. But right now, Queen's Ascendant has landed at the side of Rubik's. But on the other hand, there's going to be a Psychic still there all the way to the middle side. But that Registeel is looking good for Team K, and they're going to be getting the attack buffs. Rekindling Flame, it's going to be back. Right now, Metagross is trying to advance even further, but there's actually an objective trade as well happening all the way into the top path. Serena trying to charge it even further, but look at that mean look in order to KO the Blaziken, and Talon is looking for more.
That looked like it should have gone in favor of Team K, but they just dove a little bit too deep. And, you know, sometimes I feel like you have to respect that mean look. Yes, you might have the attack buff, but if you get caught out and isolated like this, you know there's no Blizz Assist, right? You showed that you actually used it on Kepek in that top lane earlier on in the match. So Talon, really great timing, knowing when those major abilities are on cooldown on the side of Team K. But I have to say though, Team K still looking very fierce in this matchup. They can still turn things around. They've just got to try and figure out how do we pick apart Talon. Because I kind of feel like at the moment you can see Talon, this team is fully in sync. No pun intended, but their coordination so far has been really on point. Their target prioritization and the ability that they have to bait Team K into places that they don't want to be.
Yeah, because I don't see any problem with Team K. It's just Talon having having the better teamwork. Kala. Oh, what a damage. RBX has to back away a lot here, but that Blaziken gets caught up by the mean look, so there's an opportunity for Talon to do a reset, and they have to be very careful because they want to get this Reggie objective in the bottom path as quick as they can, because if this is a Registeel, this is actually very beneficial for their team, knowing that they still have around 30 seconds to complete this task, and eventually they have to position themselves all the way from Rayquaza, so still have a lot of time. They have to keep an eye on what is going to be objective in 5 seconds.
Is it steel or is it going to be rock? I think that's the biggest question. If it's ice, I think that ruins plans there for Team K. It's the Registeel! So it's a big attack buff for whoever's able to get that final hit. And so far, look at this Talon. They're looking to sandwich Team K into that bottom lane. We're going to be seeing a dive in the backline as well. It's the Metagross that gets a sync 1, getting the attack buff for Talon. And Team K, they're getting annihilated right before Rayquaza.
Oh, what a phenomenal play. It seems like there was actually a big min look because of that Metagross being able to deploy that Unite move. But like to tell you, they still have the Rekindling Flame, so if Team K does catch up here, I feel like they will be able to catch up. The arrow, the Spirit Shackle didn't make it on time, and right now Lance is going to use the Shadow Sneak in order to KO that Decidueye, and it's going to be Talon scoring more goals, scoring 100 in every single goal zone of Team K.
That was such a risky fight to happen in that bottom lane, but at the same time, you could feel the desperation from Team K. They needed something to go their way, and especially knowing that it was going to be a Registeel attack buff, I think giving that away to Talon for free would have just been the end of the game, right? Because they're doing more damage. These fights would have ended up ending quicker anyway. And for Team K in particular, this is a team that wants to constantly fight into Talon. The whole point of this comp is to brawl and have that Desi sit in the back lines and throw out those Spirit Shackles. So Team K, I can absolutely see what they wanted to do in this particular matchup. It was just, I kind of feel like Talon sniffed this out far too early in the draft. Like they were so prepared to fight into Team K.
Yeah, they did the research, they did everything, and they made it look like it was a one-sided game after that Registeel fight all the way into the bottom path. Team K doing their best to get a couple of knockouts, but not gonna work the way they wanted it to, because Talon keeps on pushing, keeps on scoring, keeps getting the KO, and that is a team wipe to end things in game number 1 with 1,000 points.
Oh my goodness. So Talon already flexing their power. I mean, we all know Talon. They played at Worlds last year as well, so it's not like these guys are new to the world stage. Team K, though, still pretty big underdogs in the competition. Yes, they dropped their first game up against Talon, but to be fair, okay, I think if it was any other team that played up against Talon, they probably would have just been annihilated. Especially with how coordinated Talon was with their comp, how their lanes were just so well executed, their team fight decision making was really on point. Team K, okay, Lots of K's in my sentence.
Yeah.
Let's kind of talk about Team K, because I do have a couple of opinions on what kind of really broke down for this team. Now, firstly, I think the Desi pick, this is always going to have people sort of question a draft, because Desi, there's a reason why this Pokemon is not popular. It is extremely hard to play and extremely dependent on having a team that can protect it, right? So it can stay on the field and dish out damage. For Team K, unfortunately, the Desi pick, it would have made sense if the rest of their comp was able to be executed properly. They did not have the proper front line to be able to sit there and protect the Desi. I just kind of feel like they probably could have gone for a different attacker.
Oh yeah, and like if they want to stick out with the Desi, maybe they could have had his Snorlax actually easier access in order to protect someone. But that Blaziken as well, I don't know. Blaziken was actually the last pick as far as I know on the side of the Team K, and it's really questionable in my opinion, knowing that Talon already has an Umbreon that could actually jail him down with a mean look. So definitely if you're a Blaziken and that mean look already landed, the contribution would be so low. It's just overheat that's gonna be doing the damage actually. So Blaziken has to be, you know, set things aside if the opponent has an Umbreon. So, you know, in order to maximize out the value.
Yeah, and also to keep in mind, it's Junior Absent playing Absol as well, which makes it even worse. Right? So I'm just trying to think the thought process here. Maybe they thought that, you know, there were technically 2 targets that were going to be mean look targets, right? It was only going to be the Blaziken, which is highest priority, and then obviously Serena is also a prime target that was possibly going to be mean looked. Yeah, I honestly, everything you said just makes sense too. Like, why would you want to pick 2 Pokemon that are going to be so vulnerable to mean look? Would it have made maybe more sense to go for a team comp that had some more kind of like AoE team fight capabilities? Because if you also compare both of the lineups, right, you've got a lot more team fight utility on the side of Talon, whereas for Team K, it felt like there was a lot more single target. Like maybe they were hoping for these to be small skirmishes. It wasn't going to be 5-on-5s. Maybe it was going to be like 2v1v2s. Maybe that's what they were kind of hoping for, and just not expecting Talon to retaliate and be like, well, our team fights better together, so we're not going to give you those small skirmishes.
Yeah, and I'm not going to be surprised if Umbreon will be banned immediately by Team K, simply because that Junior Absent became the hindrance from Team K to execute things out the way they wanted it to happen. Because yes, first 8 minutes it was really good. It was going in their favor. They were able to take down some KOs. Their macro is good. It seems like everything is very well coordinated. But I might just tell you, Talon is in sync, on point. And the moment that they did that last team fight into the Registeel, their confidence level is in another level, to the point that they actually made Team K back away, do the team wipe, and make it like, you know, make it look like it's their game from the start. It wasn't like a head-to-head. It was literally their game when that fight happened.
I'm expecting some big changes in the draft here for Team K, right? Because after what they've experienced, they probably have a better idea as to what to ban and pick against Talon, knowing that this team does like to snowball and group together. So bans, interestingly enough, the Aegis Slash going to be the secondary ban here for Team K. Miraidon, to be expected. Psyduck, who has been recently nerfed, is still going to be in the ban pool here for Talon. Again, this is a Pokemon I'm not surprised with, because Psyduck has been absolutely outrageous. And wow, okay, so the Doggo is going to be banned too. This leaves options. And again, Serena, a top pick for Team K. My guess is this must be a signature pick for Kepek, because actually Kepek played Serena really well in that last game. So I think I'm happy with this pick, but what are the secondary picks? Because you've also given away Ho-Oh and Umbreon.
Yeah, that's actually a big question for me as well. But you know why? It's actually back here. So I might tell you guys, the damage from the Side Strike was decreased 3 days ago. So let's see if they can, you know, get the same value. I mean, totally the effect would be the same, but the overall value, the damage wise, will it still be the same, knowing that Kala is one of the prime attackers of their team? So, you know, it's really questionable as of the moment, but we cannot deny that the value of a Mewtwo is still one of the prime attackers in the game. So, you know, we'll just have to wait and see. But Talon is still eyeing on the same composition. They have an Umbreon, but Blaziken again!
Blaziken is back. Yeah, so Blaziken's back. They did change up Defender, so no more Mammothswine. It's going to be Blastoise. They have access to the Hydro Typhoon and Surf. And they also changed up the supporter as well, so no Blissey. Actually going for Clefable. I kind of wonder, what's the plan here for Clefable? Is it going to be the traditional Follow Me? Because that's been the build recently for Asia. Or are they going to maybe pivot to Gravity to play a little bit more defensive and really protect Carla? Because Carla did not get to play the game last game.
Yeah, right.
I think that's an honest take. He did not get to play the game, so I'm glad that he's going to be on that Mewtwo Y, because I can see this being a lot more impactful. But now Lance is playing Ceruledge.
Yeah.
We have a Ceruledge, and we have a lot of divers still on the side of Talon.
Yeah, I feel like that's the reason why Lance tried to go for the Ceruledge in order to even close the distance from the attacker of Team K, which is Kala. And, you know, Ceruledge is just it's just a fast Pokemon in terms of ability. You can actually go for the Flame Charge if you want to, and you can actually go for the Phantom Force as well. You can get in close with that Mewtwo, even though it does have the Teleport. So, you know, Lance has an easy access, and there's actually a lot of damage that is left as well at the side of Talon. So, you know, there's nothing missing yet on their trap, but this Clefable from Team K would play a lot of role, especially I'm seeing that Gravity is much of a viable option here in order to the entrance, right?
Well, that's what I was thinking. Like, this game is definitely feeling quite Gravity-like.
Yeah, right.
But at the same time, like, is that really why they chose the Clefable to begin with? Like, obviously Moonlight is going to be the first ability. That one is, without a doubt, going to be the first move. But the secondary move, I feel like, is going to decide how Team K approaches these fights. If they either go for the crowd control or Follow Me, or if they go for a more defensive style and have that Gravity on standby to keep Carla protected. Because yeah, I want to see Carla in action, and especially on the Mewtwo, definitely something that can possibly happen. So lanes so far, we're not seeing too much of a swap between these two teams. Talon being pretty aggressive as they have been in that previous game. Lance and Junior Absent just backing for free, getting those last hits as well, and they won't be knocked out, so they're going to be able to get out of that scot-free, eat some berries, go back to business. But look at all those points, already down to 31 points in that top goal zone.
Yeah, and I do feel like Team K, their prioritization in terms of the wild Pokemon is not that good compared to Talon, simply because there's actually more members of Talon who's actually marching all the way to the top path in order for them to go for that prioritization from their own rounder. But right now, 1 by 1 from both teams, Talon falling down a little bit here, but Junior Absent is ready to buy some time, but Lance, on the other hand, is going to be here, but call a nice side strike in order to buy some time. But there is just one left member here from Team K, but being able, you know, to keep it up and go back into their base.
I felt the hairs on the back of my neck rise when I saw Lance walking over to Carla. I was like, no, not like this.
No.
We're seeing a battle in the middle lane though, and unfortunately for Kaigi, on that Squirtle, still hasn't evolved into Wartortle, so he can barely provide support for the team. Barely watching as both Blaziken and Clefable get burnt out of the game, and followed by Carla, who thankfully has that shield. And that's going to be enough to keep him up in the game, but they pushed him off the goal zone, and look at this, they're just stacking, they're scoring for free, they're down to 14 points, they scored another 5 on that Ho-Oh. Talon, just overwhelming dominance for game number 2. It just seems like they're not giving Team K any moment to breathe.
Yeah, it's really hard to breathe in moments like this, but look at Talon being the aggressors here. They make sure to deal the damage, but right now there's enough sustain for Team K.
Oh,
they
get 2
KOs.
They're doing it!
KOs. Despite being at the gold zone, Team K was able to pull it off because of that Blaziken, who was dealing the works of wonders together with the sustain coming in from the Clefable.
Oh, here comes Sync 1 though. He is mad at that Blaziken. Just gonna try and fight into him with those shields. And he actually is gonna use the blocks it from the goal zone. What a play from Sync 1. Easy easy double knockout, and that's going to be enough to force Team K off at their goal zone. They even break it. The timing from that compete and crash was perfect.
They also have the Regirock and eventually the Regieleki. That was a pure comeback in terms of team fight from Talon. They were able to make sure that there has to be a bounce back. There has to be a reward whenever they lose a team fight. And right now they are applying more pressure here. And Team K is in a little bit of a panic here. They're going to be grouping up a lot here. But that mean look is going to seal it away. Revenant Red was pop up as well. And one by one, Team K is falling down. 2 Pokemons left on their favor.
Dunzos Pikachu's. And now Talon basically free to do whatever they want in game. They're just going to take all of the wild Pokemon, starve Team K of all of this experience, and really just push themselves forward in this matchup with the lead that they currently have. And I have to say for Team K, again, we said it before, they have had no time to breathe. They have not been able to punish Talon for any silly plays because Talon haven't made any. They haven't given them any, they haven't overstepped that line, right? That mysterious line where if you just go a little bit too far, you give away a couple Pokemon, give away some big experience, and the comeback potential is there. But Carla, seeing us all ledge, is like, yeah, no. Thanks.
Oh, that's gonna be a lot of trouble. But Rubik's is actually the ones in trouble. But Sync1 is ready to go up in the front line once again. And Team K was backing up like, hey, there's a computer crush. We have to back away immediately. So right now, Talon applying the pressure. And they have a great position in terms of objective. 13 seconds on the clock. Another objective. It's looking good for Talon.
It's looking really good for Talon, but the game's not over yet, right? As long as Rayquaza is still going to be a factor, Team K can bring this to that game 3. And I kind of feel like Keepek on this arena is probably going to play a really big role in maybe turning things around. And look at that, the Unite didn't even connect there, but they do get a huge Psychic Solaire to buy some time. We have RBX coming in on that Ho-Oh, but 2 Pokemon did go down. Then look at this Sync1 coming in, big computer crash, connecting onto 2 weak Pokemon, does get the knockout onto a 3rd. Talon salvaging what could have been a terrible fight for the team. And now we're going to be taking the Regieleki themselves. And this is scary, Yules, because this top lane is completely exposed. This home base has no protection. This Regieleki needs to be dealt with, meaning Talon, they have more time to do whatever they want on the map.
Yeah, and that was actually a phenomenal teamwork as well from Talon. Just imagine that rekindling flame was on point. The moment the computing crush landed immediately up against Team K. They got Regieleki as well, and potentially they would get this Registeel. If Talon gets this, definitely a huge disadvantage already for Team K, but Quintessence will be there in order to take the KO up against the Espeon, but it's not quite over yet. Meanwhile, in order to capitalize the position of their team, but Hydro Typhoon will be there, but still it is going to be Talon getting the last hit in the Registeel. They're going to be getting the attack buffs, and this Blastoise has to back away a lot. Team K losing a lot of team fights.
Oh, this Umbreon securing the final hit on the objective for Talon. Junior absent, such a pain in the backside for Team K. Not only do they have to worry about mean looks, but they also have to worry about objective steals by an Umbreon for Pokemon. Man, this game has been just an incredible roller coaster for Team K, but I have to say, props to them. They are not that behind in terms of levels. Yes, they are still behind, but all it takes is for 1 or 2 knockouts to maybe equalize things and maybe turn this game around. It's not over yet, but target prioritization and positioning leading up to Rayquaza could be what saves this team from a potential 2-0, because if the story continues as it is, it's probably going to go in favor of Talon yet again. So eyes on the prize. It's really going to have to be the opening by either the Serena or the Blastoise. I feel like you can get a priority target. I feel like that's where things could start to go right. So we've got to keep an eye out on these frontliners for Team K. Who starts the fight, and is it the dream fight that they've been looking for?
Oh yeah, dream fight, but look at that. diversion play coming in from the Serena in order to get 58 points, but not going to be enough to take the lead so far. But Clefable is low on HP, actually, but Hydro Typhoon, it's going to land to a lot of members, actually, from Talon, and one by one, it's still Team K falling down. Look at that damage coming from Lance, and Sync1 was able to take all the damage, and it is just Serena who's going to be up, but right now Sync1 will just bounce at the Serena. Talon gets the Rayquaza, and eventually will get this game.
It looked like it could have gone in favor of Team K, right? They had the dream initiation with the Blast Waves and then U2. It was just they didn't have enough follow-up to pop those Pokemon before they came out of that stun duration. And the follow-up that came through from Talon, I mean, there was picture perfect. Sync1 saved his teammates. And I think another thing to also remember is that we saw the Serena actually peeling away from the team. I think trying to chase down that Ho-Oh to ensure that there was going to be no resurrections. But I kind of feel like Quebec needed to be with the team to apply that final finishing blow and maybe get some of those preliminary knockouts. I was hoping we'd get a Game 3 Peaky Eels, but Talon, with the way that they played this, like they deserved this 2-0 this morning.
Yeah, truly deserve indeed, especially Junior absent, Sync1 being the key factors of their team to set up the play, so everyone would just have to follow up in terms of damage and utility. They are the main initiators of this game, and they did not let Team K, breathe the way they used to. So Team K will be falling down into the lower bracket, and we do hope to see them onto the higher stages of this game.
Yeah, it's going to be a long day, but if they can make it to the grand final and have maybe a rematch with Talon or whoever makes it through, I'm actually quite impressed with how Team K played. Yes, they lost the series overall 2-0, but I can see a lot of promise. I really see a lot of promise with the players, with the team. There's just a couple of things that need to be polished, but really, really impressed with this team from South Korea.
Yeah, they did a lot of work. They did their job. Despite, falling down, just like what you've said, into the series, you can see how promising the team are. Like, there's nothing wrong, actually, in terms of, how they initiate things up. I feel like it's just more on the early game that they have been missing. They weren't able to capitalize a lot of things, especially at the 850 mark, wherein you see 4 members, actually from Talon, going into top lane in order to get those Swablues and Altarias, and there's actually a benefit of the XP share to, distribute the XPs even further. So I don't see that happening at Team K. It's always, 2-3 in their instances. So they're being behind in terms of XP at the early game, and Talon was able to maintain it from start up until the finish. So Team K, in terms of initiating team fights, yes, they're good, but in terms of macro, I feel like they have to take a lot of reference, especially they've seen how Talon played already, and if they could actually apply it really quick into the lower bracket, this team would make it really far in this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, who knows? Maybe they just need a couple games to kind of warm up, and okay, sure, they went against Talon in round 1. I think nobody wants to play Talon.
Yeah,
round 1
the
of any
pressure,
tournament.
right?
Yeah, the pressure, the first game of the day. Sometimes people are a little bit, cold in the morning when they're playing their first matches. They kind of need to have that warm-up match. But look, I would not be surprised if Team K actually can make a pretty deep run in that lower bracket. Just based off of what we have seen so far. So Team K, we'll have to say goodbye to them for now, but maybe we'll see them a little bit later on. Let's talk about Talon, okay? They look strong this morning. So it's not morning anymore, sorry, it's afternoon.
Yeah, it's afternoon.
But they look really polished today, like really great. We didn't see them make any silly plays. Their drafts were very solid. And I love the reintroduction of Ho-Oh. We did not see any Ho-Oh in our matches last week.
Yeah, right. And actually, I was a little bit worried for Talon, knowing that Junior Absent actually came into their roster and they actually made Kai as their substitute player. So I was actually concerned at first, but after seeing that game, their teamwork is actually phenomenal. It was a whole different level. It seems like they were playing for a long time. I mean, yeah, they have been playing for a long time together with Lance as well, but Junior Absent coming into their roster, that's actually a huge adjustment from the team. They made sure that everything will boil down the way they wanted it to.
Yeah, so that's going to conclude our first matchup of the day. But don't go anywhere because we are getting ready for match number 2 here, Pokemon trainers. If you need to do anything, do it now, but make sure you're back in 5 minutes because our second matchup is just around the corner.
Pokémon Unite!
Hello there, trainers, and welcome back to Pokemon Unite Winter Tournament for APAC East. Again, this is Spigios alongside with Dali, and I am so excited for the upcoming game. It's going to be Kod Fibonacci up against SSY. It's Philippines versus Taiwan.
Philippines versus Taiwan. And I guess another thing to mention is that Taiwan, we're starting to get a lot more teams from this region, which I think is really surprising. But most people are, you're used to Alter Ego, and that's kind of it. But now we could be seeing another team rising up in the ranks. Maybe they've been scrimming against Alter Ego, and that's how they're sort of, powering through and making a name for themselves. We'll have to see how they go up against Fibonacci, though, because again, the Philippines is another region that just somehow just constantly sprouting new upcoming teams.
Yeah, totally agree. And might to tell you, Kod Fibonacci, their highest achievement yet so far when it comes into the global stage, or actually the local stage, is being the second placer at the World Championships last chance qualifier for APAC East. They placed second, and it was actually East Elemento, which is actually Blacklist International right now. So we can definitely see that they are, or they might be on the same level. But might I tell you as well, SSY, they have a lot of promising players. A lot of them actually came from Go of Wolf. I don't know if everyone has heard of it, but I've heard of them. They're actually one of the top 8 competitors, to be specific, in Taiwan Open qualifiers. Maybe it's just Taiwan Open, World Championship Open qualifiers. So make sure to keep an eye on SSY, because we don't know how this team have prepared. But Kod Fibonacci, they have been doing a lot of work. And as far as I know, they have been screaming Onyx Rise from APAC West. They actually have the potential to be as strong as Onyx Rise.
Well, we'll have to see how they play and are in action, because the draft is now live, folks. And pretty big pivot in terms of some of our bans here. So Urshifu is going to be the target ban for Code Unknown Fibonacci, followed by that Serena. So big change-ups, but for SSY, pretty standard, getting rid of our old legendary Pokemon, the Zacian as well as that Miraidon. So now this leaves our first picks, and what priorities are going to be for both of these teams. I'm kind of keen to see, what does Fibonacci want for their first Pokemon? And it seems like it's going to be the Umbreon. It's been a big favorite for a lot of our top teams across other regions. And there we go, TBD, locking in the Umbreon, their first defender or even supporter.
Yeah. And actually, Psyduck is open, so I'm really surprised that Kod wasn't really able to prioritize Psyduck. But, SSY has that opportunity to take it away from Fibonacci. But I'm interested if this is going to be a Garchomp. It is going to be a Garchomp. I love the confidence from SSY.
And
they
Aegis
know
Slash.
They can pull this off. They know it.
It's actually quite surprising. So Aegis Slash and Garchomp. You've got a Diver in the Aegis Slash. You also have a late game secure, terrifying Unite in that Garchomp. And that also kind of leaves the support and defenders for a little bit later for SSY, right? They're probably seeing Okay, what are these two Pokemon going to be dealing against? And they're going up against a Inteleon and a Metagross.
Oh, wow.
So Inteleon is a really awesome pick here. This Pokemon was just recently buffed in the latest update. Both Snipe Shot and Liquidation receiving some damage buffs. So we could be seeing a lot more Inteleon today as players and teams start to realize, like, hey, this Pokemon is legit.
It is legit. It is true. But right now, we get to see Hoopa back in action once again, at least for the side of SSY. And in terms of the rotation, they already have an advantage. But might tell you as well, having an Inteleon, especially with a Unite move that could actually reveal the contents of the tall grass, it would play a lot of impact actually, especially in crucial team fights. So this is actually a great kit coming in from their team, knowing that they know how well the positioning of SSY later on, especially when Reinforcement came up in the Unite move of the Hoopa, which is the Rings and Bound.
Yeah, I want to mention, look at the crowd control on the side of Kod Fibonacci. So much of it there.
Yeah. they don't want to make everyone move. Actually, just imagine, Trevenant, it could be with Hammer, it could be Kingsville. We'll never know what happened. But yeah, assuming it is actually a Wood Hammer, that Buzzle has a lot of crowd control as well with the Superpower Smackdown combo. And, you know, it's just Steam, you know, free to do whatever Steam wants to, you know, just go for the snipe shots, just go for the liquidation. Everything seems to be working on their favor. But right now, I would like to point out that here we have SSY, top single attacker, and I feel like that attack, it's actually a lane Greninja, so seeing the central area would be an Aegislash. That is what we have been seeing, who is actually emerging into the competitive scene. We've been seeing a lot of Aegislash central area, so potentially that will be the case here for SSY. I thought it was going to be a Greninja at the first place, but I feel like they will be needing that range in the bottom path. So that's going to be Greninja in the bottom lane, and, you know, Aegislash at the middle side. So a little bit concerned here for Fibonacci, but on the other hand, they have a lot of crowd control as well. So if they manage to land those combos, those crowd controls perfectly timed, SSY is gonna have a difficult time.
Well, I'm so glad this is happening in our second matchup of the day. Like, if we're seeing this for our second game, and we have like what, 9 games lined up today, what other craziness are we going to be seeing? But glad to see it here. Philippines going up against Taiwan. It's going to be a really awesome matchup. I kind of wonder if these teams have played against each other in pubs before, or if they may have actually scrimmed each other in the past, and do they have any knowledge of how each other play, right? Because I think for some of these teams, unless you are well versed with each other, sometimes it's like, okay, this is our first time, we don't know what to expect.
Yeah, I'm not really sure, but from what I've heard, at least, like, there has been, you know, a lot of scrims actually in their in the communication in the open qualifiers. So I'm not quite sure if they managed to go head to head, but, you know, let's take a look on what's gonna happen for our game number 1. TBD gonna be doing the eject back all the way into the goal zone. So right now it's looking good for SSY. They managed to clear that, you know, central area on their favor as quick as they could, but they're too far behind from the Swablues and Altarias at the top half.
Yeah, and that's a little concerning with how this early game, it's one of the big issues with the comp for this team so far, right? The SSY, they have a couple of Pokemon that need this experience and to ramp up, so they need to get those wild Pokemon, but you can't do that if you're getting knocked out.
Wow, Dowblade caught off guard around there, making sure Kod Fibonacci gets the first score. And it's not just a score, that's a lot of score for the first minute of the game. 16-1 points. They managed to get Nyaru off guard, but not going to be quite enough to get the knockout from their team. But Ulap is already here for the rotation, giving the vision that Kod Fibonacci needs in order to get the 8-minute mark, Swablues and Altarian.
Alright, so we're seeing both of these teams converge in the central area, but it looks like, oh boy, not looking too good here for Kod Fibonacci as their Umbreon gets caught in the central area. Ulap is here, 3 seconds to go before we get the spawns. Everyone's coming in. SSY, they really want these Pokemon, but Ulap on that Trevenant, I think he secured the majority of it, and they secure the knockout on the Doublade as well. So big win again for Fibonacci, who just seems to be taking all these objectives.
Wow, phenomenal response from Fibonacci. Just take a look at that. They were able to convert something that wasn't going in their favor into the first place because of the initial knockout the Team SSY got. And right now, this War Turtle, oh, that basic attack, it is gonna hurt those crits. And Icy caught up someone on the side of SSY. Another knockout coming in from their team, and TBD would set up the overcap in the top half. 100 points at the first 3 minutes of this matchup.
Just a flawless start right now for Fibonacci, and SSY, they're kind of just hanging on at this point, right? They haven't really been able to get their foothold anywhere. They haven't been able to win any of those major objectives, and their lineup is in this really awkward position, this transitional period where they're really not ready to fully go yet. Looks like War Turtle's been caught out, double hammered there by the Trevenant as well. But they do manage to get a counter KO, so it's a 1-for-1, but here comes that Metagross. Beautiful kickback to save the team, but they lose the Gabite there as well. Oh, SSY, this awkward transitional period where their Pokemon haven't really hit their strides yet is really hurting them.
Wow! It was actually an objective from SSY, but the fight is still favorable for Kod Fibonacci, and we can definitely see the deficit in terms of the levels of Metagross compared to level 8s and 9s of SSY. It's not looking good on their favor. There has to be something that they can pull off, but that Unite move from the Greninja comes in, but still that Inteleon is freely moving at the back of the bones of Fibonacci, and they were able to go for the free hits that they need, but everybody's too low. 2 members down from Kod Fibonacci, but 3 members are down as well from SSY. Making sure that Fibonacci has a lot of trades despite one by one someone goes back at their hands.
Yeah, Fibonacci, I thought they were going to lose that fight because SSY, all their cool Pokemon had fully evolved, they had their Unites, and they committed all of their big Unites as well. So just really great strafing from Fibonacci, just slowly playing backwards and really baiting SSY into a wide open space. And they were able to pick them off in that central area as well. And with this Regieleki now looming in that top lane, oh boy, they caught the Garchomp, that's a big one, and they used Defensive Forest as well. 2 Pokemon down on the side of SSY. There's only 3 to defend, only 1 now. It's only going to be the Hooper. Yeah, Aleki is in, it's just a Hooper to defend. It's an easy goal break here for Fibonacci, and now that top lane is completely exposed for the next Aleki spawn.
Oh, and it's not looking good for SSY. They haven't scored yet, so there's no stacking when it comes to their held items, so they have to be very careful in executing fights. But the Unite move would not land, very unfortunate for Team SSY. But right now, Hydro Typhoon has landed finally on their favor, but Nyaru has been pinched down by the Computed Crush, and this Rupa actually dealing a lot of damage. Looking good for Nyaru. They were able to take down 3 members of Kod Fibonacci, but still not looking good in terms of scoring. They have to make something happen all the way into the top path, but they actually denied the idea that there is an objective.
Scoring time.
No, they got 40. Scoring time.
They managed to get 51 points in, but can they push Fibonacci off their goal zone? I think the reinforcements have just come in too quick here, and here we go.
Wow.
This Blastoise having to surf away from this Metagross, but still will be knocked out in the process. And while all that happened, down bottom Buzzwole going to be securing the Reggie for the team, so more experience to Fibonacci, and SSY still struggling to keep up against the purple team. They have a lot of dive, they do have some reasonable damage, but I feel like Fibonacci, they are just so gosh darn tanky. They have so much shielding on their team, it is not funny.
Yeah, and it's not really good for SSY. They need someone like, you know, a Tyranitar that could actually ignore the concept of shield. So this is not looking good for SSY. But on the other hand, they want to prioritize this Regieleki in order to put up some pressure up against Kod Fibonacci. But those snipe shots are looking good from their Inteleon. Computed Crush, it's still available if they want to. Live it out trade has been popped off here on the side of SSY. But unfortunately, oh, it's actually hitting 2 members of Kod Fibonacci. But they are ignoring the Inteleon, who's just actually sniping everyone down on their team. And it's not looking good again and again for SSY. They had a beautiful team fight a while ago, but at this point, they are missing a lot. 3K damage. That's a lot.
Yeah, my gosh, that poor Greninja, just one shot and he's almost one-shottable at this point. The Inteleon doing incredible amounts of damage. Poor Blastoise though, can't even surf out of the mean look. He does walk on out, but just this Trevenant, I feel like this Trevenant pick has been a menace for SSY. The fact that they're constantly caught in some kind of crowd control, whether it be the Woodhammer, whether it be the Horn Leech, the Phantom Forest. And we have to also remember for SSY, a lot of their Pokemon want to be up in your face. They're melee. They can't really play at range. And so that is the ideal situation a Trevenant wants to be in. He wants you to be next to him because you're grouping up and you're setting up for the dream initiation for Inteleon to follow through. Blastoise, he was caught out, forced a Typhoon, and it's going to do nothing. They're trying to go for the Rayquaza Rip and also Aegislash. He got the steal, but it doesn't matter. The team is wiped.
But still, Kod Fibonacci actually got the Rayquaza. It seems like
the Rayquaza.
They don't even need Rayquaza. It seems like SSY was about to get it, but Kod Fibonacci, in terms of levels, they're actually really ahead in terms of damage and everything. SSY, all they have to do, all they need to do at this point is just defend things down, and the comeback potential not looking good for SSY so far, at least for game one.
I think game one was, if these teams have never played against each other before, this is going to be a big wake-up call to SSY. Because Fibonacci, just going off the way that they're playing, this team ain't playing around today, okay? They're taking this seriously. They want to make it to the ACL finals. And their draft, beautiful execution. Really love the way that they played it. They played so hard and so fast into SSY, who unfortunately needed a little bit of time to grow. They didn't really have a lot of Pokemon on their team that were able to sort of stick it out in the lanes and give them a good fighting chance. They were really always on that back foot. And I mean, when was the first time they were able to score? At like the 5-minute mark, I think, right? Like SSY was sitting on 0 points for almost the whole game, meaning that if they had any stacking items, they got no stacks until later on, and even then, I think they'd only be sitting at 1 or 2 stacks.
Yeah,
so this team is brutal.
Yeah. As a team, they only scored twice, as far as I know. That's 40 and 11, if I'm not mistaken. So, you know, even a single Pokemon from their team hasn't stacked up those items. So, really wonderful performance from Kod Fibonacci. In terms of draft, they were able to make it work. And I feel like Ulap is actually the MVP in terms of the, you know, unbelievable performance of Woodhammer, making sure that they reveal the position of SSY. That is just too phenomenal for Fibonacci.
Yeah. Okay, so a lot of stuff is going to have to change for SSY. We don't have a lot of data on SSY, unfortunately, so we don't know their drafting trends, but what are we going to be looking at for changes for SSY? I think the big one has to be you can't draft so many 3-stage evolution Pokemon on your team. You need someone to hold the fort during the lanes, or you've got to have a central laner that can actually turn the tides in your favor and allow these Pokemon to evolve. I think that was like one of the biggest things. I saw the draft and I was like, it's fun, but it's greedy.
Yeah, totally fun. What a game that we've seen so far. You know, games, you know, from game number 1, it seems like, you know, it was really one-sided, but, you know, PK a while ago, they really did put up a great fight. But right now, SSY, there has to be a snap that has to happen on their momentum. It could have been their momentum, it could have been their draft, you know, everything. Because it was totally a one-sided game. Kod Fibonacci was able to, you know, do everything from start to finish. And that's actually not good for SSY. So SSY, all they need to do is to respect the composition a while ago from Kod Fibonacci. Make sure to take away some of the key factors as well from their team. You know, I think Metagross played a lot of role as well, aside from the Trevenant from Ulap. So Metagross is actually a huge fan, and they have to make use of those shields, or they have to be aware of those shields, because it's just a Tyranitar could actually ignore it. And you know, if they don't know how to use a Tyranitar under its maximum potential, might as well take away the Pokemon who has a lot of shielding capabilities.
I think first things first, I think you have to deny pick or steal away that Trevenant from Ulap. I really feel like the tree pick did so much in this game. Like, obviously there was, again, multiple things really made Trevenant thrive in this game, and it was the fact that there were so many melee Pokemon that was right in front of him. It's like, oh, I'm just gonna Woodhammer and they will conveniently clap in front of me. So either consider taking the tree away, or obviously a complete overhaul of their draft, because I feel like the execution for that draft, you would have probably needed to be like one of the best teams in the entire world to make a draft like that work. And Fibonacci, they just did a really great job at dismantling it. And I mean, their draft was a lot more balanced as well. They didn't rely so heavily on 3-stage evolutionary Pokemon. They actually had a lot of early game pressure that they could apply during the lane. So definitely expecting some Pokemon changes. Greninja's probably not going to make a comeback. I think we're going to be seeing a big change. I don't know if you'd want to go for Garchomp so early either. I actually don't really feel the benefit of drafting a Garchomp so early, because firstly you're revealing it and allowing your opponents to react with their next 2 picks. Like, I think it makes a lot more sense for people to either consider Garchomp as either, if you get second pick, a last pick, or if you get first pick, one of the last 2 picks, because it's a Pokemon I feel that kind of needs to come into the game without any automatic counters.
Oh yeah, I totally agree on those things that you pointed out. But right now for SSY, I feel like they also need someone that could actually, you know, shut down the Inteleon. You know, they could actually go for the guaranteed KO, because a while ago, that Inteleon from Kod Fibonacci is free to do whatever he wants to. He's just doing the snipe shots at the back.
It was the tree.
Yeah,
the tree was the reason why.
Right? Ulap was actually, you know, made everything a lot easy for Kod Fibonacci, for Icy, for Steam rather, for Steam to do whatever he wants to. So Ulap really did a great job out there.
No, Inteleon apparently was the problem.
The respect. But you have to deny the tree. You have to deny the tree as well.
If I'm not mistaken, SSY were the ones to ban Miraidon. It gets banned out by Fibonacci anyway. So that means Psyduck is through.
Yeah,
Mewtwo is also still available. But Serena is going to be the first pick for SSY. So interesting choice, again, going for another all-rounder, not prioritizing another Pokemon. But to be fair, I think Serena's pretty solid across the board.
Oh yeah.
It's not too demanding of a Pokemon. It does need a couple levels, but once it hits that Serena, I can see this working. But what are you giving away in the process? You're giving away Psyduck and Umbreon.
Oh yeah, and smart. Right? Yeah, I mean, smart pickup as well from Ulap, making sure that they get the Umbreon, because you know Umbreon is actually the best Pokemon in order to minimize the efficiency of a Serena, right? So
that is
really
true.
Really smart pick. But you know, SSY adding up a range here with a Mewtwo Y, great option as well from their team. So you know, Miraidon is actually banned right now. So I'm kind of wondering what would be the attacker from Kod Fibonacci. We might be seeing Cramorant back in action, but I'm not really sure.
Or it's just Greninja.
Greninja. Okay, Kod Fibonacci is making things sound interesting. Okay.
Yep. I think they're changing the items as well, so kind of keen to see what Steam wants to do with this. Gonna go for attack speed, the attack weight as well, and the muscle band. Okay, so he's got all out for attack on this Greninja. This is gonna be really interesting. Tree is being hovered by SSY, so interesting as well. I kind of also want to mention this, right? Fibonacci, they did give away the tree, so are they happy with this? Are they okay with giving away the Trevenant? Because I kind of feel like just seeing the impact of this Pokemon for Fibonacci in that last game, it's going to make it a pretty big threat in this upcoming game, especially with the fact that you've got range, you have dive, you have frontline. Like, this draft for SSY is looking way better than game number 1.
Oh yeah, totally agree. So, you know, we can definitely see crystal clear that SSY would have a bigger fight in this matchup. So I'm not quite sure yet what would be the total results. But yeah, it's looking good for SSY in terms of draft. But on the other hand, you know, Kod Fibonacci, they were able to retain majority of their Pokemon, if I'm not mistaken. I think it was the Metagross and actually the Buzzwole, they're all-rounders, so they have enough.
They just didn't pick it.
Yeah.
They did pick it. It was up to them, right? It's like,
yeah.
they were the ones to decide, like, okay, what do we want to play this game? And obviously they're just like, let's have fun, you know? Let's have some Greninja in here. Yeah, but in game number 1, so got to bring it back for game 2. But, you know, it's flipped the script. We've got a different team playing this Greninja. So I am interested to see how Fibonacci wants to pull off the Gren. Maybe it's them sort of making a statement and being like, this is how you play Greninja.
This is how you play it. This is how you maximize the value of a Greninja. We're gonna be seeing it. By the way, guys, for those of you who don't know, Mike Cross from Talon during the Southeast Asia League is actually with Kod Fibonacci as their 6th man. So we're not gonna be seeing him at least for, you know, this matchup, but who knows? You know, Mike Cross might be playing later on. But, you know, at this point in time, like, Mike Cross, you know, just sit back. We're gonna show the power of Kod Fibonacci. And what more if they have Mike Cross on their, you know, roster playing? So, definitely, Kod Fibonacci looking strong so far. But SSY, they want to make something happen.
Look, they've got to force a 1-1, so they have to win this matchup. Otherwise, it's going to be a 2-0 for Code Unknown Fibonacci. So, SSY, let's see if this change-up in draft is going to be enough to help them push this to a Game 3 situation. And so far, super aggressive plays in that bottom lane here for SSY. Just really trying to bully out the Psyduck as well as the little Froakie. Now, they weren't able to get any knockouts, but definitely an exchange of damage between these two. Up top, though, we have Mewtwo pushing into Icy's home base. He's kind of just sort of defending that goal zone, but he is taking a little bit of damage in that process. I want to know what the lane op priority is going to be. It looks like top lane is the priority here for SSY as they bring in the Ceruledge and hoping to go for a big dive. They do get rid of the Umbreon, who is still an Eevee, so nice little injection of experience there. Exerting some dominance up here, and maybe the plan is to just slow down the Metagross, you know, just say you can play as Metang for this game. Okay, we're going to pressure this top lane. And we're going to try and snowball from here on out. Because bottom lane looks very stable.
Yeah, they're stable. They're just taking their time. They need those 3-stage evolutions to come up as quick as they could. And I love the Serena. You know, Serena, it's actually just a Steenie right now. Getting those Baltoys in the central area to catch up in terms of levels and be at a much more quicker phase. So, actually love the sharing of wild Pokemons from SSY. This would actually give them an advantage later on whenever they go for the team fight at the 8-minute mark at the central area.
We've got 10 seconds to go before we have that central area fight, and you can see SSY really prioritizing their position in this central area to secure all of this experience for themselves, and it's going to go all towards them as well. They did try to get a bit of a steal there with the Psyduck, but you know, there's only so much you can do as a little Psyduck for Ulap, but they do quite a bit to that Trevenant, pushing him out. Up top though, we do have another skirmish that seems to go in favor of SSY, bullying out Fibonacci's Pokemon back to their goal zones. And we have 38 seconds left, Yules, before we start seeing these objectives. If you're SSY, what are you prioritizing here? Do you want the experience down bottom, or do you want that Aleki to pressure the lanes?
Oh yeah, definitely for sure. I feel like it would be better if you go for the bottom path because you want those balls. You want to be ahead, but right now Kod Fibonacci wants to be ahead of them. They got a lot of knockouts out there, and the objective is looking good for them. Regieleki, it's gonna be up in 10 seconds, but SSY does have a lot of time to catch up in top path, but they were able to make sure that they take down the goal zone as well, making sure Kod Fibonacci has a lot of room to work on at the Regieleki, but it's looking good as well for SSY. They would get an additional attack buff.
Yep, so these teams make it very clear what they're trying to aim for with these objectives. So with the attack buff here on SSY, are they looking to maybe go for an aggressive play, or were they just trying to go for the buffs? Because they have the Serena up top, so if a fight happens, it's only going to be 4 Pokemon present. And you possibly could be going up against a full 5-man lineup, but they are quite lucky as nothing is currently happening. And interestingly enough, right, SSY are the ones to play very defensively on their goal zone in that bottom lane, and it's Fibonacci who is currently poking them down.
Yeah, a lot of pressure. Oh, that Trevenant gets pulled down, but there's actually no follow-up for Steve. But on the other hand, Icy wants to do the skirmish here. Revenant Red must pop up as well with the Queen's Ascendant. But full power, Sai will be dealing a lot of damage as well for Kod Fibonacci's side. But there we have it. Chase continues for Fibonacci. They were able to do a team wipe under 6 minutes of the game. That was actually huge for their team. They made an overcap as well in the bottom path, and SSY, despite being consistent at first 4 minutes of the game, we are seeing the distance, the difference in terms of skill. Kod Fibonacci so far is looking very great.
Big XP swing as well for Fibonacci, because originally the game was much closer than this, but with this level advantage on Fibonacci, I wonder what the plan is here. Are they going to do what they did in game number 1? Start really pressing the issue into SSY's side of the map, sort of keep them confined to their side, and just sort of leave the map open for Fibonacci to come back and clean up later to maintain their level lead. And so far, I think they're just playing a scouting game just to spot things out, but SSY, they're moving together as a group. So if a fight happens, they are going to be doing this as a 5-man team. There's no Buzzball. Buzzball is up top, and it looks like they are finally breaking out into a battle, trying to catch out the Umbreon. They will manage to catch him out. Almost down, finally goes down. The Greninja is soon to follow, followed by basically almost the entire team. Buzzball, unfortunately, was hanging around in that top lane, maybe looking for a 1v1, but SSY making a wise decision, grouping up as 5, baiting Fibonacci into a battle.
And that was really on point for SSY Serena. The Serena was actually used the Queen's Ascendant. The moment that the computer crushed, the jail down appeared. Well timed, and they were able to, almost team wipe Kod Fibonacci at the bottom lane, and they have an additional attack buff right now, so they could actually make use of this. But too aggressive so far. You have to be very careful despite having that buff. So SSY so far, they have a big comeback potential, but Starlight taken down immediately by Kod Fibonacci, and there's just too much pressure happening on their team.
Man, even though Fibonacci, this game is pretty close, they are still playing as if they're the ones that are having a significant lead in this fight. As TBD forced to use the eject, able to get on out, and will be able to heal himself back up with the wish. But it looks like they had to back on out. They do get rid of the side though, and maybe it's now time for SSY to continue this dive onto Fibonacci as they get rid of the Greninja. But now 3 Pokemon remaining, one of them in that bottom lane, only 2 to defend this top goal zone. Can they press the issue and get them off and break that goal zone? Look at the shielding, not going to be enough for the Metagross. Next to follow, we have a Psyduck here. We do finally have the Buzzball, but Trevenant bought so much time for the team, just keeping him in that bottom lane. Top tier 1 goal zone is down, and SSY 100% are back in this game.
Oh yeah, and this is their true potential. Kod Fibonacci in a deficit so far. They need to catch up on those levels because SSY, because of their successful team fights, they were able to get a lot of XP and punish Kod Fibonacci. Just take a look at that. Level 14 Serena, level 13 Starlight, completely ahead of everything. And Kod Fibonacci, TBD on the other hand, gets taken down once again. So there is actually a lot of worries for Kod Fibonacci. They have to make sure that their Unitings are up and they would actually play the Rayquaza fight later on. They have to get this if they want the game to be back on their hands.
Oh, very tense moment here for both teams. Fibonacci looking to secure a 2-0 so they can continue their upper bracket run, but SSY desperate to pull off a Game 3 situation. It's going to come down to initiation here, Yules. Who gets the upper hand? Who catches out the better initiation? And looks like the Trevenant has been caught, pushed back, and able to move. Phantom Forest in the back lines. We do have the Mewtwo Unite coming through, but I think Fibonacci might have just broken through SSY's initial initiation. The Trevenant, a key part of SSY's startup. The fact that he was pulled so far back, brought away from his team. Oh, Fibonacci, the targeting was absolutely perfect.
Icy was able to grab the tree, put it on the back of their map, making sure that everyone from Kod Fibonacci deals the damage that they need to in order to take it down. But it's not quite over yet for SSY. They are doing a lot of defense, but there goes the 100 points at the bottom path and another 100 at the base of SSY. So right now it's all about defense for Kod Fibonacci. They do have the jump pads to serve as their defense. No need to overextend, no need to be greedy in terms of scoring, but there is going to be an overcap that's going to happen in top path and at their base as well. Kod Fibonacci looking strong, being able to take this game, but still 37 seconds left. What could SSY pull off?
If they somehow score 500 points, we could see SSI pulling a game 3, but with 30 seconds to go, it might just be an impossible task for this team. We still are missing that Greninja though, but it's going to come down to Icy as well as that Umbreon. If they could just buy time, 15 more seconds, then they will secure this 2-0 for Fibonacci, continue their upper bracket run, and force SSY into the lower bracket. And that looks like that's going to be the case here, yours. Code Unknown Fibonacci start the day strong with a 2-0 victory off of SSY.
Wow, what a teamwork we've seen. SSY, they were able to evolve in game number 2, going head-to-head with Kod Fibonacci. But the difference in terms of being in sync on the teamwork, it's just Kod Fibonacci who has the better execution. Just imagine that they were behind before the Rayquaza fight, and it was just one move from Icy.
It was Icy,
to
yeah.
grab the tree. Being able to take down the main threat, right? Being able to take down the main threat for SSY. That is what they needed in order to take down this game.
I'm actually quite surprised at the same time that SSY was sort of not prepared for that play to happen, because I think they would also have to understand that, okay, Trevenant is going to play a pivotal part in our initiation. Do we have someone that can sort of stand behind him and protect him? And in case he gets thrown, what's our plan B? What's our counter initiation? And I think the unfortunate thing was that if you look at their draft overall, they can't really follow through with anything else outside of the V2Y Unite, which they did use. It did connect, but the stun duration on that is tiny. That is not a move used for initiation. That's supposed to be a follow-up move after your main startup. So just Icy, perfect play, perfect decision. It could have gone completely different if Trevenant was given a lot more freedom to throw down those wood hammers and horn leeches.
Yeah, and you know, they could have fought.
This was perfect. So far from the team.
It was too early actually for SSY to initiate things out. They could have played more time, but I feel like they were a bit of a rush, knowing that they are at the deficit. They know that they're losing in terms of points, so you have to make sure that the Trevenant would actually check the tall grass. Very unfortunate. They did check it, but very unfortunate that there was actually a Buzzwole waiting for him. Being able to grab it, send it at the opposite side of Rayquaza's pit. And it's just a follow-up that happened. Like, you know, like SSY, what's running on their mind is Trevenant was grabbed, let's go for it, let's go out for an all-out fight. And it did not work on their favor, sad to say.
Yeah. Well, that's going to be our second game of the day done and dusted. So Fibonacci is going to continue, but if I'm not mistaken, that's going to make their next matchup going to be against Talon. So we've got two Filipino teams, two Filipino Titans going head-to-head in these second round upper bracket matches. I'm actually really looking forward to that one because firstly, Talon looked great, and Fibonacci actually looked pretty decent as well. I feel like we're going to be maybe getting a game 3 situation up there. Yeah. So first round of upper brackets have been sorted. Lower brackets, we're still sort of trying to figure out what is happening down there. We've still got 2 more upper bracket matches to go. What's our next one, yours?
Oh yeah, definitely looking forward to it, because for the next one we'll be having Blacklist International up against EDM, or also known as the Avicii Forever from Taiwan and Hong Kong as well. So guys, make sure to tune in for our next match. I'm so excited, and there's actually an additional manpower as well from Blacklist International. Who could it be? Quite curious.
Yeah, we'll find out in just a second, but we are going to be getting ready for our next matchup. But as usual, we're going to go for a quick break. So if you need to do anything, do it now, but make sure you're back in 5 minutes because we've got plenty more Pokemon Unite coming your way.
Pokémon Unite!
Hello there, trainers, and we are back for Pokemon Unite Winter Tournament for APAC East. Again, this is going to be our third matchup for today. It's Blacklist International up against EDM or Vichy from ever. It's Philippines up against Taiwan once again. And I know everyone is excited to see one of our pro team who got invited for Southeast Asian League back on their track. But there was actually a change in roster, knowing that Lance is actually back in Talon.
So what does this roster change actually mean? Because I know you would be a lot more familiar with the Filipino teams than I would. Like, how big of a change was this for the roster, you feel?
I feel like this roster change specifically for Blacklist International, I feel like they just have to fill in the gap that they have since, again, Lance did go back to Talon, and we've seen the results already. Like, Lance was really comfortable working with Talon because he has been there on the team for quite some time, but with the addition member of Blacklist International, which is actually Neva, formerly the all-rounder or the flex of Elevate. So I'm seeing here that they're going to be filling in that gap, and knowing Neva, despite of their not so good run on the Asia Champions League in Southeast Asia, it's actually one of the key factors or key players as well that has the same level of performance as Lance. And let's not doubt, like, when it comes to teamwork, definitely Neva could, apply that immediately on their team composition because, aside from being, enemies in tournaments, they are actually friends in real life as well. They've been playing ranked games as well all over again. So, not gonna be surprised if Blacklist International is much more formidable the way they are before.
Well, let's see if their actions sort of play out the way that you're hyping them up, because
I hope so.
At this point, it just sounds to me an upgrade.
It's an upgrade, right?
Yeah, they sound like an upgrade, but now we also kind of have to flip the script and talk about their opponents, right? Vinci, who are these guys? Is this a team that has any players that we're sort of familiar with? And as far as I understand, there's only one player that I know on this team, and it's Froggy. Froggy is back most. But aside from Froggy, I'm not too familiar with anyone else on this roster, unfortunately. But going off of the achievements of the individual players, so aside from Froggy, one of the players' names, their name is in Chinese, so I can't I can't translate the name. But the achievement for this player was that they played in the 2024 Pokemon Unite World Championships Taiwan and Hong Kong qualifiers, and he came second. So we have some experience on the roster aside from Froggy. The other three players, they didn't list down any achievements, so my guess is maybe they are a little bit new to the competitive scene or whatnot, but I definitely have some expectations for this roster, especially knowing that Froggy is there, and he probably played a pretty big role in forming this roster.
Oh yeah, I mean, never doubt Froggy. He has been on the scene for quite some time. And definitely these teams, or these players who are actually included in the roster of EDM, this is going to be no joke. This is actually a huge setup or a huge threat for every single team competing in the tournament that... Wait, what happened? Oh, wow.
The match played out. Okay, so we don't know what's happened here. We haven't received any updates, unfortunately. So, assuming this is correct, we might have had a no-show, or we might have had... Oh, okay.
Oh, there we go.
So, quick update. We literally just got an update from the production. One of the players was not able to make it to this scheduled match. So, unfortunately, that was an automatic loss for the team. And so, EDM is going to go down to the lower bracket, and then Blacklist is going to go straight through. Meaning, I guess we just go to the next matchup.
Oh, yeah.
Jules, introduce our next matchup, please.
Representing Taiwan, Starlight Glimmer up against looking for sponsor all the way from South Korea. And this is really an interesting matchup. Starlight Glimmer, they are known for being a consistent contender on their region. They're always on top 8, and they're actually a lot of familiar names. Windstar, Shaw, and Yuan, you know, very familiar names out there for Taiwan. But on the other hand, that's also the same case for looking for sponsor. I do believe that we do have Lip, Garam, and Devo, who actually played a lot of stint already in South Korea in Pokemon Unite. So really quite curious what could be the case here. Have they leveled up really, really great? But of course we'll have to find out one later on.
Yeah, so I mean,
Pokémon Unite! Pokémon unite!
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers, to Pokemon Unite Winter Tournament APAC East qualifiers. Again, we'd like to inform everyone that Avicii Forever, also known as EVM, won't be proceeding or won't be playing the upper bracket due to a player that didn't make it on time. So really unfortunate. But there's still another chance for their team at the lower bracket run. So Blacklist International will be advancing into the upper bracket semifinals, and their opponent will be determined into our next series, which is going to be looking for sponsors up against Starlight Glimmer.
So we are, I think we're like, what, 2 hours ahead of schedule at this point in time. So we are, I mean, we're zooming through the competition, but, you know, Pokemon Unite never sleeps and never stops. Again, another debut session really for these teams, right? I love the first round of matches because you get a taste of what's to come for the next set of games, right? It's like, okay, this is how this team plays. So Starlight and looking for sponsor. I don't know how we're gonna say this team's name. Maybe LFS.
LFS, yeah.
I have to be the one, or looking for sponsor. I'm not sure. But I am kind of keen to see like what is available in terms of information for these two teams. Like we do have a little bit to work off of. So there's only one little bit of information for looking for sponsor. So again, looking for sponsor. This is a team from South Korea. Just looking at the roster, a lot of the names are not familiar to me, but one of the players called Lip, they do have a achievement. So they actually came 5th in the 2023 World Championship Korea qualifiers, I believe. Or I'm not sure what region, they just says WCS. So we do have one player that did compete in the circuit 2 years ago. And then for Starlight Glimmer, we have a number of achievements for these players. So this is a team from Taiwan, and every player here has competed at a competitive level. And some of them are actually playing on teams that I am very familiar with. So on the roster, we have Yuan, WPY, Miruneku, Windstar, Chi X, and Shaw. Do you want to read out the achievements, Yul?
Oh, yeah, so for the achievements, you know, as you said a while ago, they have been competing in Taiwan Open qualifiers, but this is actually very huge. Like, Taiwan Open 5th to 8th place. That's already huge in terms of achievement. And they also have someone who's actually very new on their team. That is Chinwan X or Aji on their team. So as far as I know, he just turned 16, so he was actually eligible to play already for the tournament. So really curious what this promising player could actually offer for Starlight Glimmer, knowing that he is filled with a lot of potentials, a lot of players who actually competed in the professional scene of Pokemon Unite.
Yeah, and actually, now that I think about it and I look at these names a little bit more, Windstar. This is a player that I'm familiar with. I totally forgot what team he played on, but I remember he played on, like, he was on the other Taiwan team last year, and he played some outrageous choices. If I recall correctly, he played Talonflame. Like, he just played a bunch of speedsters that were just not meta at the time, were not very popular, and so he's back, and I'm keen to see how much he's improved, because let's be realistic, okay? If you play a game for like a year, you would kind of expect them to improve somehow for the following year. So Windstar, definitely gonna have my eyes peeled to see how this player has evolved, but Starlight Glimmer, I mean, they have a lot of potential, especially with the achievements listed. Picks-wise, pretty meta across the board. Blissey going to be the first pick here for looking for sponsor. This has been one of the #1 supports in APAC West. I'm quite surprised East hasn't really been prioritizing this Pokemon, but clearly there are other priorities here.
Oh, Pikachu being hovered here. Oh yeah, we do get a Pikachu for game #1. Starlight Glimmer does want those, you know, mini crowd control and snowball effect on their team fights. And not just that, they also have Urshifu. Really great decision to ignore those defense actually that will come at the side of LFS. So LFS right now, you know, they have to be very careful. They need someone that could go head to head in terms of damage, just like this Urshifu, because this Urshifu, once those Wicked Blow comes up, it will be difficult for you to bounce back. But right now, the response of LFS is going to be the Mamoswine. So great crowd control kit. Same thing with a guard shot that would actually be, you know, expected as a dragon type.
Absol.
Absolutely.
Hi, welcome back. We saw a little bit of Absol last week for APAC West, and now East is going to be starting to show their fangs as well, saying that they can also play Absol themselves. So, looking at the two drafts, Yules, okay, I think we can kind of see what the game plan is here. We're seeing a lot of high damage, like Starlight Glimmer just want to fight, right? They've got a lot of Pokemon that are ready to go. Pikachu, amazing laner, dishes out damage from such a long distance. Great Unite as well with the Thunderstorm. You've got great Secure with Windstar's Urshifu. You've got a lot of early game control with the Absol. On the other side though, do you feel like looking for sponsor has enough to hold their ground during this laning stage? Because this lane coming out from Starlight Glimmer looks terrifying.
Yeah, and here's the thing, like you pointed out when it comes to laning, LFS, they're very reliant in terms of their evolution stage. Like Mamoswine, Garchomp, Metagross is 3 evolutionary stages, so it would take a lot of time for them to get the kit that they actually need. So it's just going to be the Mewtwo, it's just going to be the Blissey who's actually there for the early game, but Mewtwo does need someone to cover up for him despite having that teleport in order to, you know, land those side strikes immediately. So very difficult at the case of LFS, but in terms of late game capabilities, I feel like they have the upper hand here. So they need to have a consistent start and make sure that they will be ahead mid to late game to take down Starlight Glimmer.
Yep, so game #1 for looking for sponsor versus Starlight Glimmer is now underway. Let's see who's going to be able to grab this first game. And so far, it looks like we're going to be seeing some great pressure applied by looking for sponsor onto that Pikachu. But this does leave Squirtle to sort of do whatever he wants there at the enemy goal zone. So down bottom, already really aggressive players coming out from looking for sponsor. I like this. I kind of feel like you have to play like this, especially with the fact that you're running that Swinub. If you can get the knockouts, that bonus experience really helps progressing to that Mamoswine evolution. And they're even going to bring the Metang down there. So priorities, it's going to be top lane for Starlight Glimmer and bottom for looking for sponsor.
Yeah, so there's actually a handshake that happened, but looking good For looking for a sponsor, they were actually able to, convert more scores compared to Starlight Glimmer, so that would add to the stacking up of those items if they really do have those. So right now, very unfortunate for the Absol. Not gonna be hitting those hits and looking for sponsors, applying a lot of pressure, but that is actually a great initiation, but not gonna be quite enough for the follow-up, and Starlight Glimmer is just riding back and forth and looking for sponsors, scoring multiple goals, 3 KOs from the Metang. That's a huge advantage already from this team.
That was insane because Pikachu even rotated into the top lane and got knocked out, which was, look at the levels that they gave away to looking to sponsor as well. You've got a level 6 Gabite, a level 7 Metang, a level 6 Mewtwo. And then on the side of Starlight Glimmer, everyone is 4, bar that Urshifu, who is level 6. So, looking for sponsor, just so aggressive out the gate, really capitalizing on that big group push in that top lane. And this suddenly makes that mid-game so much more difficult for Starlight Glimmer because they were relying so much on this early game pressure to carry them through and give them that head start before going into that mid-game. But now that they've lost it, I'm not sure how they're going to be able to get it back because Absol, this Pokemon needs to have a level lead if it wants to continue to remain a threat. But with a level 7 Metang, level 8 Gabite as well, this Pokemon might end up being a liability now.
Yeah, this is going to be very difficult for Starlight Glimmer.
Oh,
You want to initiate things. There's actually enough damage, but here comes the response from looking for sponsors. They're going to be advancing even further, but nice Hydro Pump in order to send back someone from looking for sponsors. But right now, they're going to be chasing in for the knockouts. They get one. They get 2, looking for sponsors, looking strong, still eyeing on the third one, and they do get it. What a phenomenal execution from Z's team, making sure that they dominate things out, even though their Pokemon is relying on the late game.
Look at the level difference! All core Pokemon are level 9 on looking for sponsor, and then you only have level 7 on the Urshifu and the Absol on the opposite side. Looking for sponsor, looking absolutely dominating in these first 3 to 4 minutes of the game, and it doesn't look like it's going to end anytime soon because they're bringing their whole roster. They've got the Regieleki pushing up top, and they're going to be starting with the Urshifu. Live and Outrageous there, Mewtwo Unite as well, and they just annihilate the team again on their goal zone. Oh my gosh, looking for sponsor. Okay, this team needs a sponsor. Now,
Right
especially
now.
with how they're looking.
Oh my goodness, what a dominating performance from their team. They're not making Starlight Glimmer, play the way they want to, but right now that's a huge of damage. Computer Crush would land, but nice escape coming in from Windstar. But right now there's still an ample of utilities left coming in inside looking for sponsor. Garam making sure that there is enough sustainability from Piss, so making sure that they are keeping it very up. Bliss Assistance will be there to give an additional shield and buff for their team. So looking for sponsors is really making sure that sponsors are there.
Yeah, I mean, they're sponsoring each other at this point, and they can't even get the Mewtwo. They even commit the Unite on the Absol, but it just wasn't enough to catch out Komi. So now Starlight Glimmer pinned to the wall, and their options for coming back up very limited just because of what they're currently drafting. Like, it's almost reaching that point where you're kind of praying that they're going to be able to get the Rayquaza Steel, because that's one thing Starlight Glimmer still have going for them. They have some fantastic secure for these objectives. The only thing I'm worried about is that even though you can get an objective, it doesn't mean that they're going to survive it. Oh my gosh, just raining down hell. Looking for sponsor, just looking to clean this game up 2-0. I mean, if game 2 looks anything like this, Starlight Glimmer, they look to have no chance.
What is happening at this point? Starlight Glimmer cannot move the way they wanted it to happen, and they're just looking for more wild Pokemons to catch up. But looking for sponsor is actually controlling the rhythm of the game. Just imagine, it's just Lip and this Metagross, who's going to be securing the objectives, and everyone from looking for sponsors is just hunting down the members of Starlight Glimmer. But here comes the setup already. Computer Crush is going to jail down 2 members of Starlight Glimmer, but the Midnight Slash will be there. And right now, there's actually a KO granted at the side of Starlight Glimmer, but Blitz Assistance will be there, giving shield, giving buffs for Cristerio, and this Absol is just running away, backing away, but there's too much KO coming at the side of looking for sponsors. Starlight Glimmer cannot move. They are paralyzed by LFS.
They're paralyzed. I don't know they're going to be able to find that full heal to eliminate this paralysis, because like we're seeing them pull everything out of the hat. They're trying everything. They're fighting 5v5. They're trying to force these little skirmishes. And it just seems like no matter what they do at this point of time, they can't get those knockouts. Because in that previous fight, right, they got a knockout, but it was onto a Blissey. They need to get a big knockout on something like that Mewtwo, that Garchomp, or that Metagross to get a big injection of experience. And they can't do it because these Pokemon are either too elusive or too tanky. Blastoise, he does manage to catch out Lip there. Volt Tackle follow up with Pikachu. They might be able to get the follow through. A knockout here would be great. They do get it, and a big injection of experience there to Starlight Glimmer. So a glimmer of hope is there. But they have to make sure that they don't lose it, because they're about to maybe go into a fight that they don't want to jump into. They Volt Tackles there onto the Metagross. It's still at full health, barely taking any damage. This Pokemon is so tanky.
And of course, aside from the shield, they also have Karam with the Soft Boil. So Starlight Glimmer, they have to set their prioritization in terms of knocking out the Pokemons of looking for a sponsor, because it is just a repetitive scenario on what's happening. Once the Soft Boil is available, they could definitely heal every single Pokemon that they need to. So Starlight Glimmer needs to set their prioritization on that Blissey. The position is looking good for their team actually, because looking for sponsor actually prioritizes Regieleki as the crusher in the top lane. But what could be the prize here for Starlight Glimmer? They could actually take someone down immediately, but the Thunderstorm will be there as well. But what is going to happen next? Computer Crush is deployed. Same thing with the Midnight Slash, but 3 members already KO'd immediately by Starlight Glimmer. It's just the Hoopa that's left alone. And that is a phenomenal crowd control from the Mamoswine, making sure that they isolate the members of Starlight Glimmer, and looking for sponsor would just take game number 1 that easy.
They made this game look so easy. Looking for sponsor, every move that they make, they came out ahead, they came out successful, they were just absolute perfection. And I feel like it really came down to that laning stage. The fact that looking for sponsor was so proactive out the gate, they didn't give Starlight Glimmer any room to breathe to be able to get that map control for themselves, and thus basically crippling this entire team comp, because this team comp relies so much on having that early game advantage, so that you would eventually take over, because you have the Urshifu to steal your objectives, you have the Absol to threaten your backline, you have that Pikachu there to throw out the consistent damage and hopefully to cut through those tanky Pokemon. But they just fell too far behind early on, and they just let looking for sponsor take over, because ultimately, if you look at the scaling for these two teams, looking for sponsor outscales this team 100%. We still have 30 seconds to go though, Yules, and maybe Starlight Glimmer, this is their last chance to maybe bring things back, but can they do it?
Oh, there's not enough time. 20 seconds. They're doing their best to go for the KOs. They actually took down 2 members from looking for sponsor, but it's not looking good. They don't even have time. They're just going brawling all out up against, looking for sponsor. And this is actually very sad for Starlight Glimmer. They have to bounce back a lot, because the concept of their, Pokemons, it's really great. They have Pikachu, they have an Absol that could actually emerge, quite excelling into the early stages of the game. But looking for sponsor, their disadvantage became their advantage. What a phenomenal execution, what a phenomenal teamwork that this team has. The Starlight Glimmer, they have to step up more in terms of their coordination, because they are being outpowered in terms of the teamwork.
Yeah, I'm not sure about you, but I feel like things started to snowball and collapse for Starlight Glimmer when they had that first team fight in the top lane. Do you remember the one where they even used the Hooper hole to bring in the Pikachu? And I think they lost like Absol and Pikachu in that fight. Two of your core Pokemon for this early game, and it gave such an advantage to Metang and Gabite, who were sitting at like what, level 7, level 8 after that? Yeah, it was like that fight almost felt game losing for Starlight Glimmer, game winning for Looking for Sponsor, because these are two Pokemon that want experience, right? And you know what they got? They got experience.
Yeah, and just take a look at that. 3 levels gap. That's not a standard gap. That is a huge gap that you have to fill in. Like whenever you're gapped in terms of levels, you want to make sure that it's only by 1 or 2. Definitely not 3, because if it is 3 levels gap, it's not looking good for your team. Definitely your chances of winning is going to be difficult. It's going to be slim, and the only thing that you can win is get the Rayquaza. But if you don't get the Rayquaza and everyone is still up at the side of LFS, they would just dismantle your shield. They would just take it away for free. So right now, Starlight Glimmer, they need a better teamwork. They need a better teamwork at this point.
I think, I'm just wondering, would you run it back again for game 2 but try to fix your lanes? Because it almost felt like it was just, everything just went wrong because of one play. And it was sort of the point of no return. And I kind of feel like, you know, maybe there is room to adjust, and they might have to change Pokemon out so they have a better chance of scaling into that late game. What, Pikachu? Are you a Pikachu fan here, or do you kind of feel like we should pivot to a different attacker that has some better scaling potential in this game? Because Pikachu, this Pokemon can be very solid, but it also needs to sort of keep up, otherwise it falls into irrelevancy as the match draws on.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to attacker, I feel like they need more range instead of a Pikachu that is much more aggressive compared to the other attackers. Maybe if they do have someone like Inteleon, their damage would be much more efficient compared to a Pikachu. And given the fact that they do have also the range, they also have a kit that could reveal the contents of the taller grasses with the Azure Spy Vision. So definitely that's a huge change if that would actually happen, at least for game number 2. But I feel like they're actually relying on the early game as well from the Pikachu. So sad to say, it didn't happen. It became a major downfall for their team. So have to fix something on their draft wherein it would balance the evolutionary states of the Pokemon. They'll take down two evolutionary states, take 3, take a static one. So, you know, that's actually a huge factor that could change up the rhythm of the game. So, you know, draft, there must be a change, but, you know, when it comes to teamwork as well, it's still missing compared to Looking for Sponsor.
Yeah, I think definitely got to tighten up those lanes somehow, because if the lanes are going to look like that again, and let's say Looking for Sponsor just go for the exact same draft, Garchomp again, Metagross again, these are just really big Pokemon that you can't afford to just sort of let go on the leash and go ham, right? Because if you let them go ham, they're gonna go ham. So I guess, is that Inteleon type? Do you just whip out the Inteleon? You know, it's like swap out the Pikachu, bring out the Inteleon, just dish out the big guns. Because I kind of feel like you're having to run into big gun territory now.
Yeah.
And maybe even retire the Urshifu, because as great as Urshifu can be in times where you need someone that's going to be able to get the secure, Urshifu thrives in going up against comps where you can pop Pokemon with a Wicked Blow. You're not popping a Metagross and a Garchomp. They're kind of looking at you, and they might even give you the side eye and say like, who are you?
Excuse me.
So I could even see a change on that Urshifu pick. I mean, something's going to change, so we'll have to see what happens here. Starlight Glimmer going to be starting with the first pick in this game, and Looking for Sponsor will be getting second. No Miraidon, no Psyduck, no Blissey, and no Serena. Is the opening going to be Umbreon? Because this has been very popular as of late.
Yeah, I mean, very popular in terms of, you know, all-round, in order to counter-out all-rounders, but right now, no Serena, so if there's going to be a Blaziken, Umbreon would be good. So, very understandable. But right now, Starlight Glimmer prioritize Hoopa, so they already have an advantage in terms of rotation. So, you know, that's actually their composition as well during game number 1. So, have to make it work this time. They have to make it work as strong as they can. But right now, we're looking for sponsors would stick with the Metagross and the Mewtwo. So there's still a lot of potential that Starlight Glimmer could actually counter out their composition, because it's not really a typical, you know, setup wherein you pick your attacker, you pick your all-rounder at the very first hand.
Okay, so we could be seeing a bit of a change here in terms of defender. Slowbro is currently being hovered here by Chi, and Pikachu again is going to make an appearance here. Miraneko going to be locking that in. So it's been a while since we've seen the Bro, and Slow Beam is a fantastic Unite too. You know, it was one of the best Pokemon back in the day. Having access to Slow Beam, you just lock somebody down. That's enough. In a lot of cases, that's enough time for you to really knock them out. And they're going to pair this up with a Blaziken and a Gardevoir?
Oh.
Is this really the plan? Are they going all out with this like special attack damage for Miraneko and Windstar?
Come on, lock it in. We want to see Gardevoir. We want to see it. Come on. Lock it in. Oh, we got it. We got it. I don't believe last week he also got a Gardevoir as far as I can tell.
And Garchomp is being hovered here by looking for... Honestly, I think Garchomp still works here. You know, looking for sponsor played so well in that last matchup. And with the way, if it's Lip playing, I think it was Lip that played the Garchomp in that previous round. Lip was so good at locking Pokemon down rushes. Like multiple times you saw him get those multi-man dragon rushes as a Gabite, and it caught Starlight Glimmer off guard. So for him to be back with that Garchomp, that top lane is still going to be a menace. We still have Piss on the Metagross. We have Komi ready to pop some heads on that Mewtwo. I mean, Starlight Glimmer, I am glad we're going to be seeing some massive changes to your overall comp. I just don't know how much faith I have in this, because to me, this comp is lots of range, okay? Lots of range, lots of damage amp. But if anyone gets within range of your Guardy or your Pikachu, I think that's curtains for either of them.
It's going to be very difficult, knowing that they only have Slowbro. I think it could have been better if their defender was someone like a Mamoswine, or not actually Mamoswine, a Trevenant or a Snorlax. Yeah, that could actually, you know, protect him, or, you know, set things apart from the, you know, for the all-rounders of looking for sponsors. But just imagine this: if this Metagross, if this Garchomp gets in close with Gardevoir Pikachu, what's next? What's next for Starlight Glimmer? Yeah, Blaziken is there, Slowbro is there, but, you know, single target for Slowbro only, and that's gonna cost. Maybe you could pin down one Pokemon from LFS, but there's too many. Yeah,
I agree. There are far too many Pokemon to worry about, so we'll have to leave it up to Starlight Glimmer. Maybe they can turn things around in the lanes, right? Again, we said this before, if they polish up the lanes, they have a lot of firepower, and they do have a great way at kiting away some of these melee Pokemon from looking for sponsor. If they lose the Torchic like this, though, that is not the start you want. And even Pikachu goes down in the bottom lane, eliminated by Mewtwo. Why? Starlight Glimmer, again, just getting pummeled in these lanes.
What is happening? Looking for sponsor, really looking strong at the first minute of the game. I understand why that Torchic was trying to score. They want the attack weight to stack up as early as they could. But what happens next? Yes, you did get that one stack from the attack weight, but the follow-up, it's not good. You get KO'd. No, definitely, that's an XP from the opposing team. And right now, what could they do in this situation? Yes,
this Metang.
That's Metang. They do get those Swablu and Altarias, but right now, this is a huge pressure for Starlight Glimmer, and they're going to be taking another KO, potentially two, but Miraneko is going to eject back all the way into their goal zone.
They even brought the Pikachu for this, and the fight basically ended by the time Pikachu got there, so having to teleport back home and head back into that bottom lane, this has just gone completely down south. And look, we're still seeing a fight happen. Curlier being knocked out here by this Metang and Wartortle duo. Even their central area isn't safe. Anywhere they roam, they just seem to be able to send Pokemon back to the Pokemon Center. And Mewtwo, he's pressuring Starlight Glimmer on their Speed Flux, and they can't do anything.
Oh wow, what a pressure. looking for sponsors, not letting Starlight Glimmer have a breathing room up until this point. Just take a look at the central area. There's too much pressure. There's 3 Pokemon from the opposing side.
They can't even get their buffs.
Of Pokemons. There's not enough room. There's no chance for Starlight Glimmer as of the moment for them to catch up in terms of XP, because looking for sponsors is just taking their resources, knocking them out every single fight, and scoring down in their goal zones. This is not looking great for Starlight Glimmer.
Oh, this is such a tough game for this Curlier because it was a central lane Curlier this game. Hoping to level up and hit that Gardevoir soon, but I just fear, you know, again, we're just seeing the snowball effect for looking for sponsor. Every move that they make, they just seem to be able to succeed in getting these knockouts, getting this experience, and accumulating such a lead that no matter what Starlight Glimmer does, no matter what they throw at them, there's just never enough damage. We do finally level up and hit that Gardevoir, but you're just level 7 and you're going up against a level 8 Metang, level 8 Mewtwo, level 9 Garchomp. Oh my gosh, this game. Looking for sponsor, I mean, it almost looks like it's in the bag already, but we can't say for sure, right? Because anything can happen.
Anything. As long as
but outrage.
Huge KO once again for looking for sponsor. Starlight Glimmer, on the other hand, wants to defend things down all the way into the top path. Computer Crush will be there, going to be jailing down the Slowbro, but there's actually an additional reinforcement that Hyperspace Hole will be giving back the Hoopa into the Pokemon Center, but not going to be quite enough in order for them to capitalize that Hyperspace Hole. But on the other hand, they got the KO up against that Blastoise, making sure that they somehow push back, looking for sponsors, and, you know, get some breeding room, get some wild Pokemons, but still not looking good for Starlight Glimmer overall.
Oh wow, Fairy Singularity just for the knockout on the Eldegoss. That just goes to show how desperate they are. Just trying to get these knockouts. Yeah, there's no supporter here to support the Metagross, but like who's gonna stop him? I just don't see anyone being able to get rid of this gosh darn Metagross. And with the help of Blastoise as well, I mean, you can see the Hooper, he was on a scouting mission, but he definitely sensed danger the moment he saw 2 Pokemon. Starlight Glimmer, I mean, they are hanging on, but they are hanging on by a thread.
Oh, and that's actually an additional buff and XP from looking for sponsors after they take down that Regice, that Hyperspace Hole. Oh, very unfortunate. Right now, that's another KO for looking for sponsors, and they're going to be chasing for more. That Hoopa was pinched down all the way from the rock off the central area. But on the other hand, that's a great KO as well coming in from the Slowbro. But there is another trade-off. Computer Crush, it would not land the way they wanted it to. But right now, Starlight Glimmer, they are so desperate to get the KOs that they need for an additional XP. But the Metagross with a 3 KO! That's huge for them!
We've seen so much Metagross dominance today, Yules. I think we've seen far too much of it. It's actually reached the point where it might be a little bit concerning. But look at this though. Oh my gosh, they almost had enough damage, but everyone's sent back by that Hoopa portal, so no follow-up damage to finish off and get those knockouts for Starlight Glimmer. Lecky gets secured there by the Garchomp, so that's going to be something to apply some pressure to that top lane to Starlight Glimmer. But look at this again, just sticking their nose into Starlight Glimmer's central area. They can't even get their own buffs.
Oh no, Starlight Glimmer, just 8 points on the bag. That Blastoise is going to surf in. Mirror gets caught up by those moves coming in from the Hoopa with the Rings Unbound. Right now, it's just more and more pressure. Blaziken with a sneak goal all the way into the bottom path, but the contribution is not that great in terms of numbers. So right now, they have to make something happen. They need to pick up someone for the KO, but right now, surfing away is going to be the key for looking for sponsors. Despite being aggressive, they don't want their opponent to get the KOs because they will be rewarded a lot of XP at this point.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like right now. Oh, that 4-man surf by the Blue! Nice! Setting up for the team, eliminates 2 right off the bat, and Starlight Glimmer again dismantled by looking for sponsor. What a serve!
You gotta get a sponsor for this team. They are just too good in this matchup. And they're going to be taking another objective at this point. Additional XP, health points regain. What a dominance we are seeing so far. Starlight Glimmer cannot get the resources that they need. And they need those Unite moves to charge up for the final stretch. But right now, look who's applying the pressure. It's going to be Starlight Glimmer. But on the other hand, looking for sponsors. Does want to force another team fight out there. They want to make sure that everyone is KO'd on the side of Starlight Glimmer whenever that Rayquaza appears in 23 seconds.
Okay, so 20 seconds before Rayquaza. Looking at the status for both of these teams, okay? Looking for sponsor, poised to take this game. But Starlight Glimmer, just looking at the status of their players so far, you can see they put everything onto Yuan's Blaziken. He's level 13, he's kept up with the enemy cores. If they can get them with the singularity like this, and both the Unites, comeback could happen!
The comeback could happen indeed, but right now there is 2 members left. We're looking for sponsors. Final stretch has already started. Can they get the steal? And it's not gonna happen. Starlight Glimmer is gonna be eyeing on the comeback. That telekinesis would land immediately all the way up against looking for sponsors. And right now they're gonna be dunking those 100 points. Just 110. Can they make it possible? Jump pad is gonna be there, not gonna be quite enough. It's a tie ball game, but not tie right now as like Glimmer is leading with 100 points. But looking for sponsors, still has a minute and 20 to make another flip for their team.
This game is not over yet, Yules, okay? The comeback replay has happened for Starlight Glimmer, but now is the time for the ultimate defense. If Blaziken can get rid of his Eldegoss, this could be key. But if they lose the Blaziken here, maybe this is where their defense comes crumbling. And looking for sponsor could still get that 2-0. 59 seconds to go. Unites are being deployed, but they are melting looking for sponsor. They are not going to get the 2-0 that they were looking for. Even after how they led this game, they look so dominant. But Starlight Glimmer, it all came down to that one choke point, that one bottleneck, the dream singularity of Starlight Glimmer's life. It landed, they dished out the damage, the bodies hit the floor, and the Rayquaza went to Starlight Glimmer. What a game 2!
Windstar, the MVP to extend the series. What a perfect utilization of the Unite move. There's no debate in this one. Windstar is the MVP in this game. For sure.
Absolutely. I wonder if this is going to be banned in that next game.
You have to respect that Unite move. That made everything crumble at the sight of looking for sponsor.
Jeez, I cannot get over that wombo combo. I mean,
Wow.
we're probably going to see it again during the highlights, and I want to see it. Like, just the setup. I wonder... I'm always going to wonder, because I'm not on these teams. I'm just kind of looking for sponsor here, because up until that point, they played remarkably. Their positioning was great. They were never really caught out. There were really never any openings for Windstar to hit that Dream Fairy singularity until that moment. Do you feel like, just with how looking for sponsor moved in the bushes there, do you think maybe they got a little bit too overzealous, too greedy, thinking that they may have had a much larger lead than they originally did? And maybe they thought that, oh, okay, the wombo combos, it's not going to knock us out because we're just innately tanky.
Yeah, and here's the thing, like, if everyone noticed, the level gap, it was really huge at the first, first 7 to 8 minutes of the game. But the moment the final stretch came up, last 3 minutes, it was already on par. It was very close. 2 levels gap is enough for you to take down your opponents, so as long as you have the right kit on your team. And that is what happened. They just made sure that they have to bait out looking for a sponsor in a single angle for that Unite move.
It was here. It was here. 4 Pokemon were caught in that. Anyone that wasn't there was the Garchomp, but that doesn't really matter, right? You got rid of 2 core Pokemon. There's no Eldegoss. Eldegoss didn't even get to use its Unite. Compute and Crash was also available still. Mewtwo Unite was still available. Like, they caught them with their pants down. Oh
They were
my gosh.
overwhelmed. They were surprised by the surprise attack. Looking for sponsors did not expect that setup. That's the range of a Gardevoir. That's the range that you have to be very careful, and you need that Garchomp for you to KO that Gardevoir who's just sitting at the back waiting for the perfect opportunity to contribute a lot in their team.
Yeah, it's just, oh, I can't believe it. It really just came down to like one moment. One moment, and Starlight Glimmer have pushed this game to a game 3. They are still alive, they are still well, and this was off the back of them having, look, let's be honest, they had a terrible game 2, right? They struggled. Yeah. But they were able to still make a comeback happen, landing the correct unites, stacking the right moves, and catching out the perfect Pokemon. So game 3, it can still go either way, and maybe, you know, this little boost of momentum, is this going to be where we start to see Starlight Glimmer really shine?
The respect ban, I love it from looking for sponsors. They have to make sure it doesn't happen again because it was their game that got taken away. But right now they're going to be getting Psyduck wide open. So I'm expecting that this is, you know, a possible result for another dominance, knowing that they have, probably the S tier supporter in the game.
And Starlight, look at the priority here for Starlight Glimmer. They say, we are going to pick our core Pokemon later. Let's get our defensive crew first. So Slowbro, Trooper, they've got their backbones ready. I really want to see what they're going to be pairing them up with. Are we going to be seeing what we've been picking these past couple of games? Is it going to be Pikachu again? Are we going to see more Blaziken? Or is Starlight Glimmer going to pull an ace out of the hat? Are they going to be like, hey, we can still play other Pokemon and we're ready to surprise you? Mirror highlighting? No, there's no way Zeraora is getting picked, right? Like, there's no way. But, okay, so different yellow Pokemon? No? Okay, Mewtwo, why?
I kind of miss Aurora, actually.
I think we all would have liked to have seen it,
yeah. Right? That was like remote stadium days.
Okay, so looking pretty solid here still for Starlight Glimmer. Blaziken, I think Yuan did great on the Blaziken this game. You know, he kept up in levels, he was still there to be the front lines, to also dive into the back. I like Miruneko being on the Mewtwo. Why? I think this is a fantastic Pokemon for him. Very solid, scales into the late game, but Windstar, okay? The hero of game 2, highlighting the Absol. Is Absol the play? We're going back to Talonflame! Oh my gosh, this is a signature Pokemon for this player. He played this last year and it actually surprised and caught a lot of teams off guard when it was allowed to go through.
Yeah, it's not just Windstar actually. When I was actually taking a look on what happened in day number 1, like in terms of the results of the matches, a lot of players are actually using Talonflame. So let's see what is going to be the level up here for Windstar on how can you use this Pokemon Talonflame into its maximum potential. I mean, there's no doubt Windstar is a great Talonflame player, but there is a level up for sure because that was a very long time ago. That was a year to be specific. So we're going to be seeing it in action for game number 3.
Talonflame. I'm just, okay. Looking at the team comp, I'm kind of thinking, okay, what's the goal for the Talonflame? Because there's a reason why this Pokemon is just a very niche pick. It's not unpopular, it is niche. It does several things really well, and then it really struggles in a lot of other departments. Firstly, super squishy. It is agile, great Pokemon to go for those backline scores, can be really annoying with Fly if you're trying to pick off some of those backline attackers and supporters, but if you sneeze on it, it's gone, okay?
Yeah, it's gone.
This is a Pokemon, you breathe on it, and it gets knocked out. Any kind of disable effectively shuts it down. So for Windstar, I want to know what the build is, you know? Is it going to be the classic build with Fly, or is he going to go hardcore and maybe do some Brave Bird shenanigans?
Oh, it's going to be very difficult to pull off a Brave Bird up until this point, especially on a competitive setting. So for now, I think it would be Fly, but we never know what's in the mind of Windstar as of this moment. So right now, looking for sponsor, still the classic play that they have been doing since game number 1, you know, the aggressive start. but there's actually a great trade coming from Starlight Glimmer compared to what we've seen in games number 1 and 2.
If the lanes turn out good in this game, I actually think this is going to shake looking for sponsor. Because they've spent the last 2 games stomping Starlight Glimmer in the laning stage. But look, we've got Fletchinder on the field here. Windstar is there, and I'm not sure if Garo has spotted him out as of yet. They probably have, so they are aware that the Fletchinder is here. They even bring in the Psyduck, so numbers advantage is looking in favor of looking for sponsor. Starlight Glimmer, though, are they aware of this? They know that there are 4 Pokemon, and the stun! They caught the Fletchinder, but maybe that was actually a good thing, because all of a sudden, Windstar, he got stunned. He was able to get one out of there. No knockouts, but we are seeing some scores happen now for looking for sponsor.
Acrobatics is not going to be the value that they want it to be. But right now, for sponsors, they're attempting to score all the way into the goal zone of Starlight Glimmer, and they will be successful up until this point. The Pisterio is applying more pressure the way they used to during games number 1 and 2, but this is much more of a disciplined one.
Yeah, we do have a bit of an invade happening here by looking for sponsor. They have the Psyduck, the Metang, and the Eldegoss in Starlight Glimmer's central area. They ran into the Slowbro though, so no easy knockouts as of yet. Central area though, we do see the Serena stealing away all of the wild Pokemon and almost taking out Windstar with it as well. Ends up getting picked up by the Mew.
Oh wow, and look at this pressure from looking for sponsors. They have to make sure that they are the dominant team here, but I love how Starlight Glimmer is playing as of the moment. I mean, they're still losing in terms of XP. That's 2 levels gap, but at the same time, they are more disciplined when it comes to defense and offense. So they have to make sure, get those levels up and going, and, go for the flip once again if they really cannot go head-to-head in the laning phase of this matchup.
Yeah, and is that Brave Bird? It is Brave Bird for Windstorm. So I want to know, what is the play here? Is this just to go throw some big damage? Is it maybe to try and jump into the back lines? We'll find out in just a second with Windstar, because he is struggling going up against that Serena in the top lane. One of the disadvantages of going for Brave Bird is every time you use it, you're going to hurt yourself, and up against a Serena, it's not an ideal target at all. Looks like Chi has been caught on out there by looking for sponsor, but will be safe, thankfully, thanks to that portal. Serena getting a free Regieleki in the top lane, but Starlight Glimmer, they have their full roster here, and they really want this Reggie steal. It's an attack buff. The portal is there. Hooper about to go down. They will be able to survive. But look at the damage, though. Looking for sponsors, slowly being chipped, but Windstar is down. So is the Slowbro. Blaziken's the next one to follow. And maybe the Mewtwo can save this. Hooper's still here. They need to heal. They will go back in time. But it resets the Reggie steal.
But right now, it's going to be looking for Sponsor, who has the upper hand in taking down the Registeel. Despite Starlight Glimmer avoided being knocked out, it was a total win still for looking for sponsors. And right now, I do feel like Starlight Glimmer, the reason why Windstar did go for the Brave Bird is that they want that hyperspace hole be prepared whenever that Brave Bird lands immediately. So damage-wise, it's going to be good, and at the same time, they could just go back into the base with the hyperspace hole. So you just have to be very careful with the timing, and they have to make sure that those Brave Birds would hit those opponents that they want to hit.
Yeah, I mean, ideal targets, Eldegoss, Mew, right? These are the 2 Pokemon you want to be jumping on top of if you're Brave Birding in. Looks like Hooper almost getting caught out there by the Serena. Will be able to hop on over the wall. But now Starlight Glimmer back in a very defensive position. There's no Blaziken, but look at the dives! They delete this poor bird, leaving the rest of the team open, exposed. It's just the defensive crew. Slowbro being pushed out of his own goal zone, having to eject back. I mean, Blaziken has come back as well, but against 4 Pokemon, I don't see any knockout potential.
And this is going to be very tough. The lead is getting bigger and bigger, actually, if you're looking for sponsor. You know, in terms of score, in terms of the stacks on your items, in terms of everything, they are on the lead. But we've seen this in game number 2. Starlight Glimmer is just looking for a potential flip up until this point, but Regieleki back on top here. The first sponsor could actually secure it if they really want to up until this point, but they are just applying more pressure and pressure up against Starlight Glimmer.
And again, just a familiar scenario for anyone that has been following this series from game number 1. Looking for sponsor, massive point lead, huge domination, having secured both of the tier 1 goal zones from Starlight Glimmer, having a lot of the map control, and even getting that Regieleki up top. I mean, we've got a Reggie spawning in that bottom lane in just a second, and it's the Regi, so this one is only really there for experience. Does Starlight Glimmer still want to commit for this? It doesn't look like that's the case. I think Hooper's just sort of scouting out to see who's there. But look at that, the Unite to guarantee the pick up onto that Hooper. Oh my goodness. So again, looking for sponsor, just accruing a massive lead. But Starlight Glimmer, what is your ace in the hole this game? Because this time you don't have a Fairy Singularity and a Thunderstorm to fall back to. You're now running a Talon Flame. You've got a Blaziken. You've decided to pair this up with the Slowbro and the Mewtwo Y. What's the wombo combo here that saves them?
Quite curious as well. What's going to be their last resort up until this point? But Rings and Battle was actually pop off at this point in time. 3 minutes. You don't want to use your Unite moves because it would cost a lot of time. Specifically, the looking for sponsors, it's taking away all of their resources, all of their wild Pokemon. So it would take a lot of time for them to get back their Unite move.
Oh boy. Starlight Glimmer just trying to suck up as much experience as they can before it gets stolen away by looking for sponsor. Same scenario, Yules, right? Everyone on Starlight Glimmer is unfortunately very behind in levels, but we have Blaziken at 13. So keeping up with the core Pokemon and looking for sponsor. The thing is though, it's just the setup is not the same, you know? You're running a completely, vastly different lineup compared to game number 1. Are you hoping to steal Rayquaza? Are you trying to maybe just go for those back caps? Because if you're looking to back cap, I think you need to start back capping now because it'll be a little bit too late when Rayquaza is up. But even Windstar, he's struggling to find those openings himself to try and go for the back caps. But we've got 10 seconds to go. Everyone's in position. Starlight Glimmer, if you have an ace up your sleeve, you need to have it ready and on standby now.
Uh-oh, not looking good for the Hoopa. They have to go back as fast as they can. But look at the defense. Look at the Metagross actually zoning down everyone at the side of Starlight Glimmer. They are not letting this team advance even further all the way to the Rayquaza. But look at this Blaziken trying to brawl on it out of this arena. But there is too much support from looking for sponsor. Right now, Rings Unbound is already available. The Infinite Cyber as well is going to be doing a lot of crowd control. But the follow-up is too good for looking for sponsor. But the Mystical Mirage waits to send the will be landed as well in order to take down that Slowbro. And it is just 2 members left. 1 member left. It's just the Mewtwo who doesn't even have the Mega Evolution to deal more damage. And right now, Eyes of the Prize looking for sponsor is going to be taking down this Rayquaza. But what a nice crowd control from the Psyduck so that Mewtwo will not get in touch with it for a potential steal. And looking for sponsors right now, they're just going to be scoring tons of points.
To score those points, secure that upper bracket match, and say goodbye to Starlight Glimmer as they send them down into the lower bracket after a Game 2 scare, having a reverse Rayquaza steal, a Fairy Singularity swipe away at game number 2. But I think ultimately, looking for sponsor, they felt safe just running this draft back, especially with how Starlight Glimmer decided to draft into this final game, right? They came back because they had a wombo combo lineup. They had all of their Unites line up perfectly. Whereas you have a look at what they have available here, it's kind of weird, right? It's a bit of a convoluted draft where they want to do a lot of these little skirmishes. They want to kind of win based off of raw damage. But last time we knew this didn't happen. It was, game number 1 was a very good example of how that sort of turned out.
Yeah. But yeah, at the end of the day, looking for sponsor would be the dominant team here. But, you know, it's just very an overwhelming game, actually. Starlight Glimmer, they did a nice flip, but what's next when they don't have the card to block? That's the biggest question, right?
Yeah, it almost felt like the Guardy ban. It's probably the death sentence for this team, because that Gardevoir Wombo combo, like, it was perfect. There was a lot of synergy there, especially between Gardevoir and Pikachu. AoE, damage, damage amplification, which I think was probably even the most important thing of that combo and the reason why it worked. Whereas for this, it was really just all over the place. And were they trying to go for back caps? We didn't see back caps. Were they trying to go for the little fights? They didn't really have a chance to do that because looking for sponsor, this is a team that groups up. They don't go for these little silly fights unless they have backup available. Like, if you're looking for a team that makes mistakes, okay, this is a team looking for sponsors, not looking for mistakes.
Yeah, and definitely their teamwork is in top notch. We've seen at least 3 set of matches actually for today because we were able to see EDM and from the winning teams, we've seen top notch teamwork. Every team that is winning so far. So that was make upper semifinals a little bit confusing and at the same time interesting. Like, what is gonna happen next? Talon versus Kod Fibonacci, Blacklist versus looking for sponsors. For sure, there will be a game number 3, but I'm not quite sure yet because these teams might be holding back, might be having some pressure at the same time, so no one knows what will happen next.
Well, I think the big question mark now is, what does Blacklist look like? Because we didn't even get to see what Blacklist looked like, right?
Saw them, right?
Yeah, so they got the default win, and so they, at least for them, you know, they have a glimpse of what they're going up against with looking for sponsor. But I'm expecting some really fun matches coming up next in the upper bracket because we are going to be continuing our upper bracket run with the next matchup, which I think some people might even call this like the grand final matchup already. the teams that are playing, but I am so hyped for it. It is not funny.
Yeah, and this would look like an open qualifier because this team has been going head to head in their respective region. You know, Kod Fibonacci and Talon is going to be our upcoming matchup for upper bracket semifinals. So then right after that, we'll be having Blacklist International up against looking for sponsors. So trainers who's watching, don't go away. Pokemon Unite Winter Tournament will be right back in just 5 minutes. Mga kababayan sa Pilipinas, ito na ang pinakayantay yung laban. It's going to be Talon up against Kod Fibonacci, of course, in our winter tournament. Upper bracket semifinals, still PKOs. And Daniely, andang ibigay ang action sa inyo mga kababayan ko. But Daniely, how are you feeling for this matchup?
So I'm feeling great. To anyone that is a little bit confused about the opening, we have a Titan matchup between two giant Filipino teams. It's super, super exciting. I know we have a lot of Filipinos tuning into the broadcast today, so it only made sense that we had to welcome you guys extra, because this is probably one of the best matchups that's going to happen today. We've seen both of these teams play their opening matches today. They played picture perfect. And I want to see what kind of matches we're going to get if these two teams play perfect against each other. But as we get ready for that matchup, folks, we do want to remind you we still have our viewer giveaway that's going to be happening today. Now, the graphic is going to be a bit confusing, so just an FYI here, the 9 prizes on the right, we are not going to be giving those away today. We have been giving those away in our previous weeks. The prize that we're going to be giving away today are the tickets to the ACL finals in Japan. Yes, we're going to be finding our winner today, and to enter that, you guys need to find out what the secret word is. And every broadcast, we have shown one letter of the secret word. We haven't shown that letter yet today, so make sure you stick around and wait for the reveal of that final letter so you're able to get your submissions in. But if you haven't entered yet at all, you can still enter. Go back to all the previous broadcasts, collect the letters, discover the word, and make sure you enter, because we're announcing our winner today. It's going to be super exciting, and congratulations to whoever gets it, because it's a fully funded trip to Japan, flights, accommodation, and you get to attend the grand finals live in Shinjuku Sumitomo Building, Triangle Square in Tokyo, this March 29th to 30th, which is the grand final dates for the Pokémon Unite ACL 2025 grand final. Super excited, really looking forward to seeing you guys there, but exciting times ahead as we get ready for this upcoming matchup.
I'm actually laughing right now. I'm actually, we do have a Discord community in the Philippines wherein, Pokemon Unite players are gathered up, and there were actually, notifications popping up on my end, and they were guessing the secret word already without getting the last letter. Guys, you have to be very careful, because this is not like first come, first served basis. It's a raffle we're talking about. Be careful on your entries.
Yeah, be careful. If you get the wrong word, then your entry doesn't count anyway. So that's pretty devastating. Please be careful, okay? If you need to, stick around and just find out what the word is, okay? Don't get ahead of yourself. Or if you do want to get ahead of yourself, just wanted to let you know, if you guys have not been keeping up with the news, Suicune is going to be joining Pokemon Unite later this year. I'm not sure if it's going to drop on Pokemon Day. I actually think it will. So we've got another legendary coming in, and this Pokemon has some really cold secrets.
Oh yeah, really excited on what are those cold secrets, on what's gonna happen next. And for sure, we do have a lot of secrets as well for our upcoming matchup. Again, here is our updated bracket. So Team K and SSY will be having their games off stream. Same thing with EDM and Starlight Glimmer. But for our broadcast matchup, we do have Talon and Kod Fibonacci right now, who's going to be featured very shortly. And then upcoming next is going to be Blacklist International up against Looking for a Sponsor. So we are seeing 3 Filipino teams on the upper bracket and 1 team from South Korea.
Yeah, so, well, looks like game number 1 is underway here. Yours, Talon is going to be on the left-hand side, and Kod Fibonacci will be on the right-hand side. So first pick is going to go to Talon. What is on the agenda? Get rid of the Metagross. I totally agree with this ban. The Filipino teams have just been absolute monsters with this Pokemon, but the respect ban.
Oh yeah. They saw game number 1 for
They're like, RBX? No.
Oh,
No, over you.
ban it away, but this is making things quite clear for Talon. They are leaving that Hoopa wide open. But mind to tell you, Kai is not playing, and Kai is their signature Hoopa player. So I kind of understand why they're not banning it away, which leaves it to the Psyduck pick from RBX.
And this is equally scary because Psyduck, even though it's received a couple of nerfs in the latest update, I still feel like this Pokemon just provides too much utility to its team. Like, it's still too good. So it's very hard to pass up. And I mean, it's kind of equivalent to Umbreon, right? Like, both of these Pokemon, they serve similar roles. They're very great at disrupting your opponents in particular. So, you know, they're kind of equal in terms of priority. And Umbreon's going to go onto the other side, it looks like. So Fibonacci will get their hands on the Umbreon. But Zacian is appearing today. We've seen this Pokemon banned a lot, but because we've had some respect bans coming through from Talon and Fibonacci, the doggo finally is going to be in the hands of Fibonacci. Really keen to see how this Pokemon plays out for them, as Hoopa will be the healing support on the side of Talon, followed by Serena, a queen that has still dominated the game even though she's received a nerf.
Oh yeah, I mean, we've seen the value of the Serena in terms of, you know, canceling those Unite moves a while ago by utilizing the Queen's Ascendant. I feel like
survivability as well.
Yeah, that is what Lance is trying to do as of the moment. But right now, the damage is looking promising. At the side of Kod Fibonacci, they have Zacian, they have the Urshifu, same thing with the Inteleon. So what could be their response here for Talon? I feel like it's going to be Mewtwo, simply because they want to offer the same kit that Inteleon has as of the moment. And yes, it will be together with that Surlich.
I feel like they really needed to have the Mewtwo Y on their side, right? They need the damage, but they also need to have some backline divers. So Cerulege is going to be a great choice here. Theme might want to stay a little further back, especially if he does catch wind of Sync 1. RBX would be an issue as well. Darkrai! Darkrai is finally making an appearance here at the Winter Tournament, and it's going to be TBD that plays it.
Darkrai support TBD! Are you kidding me? It's a support!
Okay. I know a lot of people are going to have questions, okay? I'm going to pick your brain. What does a Darkrai support provide to the team? Like, what are you really looking for in its kit that would make it valuable as a support?
Oh yeah, I mean, here's the thing, like, if you have that support in Darkrai, you want to make sure that you make everyone asleep. That's your job. That's your job. Make everyone asleep.
Sing lullabies.
Yeah, right? They sing lullaby, and that Inteleon would just snipe shot you, and then they're going to be sent back into the Pokemon Center immediately. That is going to be the concept of Kod Fibonacci as of the moment. So the thing is, Talon has a Hoopa, alright? They have a Hoopa. So if someone falls asleep, that Hyperspace Ult is going to be ready, and they're just going to be sent back into the Pokemon Center in a good way, right? In a good way. So the question is, can Kod Fibonacci pull off this risk? Because we've seen an Espeon support a while ago by Talon. Can they pull off the same concept that Talon is trying to do by using this Darkrai support?
I just want to see this in action. I just need to see how this is going to work in game, because I don't think it would have occurred to anybody to be like, hey guys, let's try Darkrai support. Like, if you want to put someone to sleep, I think most people would assume, you know, like Wigglytuff. It does make a little bit more sense, but yeah, who knows, you know, maybe this works out and all of a sudden Darkrai support ends up being a thing in Pokemon Unite. But the lanes are underway here, as we've got Darkrai supporting Zacian in that top lane. But down bottom, though, we do see Ulap getting pressured there by the Mewtwo Y. Thankfully finds a bush in time, so can get away. But this duo down here from Talon, they're causing a lot of issues down here. And especially with an Urshifu, who's still a Cubfu. There's going to be no support for quite a while.
Oh yeah, and here's the thing, like, Kod Fibonacci, they want to get that advantage as well in terms of the laning in top path, because they know that this Darkrai could actually put up a lot of pressure in this team who's actually not a Serena yet. So I think that is their primary goal here in order to be, you know, dominant in the top half. But right now, look at the dominance here coming in from Talon, and they get a KO. Zacian taken down, and multiple scores are landing in on their side. 60 points in the bank. So easy, so quick for Talon. And right now, Kod Fibonacci, they need more vision and control in this game.
I mean, I feel like they need a lot more than just that, right? They need stability. They need someone that's going to be able to hold the fort down in that mid game. And unfortunately, it sort of came a little bit too late, right? Because you've had this Kubfu, who was your central laner. Unfortunately, it was Kubfu for a little bit too long, meaning that this top lane just wasn't as strong as it would have liked to have been. If they had someone a little bit quicker, maybe if they even brought in some support from that bottom lane to give them the numbers advantage, maybe that's what they were kind of needing, you know, to get that level advantage and hopefully just to kind of keep them in, because we see Urshifu getting eliminated by a 3-man rotation here by Talon. And Fibonacci, I mean, there's only so much that they could do on their goal zone, but look at this Umbreon. They can't even move.
Uh-oh, this is not the Ulap that we've seen on the upper bracket a while ago. Talon so far dominating this matchup. 8 points away for the 100 points. And this is just pure pressure that they are actually experiencing up against Talon. They want to force things out, but nothing is happening on their side.
No, they just don't have anything that's giving them any meaningful damage in that bottom lane. And what's worse is the fact that because Inteleon hasn't evolved, you're still a Drizzile, and you're defending, you're not gaining any experience. You're basically hard capped at level 6, so you're not providing any benefits to your team. And even then, your Zacian is about to go get knocked out in that top lane. They are going to continue this fight though, but TBD on this Darkrai, managing to escape in a bush. Do they have the damage to maybe turn it around? Zacian is there. Sacred Sword, big damage numbers. They lose the Zacian, but in exchange for that Psyduck, another 2 Pokemon go down. Serena for Darkrai. So 2 for 2 exchange in that top lane. If they can get another exchange, that would be fantastic. But Urshifu forced to use the Wicked Blow to avoid the disable, but look how weak they are.
Oh no, this is not looking good for the side of Fibonacci, but they are slowly but surely bouncing back up against their competitor, which is Talon. So Talon right now, what they have to do is apply more pressure, and at the same time, aside from applying that pressure, they need to maintain their position, because there are times that they actually overextend, and that's actually a thing that you don't want to happen up until this point.
Another thing you don't want to have happen is your casters coming back to the screen. We do want to apologize for the technical mishap, so we are actually having this fixed. We don't know what the issue is at this point of time, but hopefully we will be able to jump back into the game, guys. So super sorry about that. Here we go. We are back into this game, and it looks like not much has really changed, unfortunately. Talon's still leading with 185 points. Code Unknown Fibonacci still struggling to score anything in this game. And the level gap between these two teams is still continuing to rise. No Pokemon have hit level 10 yet on Fibonacci, whereas for Talon, they're sitting on 2 10s and an 11 after a bloodbath of a laning stage.
And this is actually not looking great for Kod Fibonacci, because their held items, their stacking items are not being utilized because of their scoreless. They are scoreless as of the moment, so that's a huge challenge for them. And Talon keeps on applying the pressure. Mega Evolution, but gets caught up by the Ignite move of the Darkrai. Worst nightmare for their attacker. And right now, Kod Fibonacci is looking for a room for them to get this bottom lane objective, but RBX is still applying the pressure up against Mithril. There goes the rings and bound, sending down the reinforcements of Talon, and this is just a phenomenal amount of damage. Sync wall, and they do get this objective. Regirock, additional defense for their team, and they will take the resources as well in the central area.
So unfortunate for Code Unknown Fibonacci, because I did see most of their players hanging around the Reggie, charging, trying to get that final strike on the Reggie, so that even though they get knocked out, they get the experience, but they just get knocked out too little, too early before the Reggie was within last hit range. So for Talon to be able to not only get the knockouts and to get the steal, you've effectively denied Fibonacci from any kind of comeback. And so to get the Regieleki as well, Just pure map control coming out here from Talon. Just really stopping Fibonacci from really doing anything. We have our first score coming in by Ulap. The rest of the team is going to follow, but they have to deal with this Reggie Alecki as well. They're going to send the Urshifu in by himself, but without his team, look how much damage it's taking.
Oh, that's a beautiful side strike as well, being able to provide a crowd control for Talon. But right now, Kod Fibonacci is not done yet, but very unfortunate. Misril will be taken down in the process as well. It's just Zation that is left on their side. Great utilization of Hyperspace Hole in order to force things down for Zashin to overextend by just a little. That is what Talon needed to successfully take down the KO.
And again, Talon just pushing this lead further and further ahead. Level 15 on this Ceruledge. He is maxed out with 3 minutes to go. It just goes to show how fed this Ceruledge is and how deadly he's going to be for the next 3 minutes. I think anyone he jumps on top of, that's going to be almost an instant knockout for Talon. So Kod and Fibonacci have to be extremely careful with who they reveal in these fights. And if, for example, the Inteleon gets exposed a little bit too soon and he gets jumped on by the Ceruledge, say goodbye to your attacker because there's nothing in the world that's going to save him.
Oh yeah, there's no one gonna be saving you out there, but that's an additional defense for Talon, making sure that their investment for the final stretch would be better up against.
Oh no, Darkrai!
So will sacrifice rather those goals that happen in the top path. Yes, the score differential is getting closer and closer, but in terms of the overall objective and impact, Talon is looking great. This Inteleon team needs to step up those snipe shots in order for them to deploy a lot of damage.
Oh my gosh!
Give me the starting point up with the rings and bounds there. Actually, but who is going to be the next one? Lance was isolated immediately by the worst nightmare, but they took down as well that Darkrai. 4 members was taken down in the process for Kod Fibonacci and Talon. They're gonna be securing this Rayquaza and eventually this game.
Yeah, I feel bad for this Darkrai, you know, because you use Worst Nightmare and you use it on Lance, and I think Lance ended up being his worst nightmare in that particular matchup. I mean, it was a great idea, right? To isolate the Serena and basically to leave the rest of the team open so that the rest of Kod Fibonacci could try to finish them off, but I really felt like it was really too little, too late. This team needed more resources to really come online and to be able to get those very crucial pickoffs on those core Pokemon for Talon. I mean, everyone was still healthy. Even after Lance came back and he got the knockout onto Darkrai, like, they wiped the team and Talon was just walking as if nothing happened at all. I mean, this was a tough game one, to be honest, right? Like, Kod Fibonacci, they tried something different. They tried to go for support Darkrai. We didn't really see much happen. We saw, I think, was it two worst nightmares so far? Or maybe 3, I'm not sure if we saw a third, but we definitely saw 2. And it didn't really impact the game as much as maybe we expected it to. You know, to be able to isolate someone so the rest of your team can fight, but to be this far behind, maybe you needed something else instead of that Darkrai.
Oh, and with that, Talon is going to be the stronger team, at least for game number 1. And I do agree on you. I really do agree. Because this Darkrai, it's a phenomenal Pokemon, but the way Kod Fibonacci use it as of the moment, it's not on its maximum potential yet. And, you know, this would somehow leave a question mark on their team. Should we repeat our composition in game number 2? Or let's stick to the more traditional format wherein we're going to be having supporters, we're going to be having defenders, instead of a speedster who can act as a supporter. That's a big question mark, right?
I think there are 2 pivots I could probably look at here for this team comp. Either you swap out Darkrai and you go back to standard, defender.
Right, standard, right?
Alternatively, I feel like the Urshifu in this game, it was Mithril, I think that was piloting that Pokemon. He, unfortunately, as that Urshifu, he came online a little bit too late. And Cerulege was already basically hounding their lanes. And by the time Urshifu really became a factor, he wasn't able to provide anything for the team. Like, we didn't see any meaningful knockouts, any meaningful pushes. It all just sort of happened too late. And so, because of how late everything came online early on, they just sort of let Talon run them over. And we've seen what happened in their first matchup, right? You let Talon run you over, they're not going to hit the brakes. They're just going to keep on going. They're going to keep on hitting that acceleration and go faster and faster. And either you keep up, or they're going to leave you behind. And clearly we can see here that Fibonacci, the team just got left behind.
Yeah, it's just there, doing the damage. You're just doing the damage. But the conversion, it's not present for Mithril. So yeah, do agree on you as well that they do have to change their all-rounder, or you know, they can still go for it and have those kind of executions. So right now there's a big challenge for Kod Fibonacci because it did not work the way they wanted it to. And I just scrolled back immediately on the composition of Talon. There's no need actually for you to force out that Urshifu, because in terms of defense and special defense, there's nothing much for Talon. It's all about sustain.
It is. They have sustain, they have resets. I think that's one of the things you kind of have to remember going up against that Hooper. Having the portal means that you're going to be able to reset, come back at full health, and then you have to chip their health down all over again. So it's really difficult if you're not able to run a comp that can sort of pop these Pokemon, or the classic counter to Hooper comps was to pick teams or Pokemon that were able to take advantage of grouped up Pokemon trying to use a Hooper portal, which back in the day, it used to be Dodrio. You see Pokemon waiting to teleport out, you triple trample the knock up. This is a mechanical thing for newer players. If you get knocked up during the Hooper portal when it ports you out, you don't get teleported. You need to be grounded.
Oh yeah.
So any kind of knock-up completely destroys the Hooper comps, which is why it kind of fell off back in the day, because people kept playing against it and they kind of got used to it. And so obviously when Blissey came back, when Fable came back, Umbreon became more of that support healer, Hooper disappeared, and I think teams kind of forgot how to play against Hooper. Or in the case of maybe Fibonacci, maybe they just don't feel very polished playing up against a Hooper.
Oh yeah, and knowing that Talon is, you know, one of the teams that could actually utilize this Hoopa on its maximum potential, it's really huge, right? It's really huge. So they really have to, you know, some sort respect that, but they want to respect as well the other picks of Talon. So, Kod Fibonacci, they're having a hard time on what to take away at the side of Talon, because Talon has been in the scene for so much time already. I mean, Kod as well, they have been there for quite some time. But in terms of experience and exposure, Talon has experienced way more compared to Kod, which makes it difficult for Kod because Talon is, you know, showing something that maybe they haven't seen yet in a competitive setting.
Well, I mean, Fibonacci tried to do something that we've never seen before, and that didn't work, right? So sometimes, like, element of surprise, it can definitely be a contributing factor, but I think it also requires you to be able to execute this, like, very niche, brand new, untested strategy. Now, speaking of untested, okay, we are going to be seeing the return of Metagross. This was banned in game number 1, and for Fibonacci, they get their hands on it. It's going to be Mithril that pilots this, and obviously he's going to be thrilled because the Filipinos love to play their Metagross. But they have given away 2 massive Pokemon to Talon. You've given away Blissey, and you've given away Umbreon. So what is the play here for Fibonacci? After giving away, I want to say, 2 S-tier support defenders, what are you picking next? Because these don't look like support and defenders to me, okay? I'm seeing a Dodrio and I'm seeing a Tinkaton.
I mean, definitely wouldn't be, but Buzzwole, we've seen IC a while ago did a huge play with this Buzzwole, so I feel like, you know, they want to make it happen again. That's why we really must respect IC with this pickoff. So really understandable. TBD with a Hoopa, they actually denied pick Talon up until this point. So actually, it wasn't a denied pick because Junior absent and then RBX was the first one to lock it in. So it wasn't a denied pick, but right now it's looking, it looks like Kod Fibonacci is Talon a while ago in terms of draft. in terms of draft.
I mean, if it works, it works, right? I don't think I'm going to complain if it works. The final draft here for Fibonacci, so pretty well rounded. Lots of frontline. They've got the resets with the Hooper, and they have Espeon as their backline attacker, also providing some disable with the Psychic Solaire. But Talon, they've got Serena and Ceruledge, two very scary backline divers that an Espeon should be terrified of. They've got a Mewtwo that's going to be dishing out damage, and let's not forget, all of these Pokemon are going to be getting the support of a Blissey. With the threat of a Bliss Assist, especially with how much Lance and Sync-1 love to dive, I hope Fibonacci is ready to go bowling, because you do not want to be bowling pins in this game of bowling.
Oh yeah, you really don't want to. You really don't want that one to happen, but Kod Fibonacci, on the other hand, they have an Espeon, but it's not a supporter Espeon, it is an attacker Espeon. So probably this would be a stored power, because we've been seeing a lot of, you know, teams out there who really prioritize sure hit moves compared to like an area of effect. So like that will be the case here for the Espeon, but they do have a phenomenal defender as well, which is the Snorlax. Probably a Heavy Slam and Yawn would be their composition, because if it's going to be blocked, basically that Ceruledge could just, you know, just Phantom Force in, just Flame Charge in, and, you know, take down the attackers as much as possible. But if you do Heavy Slam with Yawn, we can make that Ceruledge or Serena fall asleep, and it's just a follow-up damage for Kod Fibonacci up until this point.
Look, the game started. It's time to go, Yules. Let's see if Code Unknown Fibonacci will be able to pull this to a game 3, or is Talon going to continue with their clean 2-0 streak today, because they've already started strong, both of these teams starting strong 2-0, and unfortunately somebody in this set is going to go down to that lower bracket. And at the moment, bottom lane being terrorized by this Mewtwo while on the side of Talon.
RBX. Uh-oh.
Too many points. Too many points.
7 points.
He got babysat.
Yeah, gets KO'd immediately. But right now, Dylan is also doing the same, but not going to be quite enough to take down Ulap, as that true points landed immediately on their favor. But have to be very careful as of the moment, because those tackles might be available anytime soon. And Steam, the moment he evolves, it will be a different story for the bottom path while not having an access to that Umbreon.
Yeah, up top it looks like it's going to be 6 Pokemon up here, so 3v3 fighting for the Swablu and Altaria, and the Metang just comes in, sweeps them all up. Now, they do get the first evolution there onto the Steedy, so hopefully they'll be able to turn things around, because Code and Fibonacci, they're trying to fight on that goal zone. They pull back Lance, but it's going to come at the cost of one of their Pokemon, maybe? Nope, they do score. So Fibonacci coming out on top in that top lane skirmish. Ceruledge, unfortunately, just not able to do enough, especially with the fact that Serena needs to be fully evolved to be fully committable to these fights.
Yeah. And so far, it's looking good for Kod Fibonacci. They are having a great start as of the moment, so just have to maintain this one. First 2 minutes, it's looking good for them. But if Talon, you know, gets an opening up against them, it will be really difficult for them to bounce back. But right now, we're looking good so far. Somehow made it a win towards Talon. But I love how Kod Fibonacci is trying to challenge Talon little by little.
I think we have to challenge them, because one of the things that makes Talon so strong is you let this team snowball and things just go down south. They know how to capitalize on leads. So Fibonacci, being the proactive ones themselves, really love this move for them to be able to challenge Talon and take them out of that comfort zone. Looks like they managed to catch out the Blissey there. It's going to be Safeguard that's the build. It's not going to be soft-boiled. And that's going to be the support done and dusted. We do have the Umbreon coming through. Mewtwo Y just pelting out damage with those basic attacks. But they do get the reset in there for Fibonacci. They're going to back out. The Tang taking a lot of damage. The commitment's there. Triple Axel coming out from the Serena as well. They do get the Metang. Big target, but the reset's going to be there for Fibonacci. And I do suspect they're going to abandon that. Do not go back to that portal. But the defense continues. Got a couple of scores here for Talon. And it looks like they won't overstay their welcome. They're going to back out.
Oh yeah, they had to back away immediately up until this point. Teleport back plus the side strike is going to hit it. But the prioritization in Reggie is looking good for Kod Fibonacci. But on the other hand, Registeel for a Talon. That is so phenomenal. Computer Crush was able to take down Junior Absent in the process. But
Metagross.
Good still. Talon, what can you do? They took down the Metagross, but Quintessent will be there as well to take down both.
Fibonacci are falling!
Fibonacci, one by little, are falling back, falling down. It's gonna be the block, actually not the yawn, but could they make this work? Actually not. Talon would take advantage of it, and that is a score goal zone for Talon.
They're going to get the goal zone, and they're also going to send Reggie Alecki to threaten that tier 2 goal zone in the top lane as well. So that's going to give them some room, grab some wild Pokemon, and also draw some attention away from Code Unknown Fibonacci, because after that failed fight, I mean, I think it's a great decision to abandon there, because if you kept throwing bodies, you'd just be giving more and more experience away. Just play catch up, grab those wild Pokemon. Very, very sneaky steal there. They tried to go for that steal back, as it looks like the Metagross just sort of running into 3 Pokemon, but thankfully it was the Metagross. If it was anyone else, there's probably going to be a fainted Pokemon.
Oh yeah, fainted Pokemon. Icy not looking good up until this point. That's a free KO for Talon. Kod Fibonacci had a great start, but little by little, they are not holding tight on the lead that they actually built a while ago. And Talon, they're just making things work on their favor.
Look, it's Talon, okay? This is a team that they have a plan A, B, C, and D, okay? That is how well prepared this team is. So even though things can get a little rough every now and again, they do know what to do next if one plan sort of falls on through. Now, speaking of plans, they were planning to try and get rid of that Metagross. I think if they got the knockout there, that would have just been it. That would have been the go call for Talon to just overwhelm Fibonacci. Now, Icy needs to be careful. He does get a berry thanks to that Hooper. The Hooper has to make sure he does not get knocked out, because you need to have access to those resets. And Unite's been used, Computer Crush. Big one there as well. You've caught the supports. There's going to be no Bliss Assist at all. Need to Unite as well to follow on through. They're on top of the Regirock. It's a defensive buff. This Snorlax is going to go down. Doesn't even get to connect this Disable. And that's going to be Talon securing the Regirock for the team. Big old defensive buff. If they want to do anything now, it's the perfect time to do so. But they've stolen away what could have been comeback experience from Fibonacci.
Oh wow, what a perfect timing to deploy the shield for the safeguard in order to, safeguard the health points of Junior Absent and avoid being fainted all the way from that team fight. So right now, Kod Fibonacci, they had something in exchange out of that Regirock, but still the objective lands into Talon. So they have to burn down the effects of that Regirock up until this point, because it will be really difficult for them to go head-on, knowing that they have consistent damage as well. Talon looking great.
Talon looking great. They just got to keep looking great.
Yeah,
otherwise,
sure, right?
otherwise, we're going to a game 3. But they are leading by 1 game, so if, let's say, things go bad in this game, we still are going to have access to another game. Mewtwo then caught out to the Metagross. They do bring him down low, but that happened so quickly that Talon were able to get the Reggie Alecki themselves. So whatever fight Fibonacci was expecting, they're not going to get it anymore, especially now that they have to deal with that Reggie Alecki. Now down bottom, we still have a defense being mounted by that Hooper, protecting the bottom tier 2 goal zone. They don't want to have that broken open by a RBX who's hanging on to 40 points. They're ready to score if given the opportunity to do so, but he is going to be a pest. Snarl Umbreon. Definitely one of the banes of our existences.
Yeah, I mean that's the life of Junior Absent, just roaming around,
just being a pest. Yeah, he knows how to do it. RBX.
Yeah, that he know what's best. Actually, it was RBX. I thought it was Junior Absent.
It's RBX. Yeah.
It's
so
RBX,
absence on the
absence on the Blissey. All right. So, nice grab from Ula, or that was actually Icy, but there goes the Ignite move as well. Psychic Slayer will be pop up, and Queen's Ascendant with a follow-up here coming in from Talon. So Rayquaza has finally appeared, but one has been taken down for Kod Fibonacci in the process. Make that one too. SPL not looking good in terms of health points. That Metagross with the Computer Crush has landed in order to jail down a member from Talon, but sad to say, that is a KO as well. But 2-2
It's
in
not
the
over yet.
process. 3 versus 3. I thought it was doing well for Talon, but Kod Fibonacci managed to do a mini comeback into that team fight, and right now Mithril has to
No
just
Unite
things out. No Unite, no whatsoever for both teams to just have their default moves, and this is going to be very difficult for Talon. They need to get their position as fast as they can, and the left is going to go for Talon once again with a Mega Mewtwo Y, who's actually emerging very victorious here, and they take down the members of Kod Fibonacci one by one. It's just the Hoopa that's left alone, and Talon, they're just gonna score things down.
They score for free. They steal away this Rayquaza that Fibonacci so desperately tried to burn through. But Dylan, so patient on that U2Y. Fantastic secure, not only stealing it for his team, but the buffs being what helped break them through Fibonacci's defense as well. Things could have gone really bad if Fibonacci got that secure themselves. But Talon, this is a team that's been here, that's done that. Rayquaza, they've done this so many times, and I just loved how they approached this. They saw Fibonacci rush for it. They did come in with a couple of Pokemon to try and disrupt, but the focus will always be that secure. Patience will always pay off, especially in that Rayquaza pit.
Oh my goodness, that was a great game. That was a great game. Kod Fibonacci, despite not getting the victory in game number 2, I can definitely say that they are a promising team, and they might go deep in the lower bracket because they managed to go head-to-head on Talon in game number 2. We want to see more action with them later on, but first, it's going to be Talon, who's the stronger team, who's going to be emerging victorious and will proceed into the upper bracket finals.
Currently looking to be the strongest team in the tournament, which I don't think is surprising anyone at this point of time. It's just who is going to be the next opponent. It could be Codename Fibonacci going up against them in the finals. We'll have to see how their lower bracket runs turns out later on. But their next opponent is going to be determined in our next upcoming matchup, which also is a really exciting one. I'm actually looking forward to this one a little bit more, I feel, because Talon and Fibonacci, I'm sure these guys scrim each other a lot, so they have a pretty deep understanding. But looking for a sponsor going up against Blacklist, this could be fun.
This is a mystery. This is like looking for a legendary Pokemon in a game that, you know, it's too hard to find. The only legendary Pokemon, that is one thing that is, you know, going to be the biggest challenge here for Blacklist International, but same thing goes for looking for sponsors because, you know, it's not typical that some of the teams go scrim, especially when tournament is already up and nearby. They want to make sure that their strategy is going to be theirs only. They make sure to hide it from both of these teams list and looking for sponsors will probably go blind in this series.
Oh my gosh. What a set though. Did you think it was going to be a 3-game set, Yule? Or do you feel like it was going to be the 2-0 from start to finish? Because like, go on.
It looked like you look at 3 games, right? Like at the first place, like game 1, it was one-sided. Game 2, we've seen the macros of both of the teams. It was like there was going to be a game number 3. But I feel like Kod Fibonacci, the moment that they forced Rayquaza, they were just desperate to get the Rayquaza and get that comeback up against Talon.
Yeah. I mean, we can see their point of view, right? I don't think they would have wanted to go for that 5v5 against Talon again. So it's like, try and get that Rayquaza beforehand. It was just very unfortunate that their secure potential was just not as great as Talon's. Because Mewtwo, great securing Pokemon as well, especially if you don't have like the traditional securers, right? You don't have to worry about a Blaziken, an Urshifu, and an Talon, like these 3, you know, really, really great securers. Mewtwo's kind of like just is there, he does damage, but it's not always going to be consistent, so yeah. So that's going to be our second round upper bracket match concluded. We are going to be getting ready for the next one, and it's going to be a super fun one because we have the Filipinos going up against players from South Korea. And the question remains, is it going to be another Filipino versus Filipino matchup in the upper brackets finals, or is Korea going to challenge them?
I don't know. What do you think? Like, for the record, during the ACL Southeast Asia League, it's always Marin Central getting the upper hand up against the Filipino teams. They always shock them.
To be fair, you're talking about the second place team from Worlds, okay? So they're like the next level South Koreans. We have an upcoming South Korean team. We'll find out in just a second, but we are going to go for a quick break, folks. But don't go anywhere. We have an exciting matchup lined up just for you. But do your stuff. Be back in 5 minutes. Lots more Pokemon Unite coming right up. We'll see you after this, trainers. guys, and welcome back to the Pokemon Unite Winter Open Tournament 2025 for APAC East. We have our second upper bracket match coming at you right now. This is the second phase of upper bracket matches, not the first phase, so we're getting pretty deep into the competition, and we're about to find out who is going to be our second upper bracket finalist, I suppose. It's going to be going up against Talon. Exciting matchup ahead though, because while Talon is waiting, we could either get a matchup of Talon going up against Blacklist or looking for sponsor. I think we all know who Blacklist are. Team for Filipino, massive organization, used to be known as Isenamento, but looking for sponsor. New team that is coming in from South Korea, showing us a lot of potential, and if they can beat Blacklist, that's going to be a sign that we could be seeing a new prodigy rising up within the APAC region. Now, Yules and I have lots of questions, and one of them is, how does Blacklist look today? Because we haven't seen them play, unfortunately. Their first round match was actually a default win because their opponents weren't able to make it on time. So they're coming into the tournament rather unknown in terms of form, but they did see what Looking for Sponsor did earlier today, and Looking for Sponsor, super fun to watch. Sable, I ban.
Respect ban for
Sable, I
Blacklist.
ban.
It is a respect ban because Blacklist is a big fan of the Sableye.
Oh,
they did their research. All right, this is interesting.
Someone's got a coach.
Yeah.
But look at the Pokemon that we're going to be going through. So Miraidon is available, was not banned at all. Mewtwo is available, Zacian is available. So many major Pokemon are available, and I mean, even I feel like Metagross is almost deserving of a ban today. Like, that Pokemon has been so impactful for the Filipinos.
Oh my god.
What do you mean,
Metagross. Come on, Metagross again, the trademark of the Filipinos being seen in the broadcast. But here's the thing. I love the initial lineup so far for Looking for Sponsors. Really well balanced. They have setups, they have shields or heal, whatever it could be on depending on the kit, and they have a reliable attacker. But I'm quite curious, why did they prefer Mewtwo Y over a Miraidon that is wide open?
I mean, it's still available, but I mean, to be fair, I don't think we can really fit it into Looking for Sponsors draft. So, I mean, even Blacklists are not picking Miraidon, which this Pokemon wasn't nerfed. We're getting a Charizard.
Come on!
I mean, sure.
Oh, sure, we'll take it. Come on.
Wow, okay. So Looking for Sponsor coming into this match hot, playing Charizard, our first Charizard of the tournament. And looks at Blacklist, they're going to be taking a page out of Talon's book and are going to be picking up Ho-Oh themselves. Now, this is a proper defender Ho-Oh, I believe. It's not going to be the core Ho-Oh that we saw previously in our previous matchup. But you know what? I want to see Lip play this Charizard, because Lip in his previous matchup, I feel like he was such a standout player for the team. He did so much carrying. And if he's able to do this with a Charizard, I feel like that's a testament to your skill as a player.
Yeah, I'm actually quite curious for the Charizard. Like, yes, they do have a reliable range already because of the Mewtwo Y, but just remember that Mewtwo Y Side Strike. It does provide a minimum amount of area of effect, but it's just a single target. So, are we going to be seeing the Flamethrower and Fire Blast for more control of firepower in terms of range and area of effect? Or are we going to see the Brawling Charizard with the Fire Punch and Flare Blitz? So that's the biggest question that I have so far in my mind, because Urshifu is reliable, alright? Not deny that. But what do they need? Additional range or additional Brawler?
I'm just thinking, I mean, if you're going for damage, it's always going to be Fire Blast, Flamethrower, right? Because you need the damage over time, you also get the bonus movement speed, so you can chase down some of those backline Pokemon with Flamethrower, and Charizard can be quite mobile himself as well once he starts stacking up those Flamethrowers. So, good question. I mean, the Unite move is probably the biggest thing for Charizard as well, right? Just being able to fly into the backlines, the self-heal, just basically bypassing all of the disable. I think I'm leaning towards the fire build. for this Charizard, but I mean, I could be wrong. Maybe it's a hybrid, you know, like fire punch and fire blast.
Well, maybe we'll see. We'll see later on. You know, it's Lip that we are talking about. Full surprises as of the moment in this stage. But right now, Blacklist International versus looking for sponsors. You know, really quite questioning a while ago why the Garam actually got the red buff, because there's actually not enough range yet as of the moment when you're a Chansey, so maybe they just want to rush things down and later on, you know, provide some pokes. But speaking of pokes, this is actually looking great for Blacklist International, applying some pressure for looking for sponsors all the way into the bottom path, and that is going to be 45 points converted into their team immediately, and they do get the Swablues as well.
Yeah, there's going to be a Black Urshifu as well for looking for sponsors. So they're getting the secure, and they also want to have the unstoppable from the Wicked below. So a couple of options here. No Water Bear, unfortunately, but look at this Urshifu. He is just struggling to do anything. He can't catch the Espeon, and he's being picked down by Ryu on the Ho-Oh as well. This was your central laner. Your Dark Bear going down now. This is not a good sign for looking for sponsor, especially when you're running a Charizard, because we know Charizard sometimes takes a little bit of time to ramp up, and you need your jungler to be able to ramp up.
Yeah, Sen being able to contribute by applying some pressure, applying some damage as well, in order for Susu to evolve into an Eldegoss. Oh, but that was a nice backup from Miva, making sure that they get an additional damage as well, and response coming in from their team. But right now, looking for sponsors, still eyeing for a trade, but not gonna happen, as Blacklist International is going to be the ones who get another KO.
So it's going to be a confirmed flamethrower on this Charmeleon. So probably going to be the pure fire build, Fire Blast and Flamethrower. So lots of mobility, lots of damage, but that also leaves Charizard a little exposed if he needs any kind of crowd control himself. So he's going to have to focus on getting those levels, but that is really hard when you have 5 Pokemon barreling down your lane, wanting to break your goal zone. The burn is slowly chipping through a lot of these Pokemon, but he just gets pulled back by that Gabite. You have to respect these Pokemon.
Oh yeah, and this is not looking good for looking for sponsors. They're just being baited down by the gameplay of Blacklist International. And right now, their response is to do a handshake in terms of objectives. Yes, Regieleki will apply some pressure all the way into the top path, but looking for sponsors, they want to make sure that they get guaranteed XP at the same time.
Oh, this top lane looks like it could be a disaster unless we get some teleports back home. It's just Charizard up here to defend against that Aleki, and we have a lot of players from Blacklist hiding in that bush, thinking if they want to ambush, but no, they see the number of Pokemon defending, so they're going to go back and just clean up all of those wild Pokemon instead, getting ready for their next main objective. So I don't think looking for sponsor are out of the race yet. They still have plenty of opportunities to make some comebacks happen, because Blacklist themselves, they have slowed down a little bit, and this could be something that they're kind of accidentally setting themselves up for if you just leave looking for sponsor alone. We do see the jump bomb onto the Ho-Oh, but I kind of regret now, because that Blissey, first one to get roasted and eliminated, forcing Blastoise to actually surf himself out of this, and beautiful Hydro Pump to actually keep those 2 Pokemon at bay. We still have the Mewtwo there using the Unite, and here we go. Charizard is there, pops the Unite as well onto that Metagross, trying to burn him down, and it looks like he's going to do a fantastic job of isolating as the rest of the team get zoned out. And they do get a pretty big elimination there. Metagross giving away a lot of experience, being a level 10 Pokemon.
And that's going to benefit a lot for looking for sponsors. They were able to make sure that they catch up in terms of XP. So right now, looking for sponsors, they need to maintain this, or actually not maintain, but, you know, rather to get more resources as much as they can, because slowly but surely they're catching up in terms of levels. It's looking great in terms of scoring. They are on par as well with Blacklist International, so just don't, just go into the fight so
Oh,
they can
Miva.
actually win. And knowing that Ho-Oh is lacking in terms of AO's energy,
Oh, look at that
they can actually
sandwich.
force that into the fight. But right now, that's going to be the Dragon Rush coming in from the guard jump. Live with Outreach will be out as well, being able to take down that Blissey. But the Bliss assistance was there actually from Lip, but he gets taken down into the process as well. But on the other hand, Killing Flame will send back that Espeon into the fight. Psychic Fire
the Fire
as well.
Blast!
So Lip would actually be up until going. But on the other hand, looking for sponsors, it's looking good for their team. What a sustain that we witnessed.
What a fight coming out from looking for sponsor as well. The kite, it looks like Blacklist were going to be the ones to sandwich them in towards Reggie Alecki, but they managed to squeeze themselves out of it, and they caught some really crucial knockouts at the beginning of the fight, in particular Metagross. And I think this is now starting to reveal a little chip in this strategy of Blacklist International. The Metagross pick is basically the primary frontliner for the team. Scent's job for Blacklist is to sit in the front lines and really keep looking for sponsor at bay. And when he's gone, Garchomp can kind of do the same, but he doesn't absorb the same amount of damage that a Metagross can. Garchomp is really there to just dish out those big damage numbers. And I feel like the comeback came from that Blissey, being able to get the Bliss assist before getting knocked out. If it wasn't for Garam, maybe things would have actually pushed in favor of Blacklist. But looking for sponsor, just playing it very patiently, using their utility and resources, and just really not letting Blacklist run over them, saving them in probably the most important fight of the game thus far. And because we have 3 minutes to go, we have a limited amount of time before we're getting ready for that final Rayquaza.
Yeah, and actually, Ryu needs to get more AO's energies, needs to get that Unite move charge up immediately because they will be needing that later on after 1 minute of this matchup. But there's going to be another set of objective as of the moment. We're not around 220, I think, if I'm not mistaken. But looking for a sponsor, they want to make sure that they maintain this lead so they cannot afford to overextend. But at the same time, it's looking good for Blacklist International if we do get the equation later on because they can just, score at the tier 1 goal zone and eventually make that lead even larger. So that's actually a huge one for their team. They can actually take this one as an advantage because of that very vulnerable goal zone that looking for sponsor still has.
Absolutely. So we have 15 seconds to go, Yules, and you can see both of these teams, they're doing the best they can to just sort of chip away. And I'd argue the advantage is probably in favor of looking for sponsor here. Charizard, especially with the fire build, is really great at poking from a distance. And you can even zone Pokemon out with the fire blast like this. They can't pass through it unless they want to take that damage. So it's really up to Blacklist to kick this fight off because they're the ones that are currently behind. And so it looks like they're slowly chipping away, but who is their primary target? Who do they want to jump on? They really want Lip.
Oh, they really want Liv so bad, but right now, he's actually about to get taken down, but Seismic Slam would save by getting knocked out. But there is going to be one taken down at the process for Blacklist International. But look at that Mewtwo all the way to the back line, making sure that they provide a lot in terms of damage. 2 gets taken down into Blacklist International, but where is the Rekindling Flame? It is not available, and little by little, Blacklist International is falling down. Miva is still at the tall grass doing his job, doing his best, but he gets pushed back by the Hydro Pump, and this is not looking good for Blacklist International. Who's going to be getting the last hit? It is going to be looking for sponsor.
Incredible.
And right now, they're just going to dunk it in, and they get the victory.
It all was because of the Seismic Slam saving Lip. We saw just now how dead set Blacklist were in trying to pop that Charizard before the Seismic Slam was able to connect, but he gets it at the final moment. The extra shielding and the lifesteal he got from that Unite buff was what saved him, kept Lip in the game, and because Blacklist were also grouped up, it was the perfect setup for looking for sponsor to just come in and follow through to finish things off. Blacklist, they were so close. It was just one small decision, just a slight lack in damage that really ruined things for them in that Rayquaza fight.
Yeah, and Lip probably the
Laughing
MVP.
to the bank.
He's the MVP. It is going to be Lip. Just imagine the contribution of the Fire Blast, making sure that looking for sponsors to zone everyone out at the side of Blacklist International. They cannot get in touch. They cannot get close to everyone because they know that if they charge in, that Fire Blast is gonna slow them down, and at the same time, it would cause a lot of damage on their side. So they don't want to gamble with that, knowing that Rekindling Flame is available. But where is the AO's energy from Ryu? They cannot do the full team revive at that moment.
Yeah. So as far as I understand, Ryu used the Rekindling Flame much earlier in the fight. It was actually when Espeon was taken out. So I do believe we got one revive onto Espeon, and that was it, unfortunately. So it seemed like it was just really a panic moment for Blacklist. Like maybe they thought they had enough to get rid of the Charizard, lapse in judgment as soon as they saw the Seismic Slam, and then that's when sort of someone hit the emergency panic button, you know, because things just did not go their way. There was, like, again, you have to remember, there is a lot of counter initiation on the side of looking for sponsor. Not only can Charizard protect himself with the Seismic Slam, you've got Blizz Assist on that can not only save a target, but also boost your teammates. You also have a Hydro Typhoon that's going to be your backup disabled Surf as well, a basic move that can come in and really punish grouped up Pokemon. So, it really just for Blacklist, I wonder if it was maybe just a mistake, a miscalculation. Maybe they thought they had enough just to get that one initial knockout, but it was just maybe someone did the math wrong or someone miscalculated. Who knows? Okay, we don't know the internal logistics of the team, but we can definitely say it was just that jump onto Lip that really started this downward spiral for Blacklist.
And it's really hard to, KO a Charizard who just used its Unite move, which is a Seismic Slam, because it will get you some shield. It will be difficult for you to shred down the HP. And there's an additional advantage. Once you're up in the air, you can just, throw down those flames the way you wanted it to, and, you're going to be seeing your HP is already down low. And that is the contribution that we've seen so far from Lip, and, it made Blacklist International collapse in game number 1.
So, game 2. We've got to start thinking of game 2 if you're a Blacklist fan, okay? What changes? And I'd even argue to a certain degree, like, what really is there to change? Because I do think Blacklist, they did play their draft to the best of their ability. Maybe the only thing that they sort of needed to fix was maybe just the lane prioritization for the game, because I feel like Lip had a relatively free game this game. Like, he wasn't knocked out early, he wasn't pressured, he wasn't really, he wasn't set back. He came online on time. And as soon as he hit that Charizard, I kind of feel like his impact for the team was just so beneficial. And it came at, the disadvantage of Blacklist, because now it's like, not only do we have to deal with the Charizard that's going to be flying around poking at us with flamethrowers and fire blasts, but we also have to be very wary when he comes in and uses his Unite. He's going to isolate one of us, maybe gets a knockout. He's very hard to eliminate. You can't outrun him. Like, that's one of the big advantages of running Charizard. This Pokemon is not popular. It's definitely niche. And if you're trying to outrun a Charizard, you're playing the game wrong.
Yeah. That's like the challenge here as of the moment. So, still respect ban for looking for sponsors for the Sableye, but they will be getting their access towards the Metagross, actually. So this is actually a great deny pick, knowing that, again, Blacklist International and in general Filipino teams are really great when it comes to utilizing this Metagross. So they're going to be taking away some comfort, but at the same time, another comfort comes in the side of Blacklist International. I do feel like this is their 100% as of the moment, because Trevenant from Ryu, Albigus from Sususu, we've seen it multiple times, and whenever they use this, it is like a higher chance that this game would be successful for them.
Are we going to be seeing another Greninja today? Because Dream MT, he's highlighting the Gren. We've seen it 3 times. We've had 1 win, 1 loss so far. So I think it's a 50-50 win rate for that Greninja. And depending on how Dream plays it, if it ends up being picked, which it is, we could be seeing a positive win rate on this Blue Frog.
Yeah, I'm really, really quite excited and at the same time curious. Can Tramp really pull this one off? Because for the record, he's always successful when it comes to Greninja. But can he pull it off at this stage? Can he pull it off? That is my biggest question as of the moment, because for looking for sponsors, they have a great setup that is about to unfold. They have Computer Crush, they have Hydro Typhoon, and that Aegis Dash with the white card could actually knock back, you know, the members of Blacklist International. So that's a big challenge, knowing that Sen is actually there, who might be doing aggressive plays with the Shadow Sneak.
I want to pick your brain, because I'm also just sort of looking at Dremp's Greninja and I'm thinking, what is the thought process for picking Greninja in this particular matchup? Because you are going up against a lineup with a lot of not only very thick Pokemon, but also Pokemon that have a lot of access to just some kind of disable or stun. Because we all know one of Greninja's biggest weaknesses. As soon as he gets stunned, that's it. That Pokemon generally is going to get knocked out. So what is Greninja's role here? Is it really just to sort of sit on the outskirts? Because Greninja's not long range, okay? It's kind of short range for an attacker. Is it supposed to just sort of poke Pokemon down and come in with the Water Shuriken to sort of finish things off? Or is there something else that we're kind of not getting with Dremp's Greninja pick? Because I'm kind of struggling to justify Greninja over something such as an Inteleon. You know, any long-range attacker I think would have been very nice here.
Honestly, I feel like the role of Dremp here is to flank. Because we've known him for, you know, sitting back, actually. Like, with Inteleon, with Mewtwo, with Miraidon, that is his job, you know, just do the damage overall. But right now, I feel like he doesn't need to sit back. Because, as you can see, like, it's an all-out brawl. And if you're just gonna sit back, you're just gonna be throwing your Water Shurikens on its maximum potential, and that's just it. But with the Cursed Incense that Cursed Bangle rather, that I've seen a while ago, maybe they're trying to shred things when it comes to the region as of the moment, and maybe take down the primary front line aside from flanking. So I feel like this is going to be a multi-purpose attacker for Drem. But the big question is this really the sustainable decision for your team?
Yeah, it feels very risky, but look, they picked it. They clearly have a lot of faith in Dremp, so we'll see if he's able to pull things out here with that Greninja pick. Up top, though, things are looking fantastic here for looking for sponsor as they dunk a whole bunch of points. But down bottom, that's going to be the story for Blacklist. Although, actually, we see 2 knockouts down there. Both Mimikyu and Phantom will be eliminated. Thankfully, they do manage to keep the Fragadia, so Dremt is okay. But they're coming at the cost of a lot of knockouts. Even the Steenie being eliminated. So 3 Pokemon already KO'd on the side of Blacklist. Looking for sponsor, they are coming in strong for game number 2.
And level 7 Metang at the first 2 minutes of the game. This is going to be very difficult for Blacklist to bounce back, because this is actually a guaranteed central area Swablues and Altaria already for their team. So it's going to be really hard to contest for Blacklist International, and later on, we will be seeing the surprise attacks from the Metang. Eventually will be a Metagross in like about a minute or 20 seconds at least. And that's going to put a lot of pressure. That's going to put a lot of pressure on the side of Blacklist.
It's so early too. Like, I don't see Blacklist being able to get a knockout on a Metagross now. They just do not have the damage output. Like, Dremp needs time. He needs another minute, another 2 minutes. And a Metagross, if that happens to pop out any moment now, a Metagross is not going to give you that time. Looking for sponsor is probably going to invade. They're probably going to prevent Blacklist International from just sort of getting those wild Pokemon on their side of the map. And as you can see here, we do have the Metagross online, and he's just stealing wild Pokemon away as well. Down bottom though, this Serena going to be eliminated after a big push comes through by looking for the sponsor. They are defending with the Trevenant, but there's only so much you can do up against 4 Pokemon. And look at this, up top, we have a Metagross single-handedly defending and buying time in that top lane.
Oh yeah, and there's actually...
And he gets Dremt!
Wow! What phenomenal damage, and not just one, but two in the process. And Neva wants to shut down, but not gonna be quite lucky to get the KO up against Mysterio. But right now, he has to back away with a triple axel, and of course, the what was the move that he picked? A drop kick. There we go. Thought it was a grassy slide, but yeah, it is going to be drop kick. So nice backing away from Neva. Very disciplined, but on the other hand, they need that shutdown in the Metagross.
I don't know how they shut down the Metagross. I just feel like this early on, it's just too big, too tanky to deal with. And you have the resets as well, so with how slow it's going to be to just get rid of the Metagross to begin with, he's going to come back to full multiple times in these upcoming fights. But Blacklist, if there's a will, there's a way, and it takes a little bit of effort to do so. As Graham, he does scout out the bush and spots multiple Pokemon, so they do know Blacklist is up here. There's no Aegis Slash though, but the rest of the team is coming on through. Big Surf coming in from the Blastoise. Woodhammer as well as Hornlead connecting onto the two main Pokemon from Looking for Sponsor. Minikid coming in with the Unite as well. Metagross and Blastoise are down, but can they finish off the rest of the team? Hornlead just pushing Looking for Sponsor back. They've lost another one. Aegis Slash is gone, and now it's just going to be the Hooper and the Mewtwo together and up against 5. They just don't see them being able to defend. They will get rid of the Trevenant finally, who stuck around just for a little bit too long. And Blacklist, did they overstay their welcome? That might have been the case now.
Oh my goodness, Blacklist International is really desperate to get the score landed in the top path, and they did overstay after that welcome remarks that they gave to Looking for a Sponsor. Dre actually did a great job using the water burst shuriken a while ago in order to go in, deploy some damage, and fall back with a double team and water shuriken. It was phenomenal. It was a damage that they wanted to see. But the thing is, they overstayed. They were desperate to get the scores ongoing by not knowing that everyone was already going back into the goal zone. Everyone is going back at it. And there is still a Pokemon left for Looking for Sponsors. Did not made them, plan out the way they wanted it to happen. So, Blacklist International, they need more decision-making process here as of the moment, because Looking for Sponsors, they are just outsmarting them as of the moment.
They are really they're outsmarting, they're outplaying, and maybe Blacklist are panicking, I think, to some degree. You can definitely tell there are a couple of plays that they're making where you can see it's out of sheer desperation. Trying to equalize the game, trying to catch up. And we do have Dreamt. I mean, he just tried to go for a simple pick-off onto a support, but again, I literally just said it, they're making plays out of desperation. But I feel like on a player such as Dreamt, I think it would have made a lot more sense to just go get those wild Pokemon. Don't really waste time back in the Pokemon Center. Just focus on that macro and get ready for that Rayquaza. Like, do not waste your time. Because, it might just be a Hooper, but with how Looking for Sponsor is played, their Pokemon are generally always going to have a buddy that's going to back them up. Like, they have been so great at watching each other's back.
Yeah, but right now, Looking for Sponsors, still in control of the game, by the way, despite losing in terms of points. It's just 10 points. It is super flippable later on at the final stretch. So Blacklist International, they need to get more wild Pokemon. They need those level ups. But Neva is trying to force something out. He wants to get Garam off guard, but that Surf would put a lot of pressure for Blacklist International to advance their charge.
Just got to watch out for that Blastoise. Blacklist just play super patiently. They do not get the connection there onto Pizza originally. They got the shielding though, so the Metagross is still okay. But if they get that Hooper, there's going to be no more resets. They even body block with the Metagross. Really tight team play for Looking for Sponsor. That could have gone really badly if the Hooper did get eliminated, but the resets are there. And with 14 seconds to go, you can tell these teams, they're rearing to go for this Rayquaza fight. And who is their target? They do a little bit of damage to the Serena. Both teams so scared of this initiation that they're looking for. But look at the Trevenant. He's coming in from the right side. He's all alone. This could be the perfect opportunity to turn things around.
Piss trying to initiate things down for Looking for Sponsors. But Blacklist International cannot gamble everything out for the Rayquaza, so they're just playing tag as of the moment up against looking for sponsors. But they are just waiting for a perfect opportunity. And Pisario still has that computer crush ready. If Miba overextends this is going to be the initiating plan for looking for sponsors. But on the other hand, it's going to be Drept taken down in the process. Reason Bound was deployed here by the Hoopa. And look at that, Miba is just pinched down. Looking for sponsors, looking great so far. 3 members left for Blacklist International. What can they do? It's just a tag battle between them. Ryu is buying an ample time for the reset of Blacklist International. But there it goes, Sen trying to deploy those Shadow Claws immediately, but a Cloud Crash will be there as well to sustain everyone down for Blacklist International. But here comes the response. The Surf, it would connect, but it's going to be looking for sponsors still. Blacklist International, they're going to get taken down.
They're going to be taken down by looking for sponsor. What an amazing game coming out from the South Korean team. They put on a show. They put on a show. They are making a statement today. And we're going to be getting a really fun matchup. Assuming looking for sponsor guarantees to win this game, which it looks like it should be. We've got 25 seconds to go. And we don't see any back caps coming in at all. So this team, they are surprising me. They're surprising you. Wow. They are looking fantastic. Their next challenge, though, will be Talon. And that is a matchup I'm looking forward to.
And that is a matchup. The main storyline.
The main course.
The main course for now, because that is the upper bracket finals, ladies and gentlemen. But Blacklist International will be sent down into the lower bracket. No one expected this, that it would happen quite early, because we all know that Blacklist International is one of the pro teams that got invited to play for Southeast Asia League, and they got denied by looking for a sponsor.
Can't believe it. I couldn't believe it. It could be the end of the road for Blacklist International. I think this would be quite shocking news for a lot of people within the APAC community.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not over yet, okay? It's not over yet. They will still have that road in the lower bracket, but the lower bracket is still a very scary place to be. But we've got to focus our attention on that upper bracket match, because that's where we're going next, aren't we, Jules? We're going to the upper bracket finals. We're going to find out who our grand finalist is going to be. We're going to see how this team does against Talon. Oh my gosh, I cannot wait.
I cannot wait. Looking for a sponsor did the introduction, and they want to make the ending as well in this tournament. But Blacklist International, what could be the next story for this team? We've seen them, did a great run in the World Championships. We've seen them perform in Southeast Asian League, not the way that everyone expected it, because they are recognized for taking down Luminosity Gaming before. But after that, what happens next? They got probably one of the lowest seeding in ACL Southeast Asia. They got taken down immediately by not winning a single series in the playoffs. But right now, Blacklist, what can they do to bounce back? Is the losing streak going to continue, or they're just warming up?
I think a lot of people are praying that this team is just warming up. Maybe they're just sort of feeling a little bit off for their first couple games. Like, this was technically their first game of the day, because they didn't play their match earlier today. It was a default win. So maybe they just kind of need to have that little bit of pressure. They're in the lower bracket. Some teams just do better in the lower bracket. Maybe that's what Blacklist wants as well. Like, they didn't lose on purpose, but some people just need to have that fire lit under them to sort of push them and pressure them and be like, hey, you need to take this seriously, otherwise you're out of the tournament. So Blacklist, we will be saying goodbye to them for now, but we may be seeing them later on. But the story continues with looking for sponsor. And if things go well today, this team is going to find a sponsor, because they have impressed so many people with how they played today. Their next opponent, I think, will determine if a sponsor picks them up or not. Because if you can beat Talon, you're getting a sponsor.
Yeah, for sure, right? It's definitely possible up until this point. So make sure to tune in, guys, because there's still a lot of Pokemon Unite action. We're going to be having our upper bracket finals, we still have our lower bracket finals, and our grand finals later on. So that's around 3 to 4 series or set of matches that we will get to see later on. But what do you think of our upper bracket finals?
I think this is probably the best scenario we could have asked for. We've had a couple of matches I really wanted to see. The first one was the upper bracket. Was it the second round upper brackets?
Yeah.
Now it's going to be this one, upper bracket finals. Look, let's keep it for this next matchup. We're going to go for a quick break, folks. So as always, do whatever you need to do. Be back in 5 minutes because we're going to be coming back with the upper bracket finals. We'll see you after this, trainers.
Pokémon Unite! Pokemon unite!
Hey there, Pokemon trainers, and welcome back to the Pokemon Unite Winter Open Tournament 2025 for APAC East. We are here for our upper bracket final match, and it's going to be between Talon going up against Looking for Sponsor. And if you just tuned into the broadcast and you're thinking, what the heck is this team name? This team is legitimately looking for a sponsor, and they have been impressing us. Hopefully, at some point, there are a couple of sponsors kind of looking at them for today, because if there's a team that kind of deserves to have a tag next to their name, it's this one. This team from South Korea.
Oh yeah, really deserving team. They were able to take down in their upper bracket one of the direct invited teams for Southeast Asia League, namely Blacklist International. But right now, another obstacle comes in front of them, namely Talon, and probably the toughest team, I would have to say, that is competing as of the moment, because they reach it into the upper bracket finals already. So this only says that looking for sponsors, they are the second best team as of the moment. And in order for them to be the best team, they have to take Talon right now.
So what are the realistic chances that we see Looking for Sponsor beat Talon? Because as much as I love watching Looking for Sponsor, I feel like Talon, they just look more put together compared to any other team in the competition thus far. What do you think, Yules?
Yeah, but well, when it comes to their first two set of matches, at least for today, Talon has a phenomenal coordination and teamwork, and they can actually make everything work, at least for their 4 games that they have been playing, or they've played as of the moment. So same thing goes for Looking for Sponsors, but still, there are actually like lapses that you cannot find or you cannot see as of the moment for Talon. So Really curious if looking for sponsors, can they actually, take out Talon from their comfort zone as of the moment? Because if they do, definitely they have a big shot in winning this series.
Yeah, because at the moment we haven't seen anyone dismantle Talon at all. Like no mistakes, no lapses in judgment, no, nothing. Like not even their drafting. They haven't seen any teams actually outdraft Talon, so it makes me question, is this maybe the team to do it? Okay. Now, speaking of, as we do get ready for the upper bracket final, let's have a quick look at what's happened in the lower bracket final, Yules. What is the status down there for our teams? Who is gone and who is still here?
Alright, so SSY and of course Starlight Glimmer Satsei will have to exit the tournament as Team K and Avicii advances even further into the lower bracket, and they're going to be going up against Kod Fibonacci and Blacklist International. So let's see what would happen into the lower bracket. Again, this is going to be off stream, so they are just going head to head up against each other as of the moment, while we broadcast of course our upper bracket finals, which is Talon up against looking for sponsor.
Yeah, so we'll find out in just a second who is going to be the team that plays in that lower bracket final that technically is going to have to fight against whoever loses in this matchup. But let's focus on Talon versus looking for sponsor, because these are the two superstars today. The two teams to look out for, the favorites to win, Talon, and probably the only and probably best underdog in the competition, looking for sponsor. This team has been super fun to watch. Let's talk about looking for sponsor a little bit more, because I think anyone that's followed Unite, I think we're all pretty familiar with who Talon are. But looking for sponsor, these guys are brand new. They're from South Korea. They've been making a name for themselves, and I mean they do have. Well, what is it that's like making them appear so good? I suppose. Like, what have we seen in this roster that has given them so much success? Is it just the fact that they actually feel like a put together team that's played for seasons, or is there something else, do you feel, that's made them look so strong?
I feel like the reason why they're so strong is because they have someone who has a lot of experience when it comes to the global stage or the local stage. So if we're going to be taking a look at it, Lip is actually leading, Lip is not the captain, but somehow leads the charge given the fact that he has been, getting some achievements way back then. Together with Garam as well. Garam has been competing for quite some time. Same thing with Divo, who's actually their substitute player. So the amount of knowledge that these members could actually give into their teammates, who's actually, kind of new at the same time, it's just easier to adapt because there is mentorship, there is leadership that is happening between their team.
Okay, so preliminary picks. We are seeing some pretty standard picks across the board here. So we've got Mewtwo Y here for Dylan, for Talon, whereas for looking for sponsor, they've picked up their support and defender duo. So they're going to have the resets with the Hooper, and they have the Blastoise to work with, giving away Umbreon. This Umbreon, this is a Pokemon that we have seen Talon play time and time again. Very, very popular pick for them, so not surprised that that's going to be swiped up. Aegis Slash, though, is going to be able to sneak on through. Lance will grab that up for the team. They might swap it out a little bit later on, because we have seen some swapperoos. And Urshifu is going to be the choice here for PIS. Is Miraidon really going to be the attacker? And we finally have Miraidon. Is this our first Miraidon today?
Yeah, it is our first Miraidon. So
this is so shocking, because Miraidon appeared constantly last week for APAC West.
Yeah, I mean, not just in APAC West, but for the whole duration of Southeast Asia League, Miraidon is the primary attacker of every single team who competed out there. And knowing that Miraidon is one of the best attackers yet again in the game, it's really... No,
that's such a fast Charizard. Like, they knew.
Oh my goodness. I'm excited on what's about to unfold as of the moment. But it's not going to be Piss. Rather, it's still going to be Lip, who's actually going to get the Charizard as of the moment. So, wow, this is looking great once again for looking for sponsors. They are on their the picks that they actually want to make it work.
I love Talon, but I'm such a big fangirl of looking for sponsors.
Oh yeah.
I mean, mainly because of the Charizard, because this is such an outlandish pick that is almost never picked. And one of the reasons why it's never picked is because there's generally other all-rounders that do what Charizard do better. But I feel like looking for sponsor, they have found a really nice niche, especially for Lip. The way that he pilots this Charizard, he's always going to be there to do consistent damage. His positioning is always great. He's really great at choosing Seismic Slam targets. Like, Talon, I don't know anybody that would practice to play against a Charizard, so I hope Talon is ready to deal with this, because sometimes having these X-Factor picks, when you're playing up against a Pokemon that you're not well practiced against, sometimes that's enough to throw you off your game.
Yeah, like they seem like a dark horse of a tournament, but instead of being the team itself, the Pokemon is the actual ones who's going to be giving you a hard time. So this is going to determine if Talon, their greatness, can they make it that far by, not encountering Charizard as of the moment for the whole duration of Southeast Asia League? Can they prove that they are a formidable team by taking down, looking for a sponsor, utilizing this Charizard, which is the comfort of the team?
I think it's really going to come down to lanes, right? Who gets that early game lane dominance and then just runs away with it? Because I could see both teams doing that themselves. It's going to come down to rotations, what Pokemon get knocked out, and really just execution overall from both of these teams. And at the moment, I'm not really seeing a clear winner. Like, everyone's okay, unless Dylan gets knocked out here, which would be huge. But they don't have the burst damage, so the Citrus Berry is going to be there to heal him back up. But dang, looking for sponsor. They're holding their own against Talon, and I think this is the only team today that's been able to withstand the aggressive laning style that Talon has.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, and they are punishing Talon as of the moment, not letting them get that Swallows and Altaris
Dylan,
the way they wanted it to, but nice mean look for Piss, being able to take it down into the process, but Real not gonna make it on time in the hyperspace hole.
They're so low. I can't believe everyone on Talon survived, excluding the Cerule Edge there who was picked up by Kobe.
Yeah.
But Talon, the juggling at that choke point was beautiful. Like, this is one of the main reasons why people think Talon are maybe the favorites to just win this whole thing. They really know how to play to the maximum potential of their Pokemon. Now, they do have a very low Doublade, so I'd be a little bit careful if I was Lance, especially up against that Charmeleon. But aside from what's happened in the top lane, bottom lane is just kind of slowed down, but we do get another knockout. This time it's going to be onto Lip, so big knockout there for Talon to slow down the progress of that Charmeleon.
And yep, they wanted that so quick, and they made it to conversion. So right now, Talon still in the deficit in terms of experience, but it's looking good for looking for sponsors, especially that 30 seconds. There would be the major objectives that they really want to secure. So, make sure to get your Unite moves as quick as you can, and, get into your final evolutions in order for your movesets to be complete and sealed. But RBX with the Heavy Slam, not going to be quite successful. But Piss backs off immediately, despite knowing that there's actually all of the members of Talon in top half.
Yeah, so priorities seem to be a little bit different here for both of these teams. Down bottom, though, we've got Miraidon and Snorlax battling for a Regirock, but up top we have the rest of these teams up here. Actually, Talon pivoting most of them down bottom instead.
Lance.
Just wanting to give away this Regieleki to looking for sponsor, which it's going to help them push and maybe even break that goal zone. But I suppose for Talon, they really want to have access to that extra experience and that defense buff. Maybe that's what they feel like they need. They do still have the Miraidon there, who could go for the steal, but not successful, as it looks like Mewtwo. I think it was Dylan on that Mewtwo as well. He gets that, and they also get the knockout onto Miraidon. So double whammy, big victory there for Talon to be able to get not just a big knockout, but also to make sure that the Reggie doesn't go to looking for sponsor.
Yeah, and that is actually an overcap as well in the hands of looking for sponsors. So they were able to did a little bit of a handshake. They take down gold zones, and Talon takes down, the Regirock, additional buff for their team, but they're not going to be overcapping bottom path. They want to make sure that they secure it as quick as they can. And right now, it's looking good for them. They managed to equalize things in terms of levels, and it's looking good for Talon as of the moment.
It's looking good for Talon, but I mean, looking for sponsors also hanging on quite well. Just looking at the levels, it's actually in favor of looking for sponsor. All their core Pokemon are on point. They are where they want to be. They have their unites. Yeah, their supports might not have the unites, but I think at this point, for looking for sponsor, you want to have access to your aggressive unite so you can start getting those crucial knockouts. And as for Talon, they're kind of hanging on here, because unfortunately for them, I kind of feel like the damage advantage is in favor of looking for sponsor with the Pokemon that they're running. And look at that great scouting there with the Charizard Lip, just using the long-range flamethrower to be able to scout out bushes. This is the one thing that makes Charizard super annoying sometimes. The fact that he can scout bushes with both Fire Blast and Flamethrower.
Yeah, and that is actually a big challenge, especially for Talon, knowing that they don't have an access to Hoopa, so they can't go back into the Pokemon Center immediately the way they wanted it to. So their HP is just gonna, shredded. Is just going to be shredded down immediately.
RBX.
But Electro Drift for the Miraidon. RBX in a little bit of trouble here, but he's just pushing everyone back with the block, and he has to back away immediately. Hydro Typhoon has landed immediately. Revenant Red, in order to avoid being knocked out. Talon running away from looking for sponsors, but the Seismic Slam was already popped off. But where is the conversion for looking for sponsors? We cannot see it quite yet. Lens will do the setup coming in from their team. But there goes the coup de grace in order to get the last hits, and they get 3 KOs out of that team fight, and still they get the Regis for their team. Talon being patient in order to take objectives and take down the Pokemons of looking for sponsor.
That was such an amazing play from Aegislash. If I could, I would have said they got lanced, because that's what happened with the coup de grace. 2 for 1 with the Unite move. Brilliant stuff from Talon, so definitely showing signs of life, especially when it looked pretty dire in some of these positions here for looking, dire position here for Talon. So this game could definitely swing either way. The point difference is only telling you half the story. The way that these fights are really unfolding tell a better picture as to where these teams currently are in terms of their level, their progress, and how strong that they're feeling. We're getting a big push in this bottom lane here, and with the help of the Snorlax, they're going to be able to use that block to buy time. But the rest of Talon, they've got 2 Pokemon more focused in that top lane. Lip, thankfully, will be able to port out with that portal, and actually is going to just abandon, and instead wants to go top lane instead. Still having the skirmish in the bottom lane. They're just going to give away that Hoopa, but the rest of the team will be gone. And Talon, they do win that little fight in the bottom lane, but I think for looking for sponsor, they're just testing the waters to see what they can and can't do now.
Yeah, and that was actually a smart decision for Talon as well. They got a KO, additional XP, and Lance was able to convert 50 points all the way into top half, making them on the lead so far in terms of the pointing system. But right now, what they have to do is get those Unite Charge back up, in which they already have it. So right now, as of the moment, last 30 seconds, I do believe that there is no team fight that's about to happen. They want to make sure that they are positioned already. They want to make sure that they're positioned already, right? But objective at the bottom path, they're still gonna check it in. But look at that Umbreon still ready to keep an eye.
It's just a Regis, unfortunately, so no attack or defense buffs. That's actually a bit of a bummer there for Talon. They would have really appreciated it. That was actually going to give them some kind of combat advantage. But great block coming in. But hang on a minute though, Umbreon has jumped into the battle, and straight away, right on top of looking for sponsor, Miraidon is gone for 17 seconds. The team is now reeling, but the Hoopa is gone. Even after the Unite, they catch another one. Looking for sponsor has been picked apart by Talon, who didn't even get an attack or defense buff. It was just a perfect connections, perfect communication, and outstanding execution of their lineup. Talon proving to us why they are considered the favorites to win the tournament today.
I was actually speechless. Looking for sponsor took the bait. Junior Absent led everyone into their teammates, and they have everything prepared. The heavy slam connected, the damage connected, Revenant Red, and everything else from Talon. They just deployed it, and looking for sponsor did not have an opportunity to use the Hydro Typhoon and the Bright Future Meteor Sword from the Miraidon, and they got Rayquaza as well, making sure that they take game number 1 up against looking for sponsors.
Oh, what a game though. Like, even though things did get a little bit slow, a little stagnant during the mid-game, like, you could see how well thought out both of these teams are with some of the decision making and, you know, some of the things that they wanted to do. Looking for Sponsor has definitely been the most formidable opponent for Talon today. And the chance of us going to a Game 3 for this series, very, very possible. Is it going to be like, I want to say 60% chance? I don't want to say it's like a 50-50 because I do think Talon need to be given the respect that they deserve. They are an amazing team. There's a reason why they're picked up and kept by this org since last year. But looking for Sponsor, this is like a great underdog to watch. Really keen to see if we can get a Game 3.
I'm really excited on what's about to unfold on the next game. But for now, Talon one step ahead to secure that grand final slot. They have that kind of advantage. They have the momentum already. But looking for a sponsor, they are not losing their momentum, their composure. They were able to go head to head up against Talon. And it was just a battle of Rayquaza that happened into this game. And, you know, everything boiled down in favor of Talon. So looking for sponsors right now, they have a great lineup, but I'm quite concerned by Lip a while ago actually used that Seismic Slam way too early than I expect it would be, because when you use Seismic Slam, you want to make sure that you use it at a crucial moment. But that wasn't the case actually that happened. Like, the moment that they got baited by Junior Absent, everyone panicked and used their night moves, used all of their moves that they could actually do in order to shred down the HP of Talon.
I wonder if things would have been a little different if the surprise factor wasn't so surprising.
Yeah,
does that
right?
make sense? Yeah, because because it almost feels like looking for sponsor, they didn't expect Talon to fight so hard back so soon. It was right before Rayquaza, and I think a lot of people would have had cold feet wanting to commit to a fight like this. But as Rayquaza came in, the group ups, the stacks, it was kind of like this team went full on gung-ho because they thought Talon were playing reactionary, like defensively, rather than going for like a full-on knockout commitment.
Yeah, and actually Dylan, I just saw it on the replay and the highlights here. Dylan actually contributed a lot in that team fight with the Infinite Cyburn, which made a lot of area of effect present, shredding down the HP of looking for sponsors. That was phenomenal. A phenomenal setup by Junior Absent and a phenomenal timing from Dylan. Everything was on point in terms of their teamwork.
Yeah, so look, we've got another game after this. I think we're both looking forward to it. I will see if we are going to be looking at the same drafts or if we get any changes, because draft-wise, looking for sponsor, I think they played that game really well. I don't think there was any issues with the draft. It really just came down to like executional issues. Talon, I mean, they won the game and they played their draft beautifully as well. So we could be seeing a rematch. We could be seeing some theft, because that does happen sometimes. Teams will steal Pokemon from one another. Or we could be seeing something new, because I think we're looking for sponsor. The Charizard pick definitely surprised in their previous matchup, because let's be real, who expects Charizard? Nobody.
Yeah, right?
But now that they've shown their card in that previous matchup, Talon already knew about it, and they already saw how Lip plays it, right? So I think they also adjusted how they played to accommodate this Charizard pick that came out from Lip. So now the question is, does looking for sponsor have anything new up their sleeve to maybe try to surprise Talon? Because they have the advantage of being an underdog with relatively, like, almost nothing on the internet about them. So if you can try and find this information, or if they have anything that has not been done yet, you probably want to do it now to guarantee that grand final spot.
Oh, wow. Umbreon was actually banned by looking for sponsor. I just noticed it as of the moment.
I agree. I think I agree with this ban, and also
Yeah,
to deny the Psyduck pick was great. So Junior Absent has to play something a little different, or RBX.
Right?
But what's going to be their choice? Now, they did deny the Miraidon, right? So Miraidon's not going to be there for Komi anymore, and they also have Lance on the Serena. So 2 strong picks for Talon. What is looking for sponsor looking to take themselves? They steal with the H/Slash. Lots of theft happening in this matchup. But Eldegoss is going to be the choice of support here for looking for sponsor, which I'm okay with. It's not the best healing support, but what it does do is it massively increases your offensive power in lane. And I wonder if the play here for looking for sponsor is to go ham in these lanes. Pick those early game Pokemon and just run over Talon before they have a chance to come online.
All phase from Talon Junior Absent. I mean, I do get it. Like, they have been using this since they were on Elevate, right? But here's the thing. They use Coffee only the moment that they have a Zoroark, and they don't have it yet. So this might be a possible Junior Absent Lance combo on top path. That's what I'm seeing so far, and definitely this would give Lance a boost of confidence to go into fights, engage some team fights as well, and get that early advantage towards the team. But the big question is, can they make it sustainable as much as they can, right?
I mean, to be fair, Sync 1 can also benefit from Junior Absent, right? So you've got 2 Pokemon that kind of want to have that Comfey on them. It just sort of depends on the situation. Who is it better to be on? Now, I wholeheartedly agree Lance is probably going to be the main choice here because Serena just sort of wants to, you know, live forever and dance forever in these battles. But I feel like there are going to be some circumstances where maybe you kind of want to keep that Cerulege in the battle for a little bit longer because Lance, in a lot of cases, I think he can self-sustain. I kind of don't think he needs to come in some fights. But looking for sponsor, okay. Massive changes. The attacker is going to be Inteleon for Komi. So laning stage, not going to be too bad. They have Secure. They will definitely find farm on this Pokemon. The only thing I'm a little bit worried about sometimes with Inteleon is that if you really bully an Inteleon's lane, you can definitely zone this Pokemon out and delay. So if they can somehow stabilize Komi's lane and also make sure they stabilize that top lane, I think looking for sponsor could really press the issue with what looks to be really aggressive lanes. Because I'm looking at, like, as soon as I see Eldegoss, I instantly know that a team is trying to reinforce their lanes.
Yeah, I totally agree with you on that one. But here's the thing. Talon, they have a Cerulege. That could actually be the Pokemon when it comes to the winning case of that Inteleon. Inteleon usually wants a greater distance from your opponent. So definitely this Cerulege will try to advance as much as he can in order to take down the primary attacker of looking for sponsor. So if that is going to be successful, definitely Talon could win every single team fight. But right now, that's also the same case for Talon. If they take down, or rather for looking for sponsor, if they take down the Miraidon, their chances are so high because your opposing team will be forced down to go for the close combat. Close combats for looking for sponsors, taking down the primary laners here at top path.
Yeah, Mimikyu exerting his dominance as well in that top lane, getting rid of both top laners. That is pretty big as well, because that's also slowing down the progress of that Sarita. Dylan reveals himself to this Mimikyu, and we still have 3 Pokemon here for looking for sponsor. Psyduck finally comes in, so maybe things turn around as they try to jump onto that Doublade, but this might come at the cost of 2 Pokemon! Talon! And with the assistance of that Psyduck, they were thinking of going after the Miraidon, but thankfully Miraidon had an escape plan. But Talon, they came at a pretty expensive cost for that battle.
Wow, expensive.
Oh, that's big.
Me. A big KO. Actually, yes, it does seem a little bit of a thing only, but that's actually big. And that will lead the charge for Kumi to get more even further. Taking down the Miraidon in the process as well. This is going to be big for looking for sponsor.
The fact that Komi got the knockout beforehand and he assisted in the Miraidon knockout, he's level 6, he's getting very close to hitting that Inteleon. As soon as he has Snipe Shot, I am looking for sponsor to pop off. They need to rebrand to looking for pop off because they need to go. As soon as they can absolutely dominate Talon, they can run away with the game. They have to force that game 3 because they can't afford to lose it now. And look, we've got Inteleon. Komi is there. His basic attacks hit like an absolute truck. He's got Real with him, but unfortunately there are just far too many Pokemon. Oh, very close. They almost managed to get the Comfey, but the attach is there, so no knockout yet, but Psyduck will go down. Mimikyu is here as well, so they do have a bit of a frontliner there to protect Komi if necessary, and those snipe shots are coming out. So if you're Talon, I hope you're ready to dance, because if you don't dance, you're going to the Pokemon Center.
Oh yeah, and right now this is going to be another dance for the Regis. Both teams are eyeing on the prize, and that is actually a phenomenal grassy slide from Lance, making sure that they do get the KO for that side out for a decrease in terms of crowd control. But actually a lot of people are ignoring Kumi in the process, but right now that Regis would land in the hands of Talon, and they do get a KO along the process, which is the Eldegoss. So right now, Talon, no need to overextend. They got the Regis already. Just go back, go into your forest, and make sure to get all of the resources.
Oh boy, this game is getting very intense. Aegis Slash going to quickly run up top lane to just capitalize on the Regieleki buff. Manages to score 32 points, I think, just then. So going to be able to help him grab some of that free experience. But looking for sponsor, looking really strong right now. And they're still hanging around. They're sharking that bottom lane, waiting to see if they can snare anyone in their trap. Now, we do have RBX here as well as Sync 1. So they are trying to watch each other, but they are very, very susceptible to being knocked out. But thankfully, for looking for sponsor, they have backed on out. They're going to focus on wild Pokemon. They say, let's try and continue to push our lead. Let's try and keep our experience ahead, because if we can keep our experience ahead, then we're going to be able to do a lot more with those resources. As RBX, he did so forward, taking a little bit of damage. Big snipe shots, though, coming out from that Inteleon. Komi really flexing those shots.
That's a lot of damage that you have to be very careful. RBX doesn't have the access to Hydro Typhoon yet, so this is actually going to be very huge opportunity for looking for sponsor for them to engage into a team fight. But RBX is super low as of the moment, but the full power side will be there. But same thing, building a night move up to Coffee in order to increase coming in from their team. But on the other hand, Play With Me was deployed as well. Please send it order.
They're so low
for their team. Everyone is so low. Time in order to attack back immediately. And look at the sustain that Lance has to offer, and they were actually successful in engaging the fight, but it's not quite over yet. Leap wants to trade for their team. Everyone is ignoring Garam on the other hand, and Lance saw that opportunity to get the prioritization for their team. What a game! What a fight for Talon! And they are eyeing on the prize on the Registeel, but where is the snipe shot? We cannot see it yet, and that is going to be Talon's Registeel.
The bait from Talon was brilliant. They baited looking for sponsor into thinking they were going to get some easy knockouts. And look at this now. They're running over looking for sponsor. Talon finally wrestling back control of this game. They got rid of the Inteleon. They did lose the Ceruledge though. They do have the buff, but they still have to be careful. You cannot give away too much experience to your enemies. And they send back the Miraidon, as well as Ceruledge respawning as well. But Talon, they're still hanging on in this game. They have the experience lead. They just got to sort out the point problem now.
Just have to sort things out very quickly up until this point. But Talon is, looking very disciplined as of the moment. But they have to convert some scores here, because looking for sponsors, they have a lot of advantage when it comes to score. But at the same time, they could actually make use of advantage of it later on at the final stretch. But right now, RBX with a Hydro Typhoon eject combo once again. They're gonna be the Revenant Ray coming in from Talon, making sure the 3 members will fall down immediately. And that is a lot of scores falling down in their favor. Coup de Grace will be there. Same thing with
my gosh.
Bishop. Komi dealing a lot of damage, but not going to be quite enough for them to take out a knockout. And everyone is still up here for Talon. Miraidon taken down into the process immediately right after that. And Lance has nowhere to go. Big knockout rather. We're looking for sponsor being able for them to bounce back in terms of XP.
Oh, this is so tense. My heart is racing. But you know, the sad part out of all of that, even though Talon managed to win that fight in the bottom lane, they're not able to break the goal zone. And it makes me wonder, do they now maybe even consider leaving this up and saying, you guys now have to deal with 2 tier 1 goal zones. We can score in these at any point of time. The level advantage is in our favor. Maybe Talon is just preparing for this late game and really just making it absolute hell for looking for sponsor to defend. Look up top, we're going to be seeing a massive score there. I think it's a 50-pointer coming through. We've got another 40 points coming through. So there's the 50. There's another 40. And Talon, they're slowly creeping back. They still don't have enough points to overtake yet, but with Rayquaza coming up, this might just be the game-defining moment.
Oh wow, Regieleki making the goal zone defenseless in top path. But looking for sponsors, that's actually starting strong as of the moment, yet Surf able to, dismantle the position of the Aegis Slash. But look at the HP of Rayquaza, it's just falling down one by one. But where are the other members of Talon? They might go for...
Oh, they found the Mimic here!
Oh, look at that! Look at that fighter going all the way inside into the fight. Zer's 5 vision was pop up as well. Hydro Typhoon, not so much value for RBX as of the moment. Play with me in order to steal RBX as of the moment. 2 members were taken down by Talon. Looking for sponsor, still eyeing on the plan. The Rhydon is still up. That Coffee cannot find someone. Junior Absent taken down into the process as well. It's just the Rhydon. Can he take down the Rayquaza? But his HP is just gonna go down! And no one's left! Looking for sponsor! Takes down Talon in game number 2!
Looking for sponsor is looking for game number 3, and it looks like they're going to force that 3rd game. The first team today to best Talon in a single match. This has now come to a match point for both of these teams. We still have 40 seconds to go, but the odds of Talon being able to score enough to secure a 2-0 here are deathly low. I mean, Inteleon has gone for 22 seconds. We've got 24 seconds left there on the Eldegoss as well. If a miracle is going to happen, it's got to happen right now.
And that miracle, sad to say, won't be happening, as that 62 points won't be enough to catch up on that 705 points. And Talon has to respect this team, looking for sponsors, doing a lot of work in order to force things down to game number 3.
I believe they've done it. They've actually beaten Talon in 1 game, and they've got 1 more to go to secure their spot in the grand final. And I think we're all kind of wondering here, what is Talon thinking after all of that? To have had a clean run up until this point, and then for looking for sponsor to best them in the 2nd game of the upper bracket final. They are at risk of being knocked down to the lower bracket if they lose this next game. Same vice versa here for looking for sponsor, but holy moly, this matchup is incredible.
Incredibly great indeed. Talon being pushed into their limits. Junior Absent, the moment that he didn't got the access towards the Umbreon, he was forced to use Coffee, one of his prime picks as well. But looking for sponsor, they have something in response, and that was Komi. Great contribution with the Inteleon, enabling to do a lot of damage with those snipe shots.
Ban incoming, 100%. I think
100%.
Inteleon, either it's banned or that is getting swiped during first pick. I think that's probably what's going to be on the agenda here. Big respect to Komi. He did fantastic on the Inteleon this game. Like, yeah, there were a couple times he was picked off here and there, but outside of that, he was very solid for his team.
He was the lead factor. Like here's the thing. If you don't ban Inteleon, you need a speedster on your team. And that's not like the usual Talon that we see. Like, Talon usually uses an all-rounder for their central area. So definitely I am not seeing that as of the moment, but definitely the respect ban, it might happen. Or the deny could possibly be, but it's just deny or ban as of the moment from that Inteleon.
Jeez, I am speechless that we're going to a game number 3. Okay, so Talon are now feeling the heat. Okay,
Yeah,
they're feeling the heat. They are at risk of being knocked to the lower bracket. They haven't been, up until this point, they have not been forced to change anything. Their drafts, their play style, whatever. You're now back into a corner. What is Talon going to do now to secure this Game 3 victory? What would we say is like classic Talon when they're backed into a corner?
Yeah, and I'm actually really quite curious. Will they actually bring back the Ho-Oh that was actually being used a while ago, wherein they have an Espeon supporter, they have one of a flex Ho-Oh up until this point. So really quite curious what's gonna happen next, because Talon, as of the moment, they need to bring out more cards, because looking for sponsors, they were actually able to take down one of their cards as well in game number 2.
God, I can't believe we got such a good game for game number 2, and it was just game 2, okay? It wasn't a game 3. When coming up to the game 3, this could be like, this game, we could say it was like a 7 or an 8. This game 3 could be a 10 out of 10. Masterclass, masterpiece, eye candy. I don't know what we're gonna call this matchup, but we're going to be seeing two teams that are playing at 110%, because the grand final spot is on the line. If you lose here, you have to play another game to secure your spot in that grand final. And looking at these bans, no Talon ban. So Psyduck, Blissey, Metagross, Mewtwo Y. We still have Miraidon, we still have Inteleon, we have Umbreon as that first pick there for Talon. And this is a pick that they have been very, very comfortable with up until this point. So Talon, comfort picks, totally okay with this. But looking for sponsor, how are they looking to open for this game number 3? Do you pick up your support and defender now, or are you going to pick up your core? And Lip is stealing away Miraidon.
Oh wow. I'm not sure if this is going to be great or not.
And they stole Serena as well from Lance.
Yeah, I don't know if this is actually a great thing, but I feel like they're trying to, narrow down the comfort Pokemons here of Talon. But, knowing Lance has a wide Pokemon pool. They could actually go for a Lapras if he wants to. Aegislash. A lot of Pokemons are still available. But right now, I'm seeing an initial supporter of an Espeon as of the moment.
So, I'm just trying to see, are we going to be seeing something new? I'm trying to see, does someone change anything? I want to see something new. I want somebody to pop off and just not only surprise us as the viewers, but also surprise their opponents. Like, you've got to bring out an ace out of your sleeve right now, because you are at risk of being knocked out and not even making it to the grand final. Sync1 is hovering over Dodrio. We have not seen this Pokemon at all today, and that might end up being his choice. We're going to be seeing the triple-headed bird for our game 3 of this matchup. And Komi's got the last pick here. They've got Miraidon. Is it going to be that Mimikyu pick? They got for Zacian. They're thinking.
Think very carefully. Oh, they actually got Mimikyu as their last Pokemon, at least for this game. So this is actually really tough right now. No room for mistakes for both of these teams. They don't want to go in the hard way, which is a lower bracket. And from what I'm seeing so far, I feel like Talon doesn't want that game number 2 to happen again. That's why they had an access already towards this Dodrio that could triple trample on a specific location, wherein they could actually have an easy access to take down the attacker, and that's going to be the Miraidon or Komi later on. So I feel like that's actually the main value of this pick coming in from Sync1.
I think another benefit is the lane pressure that you can apply with Dodrio, because I think at the previous matchup, we all know Mimikyu. This Pokemon comes online so quickly and can provide so much assistance in lane. You generally are going to get a knockout or two. Like, it's probably one of the best early game lane support junglers for teams. So how do you match that energy? You've got to pick another central laner that can keep up with Mimikyu, which Dodrio can do. Very fast Pokemon, great mobility, can maybe even hit the lane before the Mimikyu is there. Maybe this is the plan for Talon. They say, you wrecked our lanes in that second game. We're going to get that control back, because that's what we're used to playing.
Oh yeah, and I want to see that control to happen. So either two teams can actually control the phasing of this game, but as of the moment, looking for a sponsor has that momentum. They just want to gain towards Talon, and their confidence is really boosted up. But RBX, on the other hand, is in a little bit of trouble here, but XP will be enough to make him live for another day, actually, in the bottom path.
Gotta live. Gotta survive. Both of these teams are in survival mode, okay?
Yeah.
Only one team is going to be able to win. I want to see what the lane priorities are going to be for both teams. Is it still going to be top lane for both teams, or are we going to be seeing a bit of a delta swap where both teams sort of pick one lane and that's going to be it? Lance wins that engagement, getting the first knockout before getting knocked out himself. But down bottom though, we're going to be seeing the Snorlax go down, the Swirtle hanging on. Real one basic attack. It's going to be enough for the Espeon to finish him off, and now Dylan on this Espeon challenging Miraidon, but both players just going to leave it at that, and now we have both central laners in that top lane. Junior absent, he sees that Mimikyu, and look at this, so much respect in that top lane. So much respect.
Yeah, and absolutely a phenomenal meme look in order for the chase not to continue up against Talon. So that was actually a phenomenal execution from Junior Absent, making sure that the KOs will be mitigated as much as possible on their side. So Talon, as of the moment, they want to make sure that they get wild Pokemons, they get XPs, avoid being knocked out.
It just goes to show how tense both of these teams feel, because they're not... No one's gone gung-ho mode. Everyone's just sort of staying in their lanes, staying in their aisle. Although we are going to be seeing Lip go down, which is a pretty big deal, because Lip has played a very pivotal role in the success of looking for sponsors. So slowing him down is massive, especially with all of the Swablu and Altaria finally coming in. Free knockout there onto a level 4 Squirtle, and Sync1 just thinking of looking for more. XP is going to be there to save Garam on that Eldegoss. Did you see Lip coming back? He's only level 5 though, so there's only so much you could do. As this poor little Steenie, they tried to jump forward with Sync1, but here comes that Mimikyu coming in, swiping with those Shadow Claws. Nice knock up there from... Yeah, nice knock up there coming out from RBX, but is it going to be enough though? This Mimikyu might be a little bit too much for them to handle. The damage output is incredible coming out from that Mimikyu. Lance though, trying to go for a knockout before they are able to get out. He will get it though, but at the cost of his own life. Komi is here, the Miraidon even joining in the fray.
Oh no, Talon overstayed, overextended, and
I think looking for sponsors. Have they maybe overstayed their welcome here, because we've got Snorlax here and Sync1, he is pretty quick himself. I think they get out, you'll... Oh my gosh.
Oh my goodness.
It never ends.
Heavy slam, it's gonna land actually, but RBX actually decided to go for the block, so no crowd control that much. It's just hindering your opponents to get in touch. But oh, Electro Drift almost catches the Regieleki, but not gonna be quite enough yet. But Surf from Real would buy some time coming in from Talon. But Talon, on the other hand, wants to push things down this Regieleki, and that Regieleki actually takes down the gold zone here. So Talon needs a rotation, needs something to happen once again. But that bottom lane objective, it's looking good for the sponsor.
I have to say, looking for sponsor, they did a pretty good job hanging on as 4 and letting Lip go for the solo in that bottom lane. So denying the experience away from Talon, and also helping to provide some extra experience for his own teammates. So this game is still very much equal. It can go anyone's way. It really is just a case of who's able to catch out who first, and can they finish the fight when they need it to? Because when it comes to a battle of endurance, I'm kind of leaning towards looking for sponsor. They have a lot of defensive stuff, but great start there from the Snorlax. Big dive coming in from Lip in the front lines. They've got the Miraidon coming in with the Unite as well. We still have that Mimikyu already popping the Unite himself too, but we haven't seen any knockouts as of yet, but they're getting very close. Lots of disrupt, preventing Mimikyu from really doing what he wants to do. Piss, stuck in that mean look. It does expire at the perfect moment, but they've lost Lip out of all of that.
Yeah, and that's actually a big hindrance for sponsor in able to dominate this team, but it wasn't for all.
Oh my god, caught!
Immediately by the main look, a phenomenal timing from Junior Absent in order to take down the primary attacker of the team. And right now Talon is going to be charging even further in order for them to score some goals here all the way into bottom path. Heavy slam is going to land. Hydro Typhoon will buy some time, but what a Unite move. Power Nap coming in order to deny that Unite move as well from wheel, and he's gonna be buying a lot of time for Talon. Where is the damage?
Deserve,
Is not making a lot, but the response coming in from the Maraudon once again. Kobe doing the things of wonders. Lance is just gonna be going in for the wide guard, but still, it's a lot of KOs out of that.
Triple trample as well. Sinquan wants a piece of this action and he's ready to finish it. The nail on the coffin does not get lit yet, but oh my goodness, Talon surviving the onslaught, coming out from looking for sponsor, getting all of those knockouts, and they're still getting knockout after knockout, getting another knockout onto that Serena. The experience that is being funneled into Talon right now. This might be what Talon is looking for. Just keep winning these fights. Keep forcing, looking for sponsor to fight into you and play desperate, because that's what I'm kind of feeling right now. Komi in the back lines. He was pressuring Sinquan. He walks on out Unite from the Maraudon as well. Doing a great job at zoning, but now it's Sinquan's turn to turn around. He gets the knockout. Looking for a sponsor. Is now looking for a Pokemon Center.
Oh yeah, and this is going to be a very beautiful overcap coming in from Talon, perfectly calculated in order to overtake the lead as of the moment. But right now, they have to rush things down all the way into the forest, get every resources. So looking for sponsors would be in deficit in terms of experience. But right now, Regieleki will be touching down bottom lane as of the moment for Talon, but there's no score conversion out of it yet. And actually, it's really a defense coming here for Talon.
It is a defense. I mean, I'm a little bit worried that Talon is maybe going to box themselves into a position where we've seen this time and time again before, right? You have exposed goal zones, especially tier 1s. When Rayquaza is up, tier 1 goal zones are in a lot of cases really big liabilities, because you are suddenly opening yourself up to being back-capped. And with the whole double point system, if someone's able to sneak in a 60 to 80 pointer, that can be game winning for the other side. So not only do you have to protect Rayquaza, but you also have to worry about those goal zones. So I love that Talon used the Alecki up top to break the tier 1. They've got to make a decision for that bottom tier 1. Do they give that away to looking for sponsor? Which I don't think that's going to be the case. It looks like they want to keep it, and they're just going to get ready for a Rayquaza fight.
Not quite sure if Sinquan trying to go for a sneak attack all the way into the bottom. I'm not quite sure yet. This is actually phenomenal meme look coming in. But RBX, where is the follow-up setup? Bright Future Meteor Storm is going to be invested, but there is actually not enough takedown for their team. But look at this. It is just looking for sponsor. Wants to charge in even further. Queen's Descendant is actually even there, but Triple Trample will be there as well. And oh my goodness, Talon is still there, being able to take down the last hit, and everyone from the sponsor is taken out of the process.
That was such a desperate race for that Rayquaza, but of all the Pokemon to get it, it was Dylan on the Espeon, locking in the grand final spot here for Talon after what was an extremely dicey battle. Looking for sponsor, they were trying to gun for that Rayquaza, but for Talon, they understood the assignment. They were also focused on going for the steal themselves, and to be able to get it, they got the teamwork when they're looking for sponsor. And now they can sit pretty, relax, maybe have some dinner, get ready for the grand final, and wait as they see who their opponent is going to be. It could be looking for sponsor, but it could also be a different team. We really don't know. But as much as we want to say great stuff to Talon, I also want to give a big congratulations to looking for sponsor. This team has played fantastic, like especially up against Talon. They gave them a big run for their money, and I would not be surprised if we see a rematch in the grand final.
Oh yeah, we want that rematch for sure, because they pushed Talon into the limits. Like, we've seen Kod Fibonacci go up against them, but it wasn't really the story that we wanted to see, or Kod Fibonacci wanted to happen, simply because it was a one-sided match, 2-0. But right now, someone rises to the top up against Talon. Looking for sponsor is an interesting team that we have to look forward to later on. They're going to be sitting back into the lower bracket finals, but we'll see if they can climb back up, because there is a lot of challenge that is about to happen on their team.
Oh my gosh. Who better than to rise to the top than a team with wings? Birds, Talon, sitting on the throne, ready to claim that spot for the ACL finals. But they're not done as of yet. They do have the winner's advantage for the grand final. We'll have to see who their opponent is going to be. It could be a rematch against Looking for Sponsor, or it could be someone else. And we don't know who that someone else is yet because I don't believe we have an update yet for the brackets. I'm going to try and have a quick look and see if we know where they are. Oh, do you have it?
Okay, yeah, we have it. All right.
So what's the status update for the brackets?
All right, so here we go. Kod Fibonacci actually took down Avicii EDM in 2-1, but Blacklist International and Team K is still ongoing.
Ooh,
1-1.
Oh, they won what? So it's like on game 3 now. Dang. And then they have another matchup to go between the two of them. And then the winner of that is going to play the losers finals up against Looking for Sponsor. That I'm glad we've got these two teams, like the teams that are remaining. These are amazing teams. But can anyone beat Looking for Sponsor? Because so far they appear to be the second best team at the tournament.
Yeah, right. And we've seen that Blacklist International, despite putting up a fight, it wasn't really enough. We've seen the skill cap as of the moment during their series. I'm not quite sure if there is still more for Blacklist, but Kod Fibonacci not being able to score a single set towards Talon, it's really it's questionable as of the moment if they can actually take down Looking for a Sponsor.
Well, we'll find out very soon, won't we, Yules? It's going to come down to the teams. What have they learned today? I think that's probably a question that everyone kind of has to ask themselves. What did they learn today in terms of the meta, in terms of the team that they're playing, what they learned about themselves, and how do they put all that they've learnt into practice so that they can play at their absolute best and maybe even better than they usually would play in these upcoming matches, because we are getting very deep in the competition here, and unfortunately for a lot of the teams, or basically everyone aside from Talon, if you lose, you're out.
Oh yeah, and wow, this is just pure action we are seeing, and
I love it.
I love it. Knowing the remaining teams, you know, one defeat is gonna take you down, is gonna send you home, and I just can't wait for the next match. I just cannot wait even further. Though sad to say, we'll be waiting for a little bit longer, but I'm really excited what's about to unfold.
Look, I think this is like the perfect time to have dinner, have a snack, if you've got homework, if you've got chores, if you've got to do anything, like this is probably the best time to do it as we get ready for the lower bracket finals, because we do need to figure out who that final team is going to be that plays up against Looking for Sponsor, but it's going to be a fire matchup. I really feel like we're going to be seeing a really exciting match because it's a very desperate time for everyone that is still within the competition. But Yules, we've had a great time so far, but we also need a break. So folks, don't go anywhere. Well, actually, you can go for 30 minutes and sort of do whatever you need to do, but be back in half an hour for the lower bracket finals, because it's going to be a very exciting one. We'll see you after this break, Pokemon trainers.
Pokemon Unite! Pokemon Unite! Pokémon unite! unite! Pokémon unite!
Hey there, Pokemon trainers, and welcome back to the Pokemon Unite Winter Open Tournament 2025 for APAC East. In a shocking turn of events, our lower bracket final? Yeah, that's what it is. It's the lower bracket final. We've been waiting to find out who is going to be playing against Looking for Sponsor. And the team that they're going to play against is none other than Team K. So we are looking at a South Korea versus South Korea matchup in the lower bracket final. Okay, Yules, I think a lot of us were thinking that maybe one of the Filipino teams is going to make it through, but did you expect a Korea versus Korea matchup in the lower bracket final?
I mean, honestly, it's more than 50-50, but I saw this coming, knowing that Team K from the online qualifiers that happened yesterday, they were taking down a lot of Filipino teams along the process during their run. So it's not surprising that they actually took down Kod Fibonacci in 2-1. So right now, it's all about countrymen versus countrymen. Again, both South Korean teams will be competing for that grand final slot. But for the record, it was actually Looking for Sponsor who did well up against Talon compared to Team K.
I'm so glad you mentioned that because I wanted to bring that up. Both of these teams have suffered at the hands of Talon. So I guess the question is, who is going to be the better candidate in that grand final? We will find out, thankfully, because these two teams are going to have to play up against each other. It's a best of 3 still in the lower bracket final, so no shenanigans, no best of 5, no reset, no anything. But this is going to give Talon a slight edge because they get to watch these matches. And if these teams, these players, they decide to do anything different for these games, Talon's obviously going to take notes of this. So I hope they have something extra prepared past this stage, because as much as you should be thinking about the grand final and keeping all your strats for the grand final, I'd also advise making it to the grand final.
Yeah, and here's the thing, like, whoever's gonna win this would definitely have a disadvantage. Number one, it's going to be the bracket reset disadvantage, and number two, it is going to be the fatigue factor, especially Team K, who has been playing since round number 1 in the lower bracket compared to Looking for Sponsor, who actually just dropped down up until this point when they lost from Talon. Oh, that was in 2-10. Sorry about that. That is actually 2-1 on the upper finals. But yes, a little bit of a recap of what happened upstream. So Blacklist International and Team K. So Team K actually emerged victorious, and they emerged victorious as well up against Kod Fibonacci, making the matchup Looking for a Sponsor up against Team K. And Talon is just waiting for that spot in the grand finals, and they do have that reset advantage as well. So they only need 2 games in order to be the champions and go to PU ACL finals in Japan.
So this is a pretty interesting journey for Team K because they have played since this afternoon, since the tournament began. They have had to play their games back to back to back. And just looking at the brackets, you can see they've played every game up until that 3rd match. So count the 2 at the beginning, plus another 3, plus another 3, plus another 3, and potentially another 2 to 3 games. Like, I cannot believe this team is still going so strong. I'd be running on fumes at this point of time.
Yeah.
I hope they've had dinner. I think that's the most important thing. When you've been playing all day, if you don't have time to sort of just sit down and eat and sort of regenerate that stamina, that mental fortitude, as the game goes on, it's going to wreck you. So Team K, I hope they've been looking after themselves as well as they've been playing their games today, but also, if they can, do some research against their opponents, because like, these two teams are basically from the same region. Like, clearly they must have scrimmed each other, right? So they have to know each other. Maybe not from the back of their hand, but I believe they'd have some information on each other.
Oh yeah, that's definitely for sure. Like, knowing that South Korea, they have a little bit of population compared to Philippines and Taiwan in terms of the teams out there who's actually competing. So it's really possible that they have scrimmed each other multiple times up until this point. So right now we're going to be hopping into our draft. So Metagross Miraidon is going to be the primary bans actually here for Team K, but supporter bans is the priority of looking for sponsors. So I'm more convinced of the bans from looking for sponsors. So this would make the composition for both teams actually like at a more proficient way. Like this is how we can determine what are the comfort of these players, because if you take down S tier supporters, definitely it would be difficult to pull someone off on the pool.
Yeah, I'm so sorry that I've pulled out so many of these puns all day today, but I think at this point I'd be looking for a support, because you've eliminated like the best support from the entire game. But interesting that we have priority instead on our all-rounders, attackers and defenders, because we have Serena being the priority for Team K, followed by Mewtwo, Y and Blastoise. So we've got the firepower, we've got the front line there looking for sponsor, and it's going to be the supporting crew now for Team K, just locking in their front line and their support. And it looks like they're wanting to play super aggressive right off the bat. You've got that Mamoswine, who, as a Swinub, really great lane partner if you can partner this up with a Pokemon that has a little bit of firepower behind it. And then Eldegoss, a great lane partner as well, because if you get the red buff, then you can just start poking away at your opponents. And Eldegoss is like the best offensive supporter in the game.
Oh yeah, I totally agree with you. But making these picks available already for the side of Team K, so you already have their defender and supporter as well. So this would make looking for sponsors be much more flexible into their own rounders, knowing that there's no Umbreon being available. So Blazion is still possible in the picture, Urshifu as well, because these are the all-rounders that you know commonly being used whenever there's no Umbreon. But Delphox here for the side of Team K. So I understand.
I love this.
Yeah. Because of the crowd control. Additional crowd control and damage at the same time. So I haven't seen Delphox yet, especially on Southeast Asia League. So I do believe this is the first appearance on the whole circuit of Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League, at least for Southeast Asia.
I think so. Like, we haven't seen this since essentially last year. And as an added bonus for Delphox, you know, this was, back in the day, the counter to Clefable, right? The whole point of Clefable's kit is to keep its team alive. But once Delphox hits the field, Clefable's healing is going to be much less effective. You reduce the effectiveness of that support, and all of a sudden, you can't just run into the enemy team and have your support moonlighting behind you. You have to be very selective of where you decide to have these fights, because otherwise you're going to have fanciful fireworks thrown right on top of you, and that is amazing setup for the rest of Team K to come in with the follow-up. Because again, we said this earlier on, Team K, they've gone for a very aggressive draft. This is a team that wants to fight. They don't want to play tango with you. They don't want to play that game of like poke and heal. Once they go, they want to go. And the thing is, looking for sponsor, I mean, they kind of had that going for them until the Delphox appeared. And so all of a sudden, they need to be really careful where and when they choose to have these fights. One place you don't want to be fighting if you are on the side of looking for sponsor, do not fight at choke points, because that's where the fireworks become incredibly deadly.
Oh yeah, I totally agree, and I love what's about to happen as of the moment. But right now, Team K is going to be starting things very aggressive here towards top half. They already have numbers advantage, and that was actually quick. They didn't even clear the whole forest. They just set their prioritization all the way to top half and eventually get the KO that their team needs. And this is a different facing from the more traditional ones rather. So I'm quite curious, what is Team K actually planning as of the moment?
Well, I mean, the plan originally, right, is to just go. I think it's like to have that red button, have someone be ready to press it and say, okay guys, it's time to shine, we gotta go. But at the same time, they have to be very wary of looking for sponsor, because looking for sponsor also wants to go themselves. And up top, I'm actually seeing some health bars drop, as we do see a very low Squirtle that almost got caught out managed to get out of there, it seems, as we are seeing a bit of a skirmish in that bottom lane as well. That Mewtwo Y just poking away at this Braxian Swinub combo. But up top though, no KOs. It looks like it was pretty close, but just more or less just an exchange of damage rather than an exchange of Pokemon.
Yeah, but right now it's more quiet than usual. Both teams are scoreless as of the moment. No stacking as of now, but I love the macro plays coming in from both teams. They were able to make sure to clear every single wild Pokemons in the forest on their lanes as well, and the Bunnelby was actually poking the Urshifu, preventing it to score. That was actually very funny. But yeah, going back into the picture right now, it is going to be Team K who's going to be the aggressors here all the way in the top path. Urshifu is going to get pinched down immediately, and that is a powerful stomp from the Serena and a granted KO as well for Team K. But the trait of looking for sponsor is going to be their score.
I wonder if they want to continue with this because there are so many Pokemon here. Urshifu is nowhere in sight either, actually thinking of going down bottom instead. But it looks like Carla almost getting caught out, was managed to run into the bush. Wartortle getting caught out at the Doublade. So 2 Pokemon knocked out on the side of looking for sponsor. Still diving with that Serena onto the Clefable, just making sure Garam isn't there to heal his teammates with that Moonlight. Now it's going to be Moonlight and Follow Me for this Clefable, so a little bit of redirection as well as healing. But unfortunately, this is not going to do anything when it comes to defending that tier 1 goal zone that's just been popped.
Oh yeah, and I actually love how Looking for Sponsor responded in that situation, knowing that the Clefable has been buying a lot of time for their team. So what they did is shift their attention towards the Regirock. They get XP, they get defense as well, while Team K applies the pressure all the way in top lane, but there is just enough time for them to defend things down.
Yeah, just got to keep that defense going and just stabilize while they get their resources going. But so far, it's looking pretty even across the board in terms of experience. We've got a level 9 on both sides. Now it's going to be an extra level 9 there on the Delphox. So Team K with a slight experience advantage over looking for sponsor. It looks like we do have a couple of Pokemon trying to run away there by Team K, being chased by looking for sponsor. Thankfully, no one's able to get any connections off, so they do disengage. They are coming back in with the Piloswine, who's been served back towards that goal zone. He's going to try and walk on out of there. Nice Sacred Sword just for the zone, but here comes that Mewtwo. It's going to pop the Unite as well. They catch out the most valuable target there, though. They get the Zacian. Now it's looking for sponsor, looking for goals.
Looking for goals, and right now looking for sponsor, managed to keep it up ongoing. They're actually on the lead in terms of their core Pokemon, which is the Urshifu, but the score is not looking that, much of a lead. And definitely this is, could go flip back and forth towards right now. But I love the pressure that looking for sponsor is trying to apply up against Team K. They want Team K to be removed on their comfort zones immediately, knowing that they are the ones controlling the game so far.
Got to keep control of that game, because I fear if you lose control of it, I feel like Team K has a really good chance of just sort of coming back and taking that control back for themselves. Especially with that Delphox on the field. Like, this is such an X-Factor Pokemon that very rarely appears, but in the right circumstances, and in this game in particular, I really think it can be a game-defining Pokemon, depending on whether you get a really good placement for the fanciful fireworks and the follow-up damage as well. And it looks like we are going to be seeing a Regice down bottom, unfortunately, so no attack or defense buff on the side of looking for sponsor, but they will still benefit from that extra experience that they're going to be getting.
Yeah, experience indeed, but right now Team K once again applying the pressure towards top lane, and actually it's not looking good here for sponsor. They are being pressured enough here. Blastoise is going to be forced to go in with that serve. Hydro Typhoon expended, but a Coup de Grace won't be enough for them to get the KO. Queen's Ascendant in order to secure it. But right now, Evo Delphox! That was actually big to take down the Delphox, and right now the sponsor is looking for a callback as of this moment into this team fight, and Team K is just ignoring the idea that they do have the Regieleki, and they don't want to pick up the AO's energies as fast as they can. But right now, that goal zone is still up, despite it being defenseless. Looking for sponsor was able to take down the important KOs that their team needs to catch up in XP.
And it's all thanks to Piz as well with that backstab, just removing the Delphox from the equation. Really just makes Team K feel a lot more exposed, not having that Delphox back there to provide that range damage. Nice surf though, catching out that Sarita and instantly annihilated by Look for Sponsor. This tier 1 goal zone now under threat. Really nice surf. The push Pokemon off the goal zone. Mammothswide is down as well. The big frontliner has been removed, and with no Sarita, the Zacian is exposed. The Delphox is going to have to play super far back, and what can Eldegoss do? Not a lot. So they're just going to have to poke out the damage if they can, but this goal zone, it's dunzos.
Oh yeah, it's done right now. Looking for a sponsor, bouncing back little by little. They have to make sure that they are still in control despite losing in terms of points. I mean, just take a look at the levels right now. It's very favorable on their side. Defender supporters are at 10 and the others are just at 13 compared to the level 11 Zacian, who just came up level 12 here. So this is actually a huge gap already that we could see, knowing that final stretch is just 40 seconds away, and Looking for a Sponsor wants to keep an eye on those very important objectives, because 2 seconds, we can determine what it is going to be at the bottom path, and that is going to be the Registeel, one of the most important Regis in the game, but sad to say, Team K will take it home.
Alright, so Team K, they may have gotten a attack buff for themselves, but what's the play here for Looking for Sponsor? Because everyone for Team K, they're still in that bottom lane. It looks like they're not going to go for the rip onto that Rayquaza. Instead, trying to get into position to maybe catch out Team K instead, who looks like they have found their own way into that central area. Regieleki did walk into that top lane, but you can see Looking for Sponsor, they're not interested in putting themselves in an awkward position to score. They're leading by only 3 points. A tiny point lead. A micro score here could change things. 2 points turning into 4 could change things. So as long as Sponsor can keep zoning Team K away from that central area and prevent them from scoring, this game should be in the bag.
Yeah, should be in the bag right now, but that Ice Fang is gonna land against Piss. But
Fireworks!
oh my goodness, multiple fireworks will deal a lot of damage as well. Hydro Typhoon is gonna knock up 2 members immediately. But where is Real heading towards next? And looks like the HPs of Team K is still up, getting shredded immediately. 3 members up, but what a turnaround. 2 members left at the side of Looking for a Sponsor. One is just gonna jump in all the way from the jump pad, and this is a huge pressure towards Team K. And they're eliminated, and Quebec is just there at Rayquaza, and he's gonna back away a lot. A micro score can change it, but they don't know who's at the lead.
They don't know, but they're going to find out very soon who has that lead. And, you know, Looking for Sponsor, they still have that tier 1 goal zone available. If anyone has any points of value, this is the time to do so. But with Rayquaza under threat, you can see that Team K also feeling pressured themselves to have to either go for the steal or just to try to delay this game. The whole team is back. It's back to a 5v5, Yules.
Oh my goodness, there goes the station inside the Rayquaza spin, but Fanciful Fires will be there, and the station will get the Rayquaza once for all. 25 seconds on the clock. They still have the shield to just have to score, and everyone from Looking for Sponsor was wiped out immediately. And Team K with a clutch victory up against Looking for Sponsors. Team K is not a joke. They eliminated a lot of teams in the tournament, and they will take a game as well up against Looking for Sponsor.
We're starting to see cracks in Looking for Sponsor's shield. This was the team that has been donned the best or second best team in the tournament. But for Team K to come in looking so strong in that Rayquaza fight, picking and choosing those battles, and most importantly, securing that Rayquaza. Looking for Sponsor, they might not even make it to the grand finals. They might drop here and now if Team K can secure this second game against them. What a terrible position to be in, especially if you're looking for Sponsor. Like, if you are a fan of this team because they have done so well up until this point and you are expecting them to be in that grand final, they are in danger. They have to reverse sweep this set if they want to make it to play against Talon again.
Oh yeah, and it is actually a huge pressure up against Team K, or rather for Looking for Sponsors, knowing that there is someone in the tournament, aside from Talon, that could actually take them down, who's actually on par with them. And I can tell you, it was their game before the moment that Rayquaza appeared. It was a Zacian that was TK that did the flip up against him. And I would like to commend their Eldegoss as well, being able to sustain those Pokemon who actually dived in all the way to Rayquaza. It was a complete gamble, but they trusted everyone. And that Eldegoss was just doing the works of wonders in order for their team to prioritize the objective, get the last hit, and they would just run away and get those dumps coming.
It was really crazy to see how close this fight was. Like originally, it looked like things were gonna fall apart for looks like things were gonna fall apart for looking for sponsor, but then they got the triple KO and they tied things up. They had Pokemon there, but it just Rayquaza. Okay, Rayquaza is on a whole different level on its own. You secure that objective. 99% of the time, you are generally going to be able to win the game just because of that Rayquaza shield, the chance to score, the extra damage. I mean, it's a very typical win con in Pokemon Unite. I kind of wonder if things could have been a little bit different for looking for sponsor. Like, could they have approached that end game, like that final moment, a little differently? Or do you feel that they were also pressured to get that Rayquaza themselves?
Like, here's the thing, like, overcapping is really possible in this game, and I do feel like, looking for sponsor, they were actually overthinking a bit, knowing that, like, the score differential is not that big, so they might be not sure if they are on the lead. They don't know what's happening completely because they are too hyper-focused in the game. They cannot keep on track on those scores, so maybe what they wanted to happen is, let's just get the Rayquaza. Everyone from Team K is not here. But those hesitations made a room for Team K in order to steal that Rayquaza away from them.
Okay, so slight change-ups here. Blaziken, I don't believe this was banned in the first matchup, but Blaziken's going to be joining the ban phase here by looking for sponsor and going to be picking up the Psyduck for themselves. Pairing this up with what could be a Blastoise Zacian. So first 3 picks, very likely here for looking for sponsor, unless they change to Mewtwo Y. And they will lock in their attacker first. Okay, so they lock in the attacker. They've got their defender slash support. Well, we know it could be a non-healing strat. We do see those every now and again, as well as that Zacian. But for Team K, though, Aegislash, and is it really going to be Garchomp here as their secondary all-rounder? Buzzwole, I'm actually a really big fan of, and I would be totally okay if they decide to go for the Buzzwole.
Oh yeah, you know, those grabs are really phenomenal when you have a Buzzwole. We've actually seen it before, you know, being on a maximum potential. That was Icy from Code Unknown, and knowing that they did go up against Code Unknown a while ago, Team K, probably they saw something in it, or, you know, I don't know if it's just a traditional pick as well coming in from their team. We never know what really happened behind the scenes, but right now for sure, they have a great team composition. They just need a very reliable attacker as of the moment. But might to tell you, looking for sponsor, they have an Umbreon that could stop its track.
They've got an Umbreon that can stop a lot of things in its tracks, right? Buzzwole, Aegislash, and whatever this last Pokemon is going to be on
Greedent! Oh
Hello?
my!
Okay, so we've had some Charizard shenanigans, which is coming back on the side of looking for sponsor. That will be going to Lip, but a Greedent all of a sudden making an appearance here for Team K. If they win this, I have questions.
This actually worked before. It actually worked at the hands of Blacklist International during the Southeast Asia League. As far as I know, it was Drem who actually used the Greedent as an attacker. Very aggressive in terms of everything. They were able to maximize its damage potential in the game. And given the fact that, you know, Team K has a Blissey on their team, has a Ho-Oh as well, they have all the sustain that they need to get this game set.
So if you were Greedent, who would you be targeting? Are you trying to sit on top of the Mewtwo Y this game? Are you looking to just shut down the supports? Like, what's the goal here? Because in the past, this is not the first time Greedent's ever made an appearance. It's not like this Pokemon's never appeared. But in the past, its goal was to be an absolute pest in the back line and to just draw attention away from the front line. Is that what we're going to kind of see here with the Greedent, you think?
Oh yeah, very possible. And knowing that there's actually a Psyduck that is actually, majority of the time will be on the back line as well, same thing going to be UI. I feel like that would be the case, or that will be the primary, role of this Greedent is, just be a pest at the back line. Make sure to use your very belly flop, use your Unite move as well, those belch, those coveted. And, it's just positioning that will be ruined the side of looking for sponsors. So, let's see if this would be, the game plan that would work for Team K in game number 2. Set point!
I also want to bring this up that we have a Buzzwole central lane on the side of Team K. So it looks like Buzzwole is going to be the one to hold that tempo for Team K. And we know for a fact how scary Buzzwole can be in lane, but you give this Pokemon experience and the blue and red buff, this Pokemon can wreak havoc. So we'll have to see if they can crush that top lane, because that is the goal here if you're going for central lane Buzzwole. You have to capitalize on that early game power that this Pokemon provides. It's just unfortunate because you look at Sponsor, they're all hiding on their goal zone. Okay, they are terrified of a Buzzwole appearing, but Piz is here on the Sashian, so it's going to be a 3 versus 3. Kiz makes his appearance and he does show himself. Sacred Sword though is going to be there. They pull that Gara with that Buzzwole, but Chris taking too much damage, and that's going to be a knockout on the central lane Buzzwole.
Oh yeah, and that's actually big start for looking for a sponsor. They were able to take down one of the most important Pokemons at the side of Team K in order to delay things down. And not just that, they got another KO at the top path, making sure that Team K will have a bad start, the start that they don't want to happen as of the moment. But right now, Buzzwole, Kyrie's on the other hand, wants to go for this fight. They know that they need the central areas, Swablu's and Altaria, so they have to make sure that they get this clean once and for all.
I mean, we are starting to see a bit of a glaring issue with this draft on the side of Team K. Until they have Aegislash up and running, they're actually struggling to latch on to Pokemon. If Buzzwole doesn't manage to latch on with the initial jump, he's kind of just left there. Because looking for Sponsor, they can kite this line. They've got a lot of very agile, very quick Pokemon with escape mechanisms. So there's a lot of pressure on Team K to really perform with this Buzzwole, and they've actually decided to change the lanes up a little bit. Buzzwole pivoting into the top lane, going to be sending that Doublade in the central area. They are being pushed though, and the Blissey has been caught out. They also bring the Psyduck in as well, just to make sure that they have some extra bodies here to push this top lane. I mean, Ho-Oh's there, but what's a Ho-Oh going to do against 4 Pokemon?
Oh yeah, that's going to be very tough, knowing that Ho-Oh, when it comes to damage, yes, it was buff, but not to an extent wherein you could just, solo KO someone. But right now, this is going to be a fall of action. They caught it with the mean look, and they did take down that Go Zone as well. And that Psyduck was actually able to pull Kyrie's on the process, but not gonna be enough for them to take the KO as of the moment. But speaking of KO, they are gonna knock out and make Regieleki one of their assets in order to apply some pressure, but there's added defense as well coming in from Team K.
Alright, so we have a level 8 Greedent this game, so highest level, or at least one of the highest level Pokemon on the side of Team K, being chased by 4 Pokemon. I don't think it matters what level you are. If you've got 4 people chasing you down, you will be knocked up. So there goes the Greedent. Ho-Oh's here single-handedly defending, but that mean look is causing Ho-Oh so many issues. Can't even escape. Gets knocked out himself, and looking for Sponsor. They are mad. They want that game 3. They're not happy with what happened in game number 1.
Yeah, they're totally not happy. They want that revenge story. They want to force out game number 3 up until this point. But Team K, on the other hand, they are losing a lot in terms of XP, in terms of map control, and everything else, objective as well. So they need to catch up as soon as they can, as much as possible, get those knockouts one by one whenever it's a guarantee coming in from their team, just to be able for them to catch up a lot in terms of XP. Because looking for sponsors, they are taking down every single resources that they do have.
Yeah, they're committing global warming by just soaking everything up, right? Not giving anything away. But I feel like this is the correct way to play if you're looking for sponsor. You don't want to give Team K an opportunity to have any kind of comeback, right? And I'm not sure if pulling resources, this is a great way to do it. But I think as well, I kind of want to question the draft from Team K, because let's be real, their draft is not normal, okay? Very off the hook, like very different. It's not something that we're used to seeing, and unfortunately, it's not picked like this a lot because it's not proven. So, Team K, the fact that they've drafted like this and they don't have this early game advantage, I don't know if they're gonna make the comeback. I mean, they got the Zash in, Bliss Assistance there. Kumi's fine. I don't see them being able to chase him because I mentioned this before. Team K, once they dislatch from somebody, they don't have a good way of latching back on.
Right now, added pressure again and again. Team K keeps on applying the pressure, the best of their abilities. But right now, looking for a sponsor is going to engage the Team K. They know they have a big advantage right now, and they're going to be advancing even further, trying to chase down that Aegis-Slash, and they take it out in the process. It is the whole getting caught immediately at the main loop. That's actually a total of three knockouts actually, in which that Buzzwole actually just came back into the battle. So that was actually a phenomenal execution for looking for sponsor in order to bait down that fight and make it favorable for them, for Team K not to catch up on their levels.
Oh boy, it looked like it was going to be a good time for Team K to come back, but looking for sponsor, they just have too much firepower now, too much of a lead. As soon as they have the right Pokemon there, they're going to get those knockouts. And I mean, Aegis-Slash is hanging on, but the shielding, it's just not enough, unfortunately. And Regirock is going to go in favor of looking for sponsors, so they have the defensive buff as well. It makes it even harder to knock them out. And Team K, they can only just really retreat, because what else can you do? You try to fight back. Oh, the Buzzwole's been caught back by the Psyduck as well. Does get out, but just how scary is this team? You try to retreat, you get pulled back. You try to fight into looking for sponsor, they out-damage you. It's almost like you just can't win.
Yeah, there's actually not a chance for you to even do what you want, or what do you want to execute things down. It's just full of, covers. For looking for sponsors, they don't want that same thing to happen again during game number 1, and they keep applying the pressure. They don't want Team K to move the way they wanted to. That's why they take another KO out of the process into their territory, and this is not looking good for Team K. 40 seconds on the clock. There will be Rayquaza. 5 seconds. Regieleki will be up there, so it is looking for a sponsor, not giving a breathing room, and they managed to pull down that KO. But KO, it's not going to be present as of the moment.
Oh, the situation's looking really dire here for Team K. The level lead on the side of looking for sponsor. The Charizard is almost level 15, so he is going to be a late game monster unless they somehow catch Lip out and they just pop him on the spot. I just don't see them being able to eliminate this Charizard. And backed up with an Umbreon that's going to have the Wish available, a Mewtwo that's going to be pelting them with these painful basic attacks. I think I could even just see this rush happening. And look at this Team K. I mean, what secure did they have?
Oh, they're just going to rush it. They don't care anymore for Team K, because they know they have the firepower. They don't have to play tag, and they're gonna take them down in the process. And it is just a scoring game for looking for sponsors, and there will be a game number 3.
Game number 3, a sigh of relief for fans supporting looking for sponsor, and for Team K, maybe just a moment for this team to kind of catch their breath, to regroup. I like weird, okay? I love seeing weird compositions. But sometimes I feel like if you go a little bit too weird, it could cost you a game. Especially in the lower bracket finals as well. I kind of feel like this draft could have worked. It was just, I feel like things just immediately went downhill when that first engagement with the Buzzwole, the first rotation that we saw, when that failed, I feel like Team K probably just lost it there and then, because they needed that Buzzwole to be that big threat, to make looking for sponsor feel afraid to appear in their lanes.
It's actually a high risk, high reward composition. Like that's how I call it. Yeah, it could have worked, but the facing it just got messy. The moment that, you know, looking for sponsor doesn't know how things would go for Team K. They know what's gonna happen. They know their win condition. So as of the moment, they don't want that to happen. They countered it immediately with their own potential, taking down those important KOs in order for Team K to be behind, and they just zone out. They just keep applying the pressure as of the moment.
Yeah, so 5 seconds to go, but looking for sponsor. They tied the series up 1-1, bringing it to a game 3. Match point for both teams. Next game, winner of this match is going to the grand finals and will have their rematch against Talon. Both of these teams looking for rematches against Talon, because that's the reason why both of these teams are down here. It's because of Talon.
Oh yeah, actually not just them, but actually everyone who competed in the lower bracket semifinals. Just imagine, Kodano was there for a rematch up against Talon, Team K was also there, and looking for sponsor also there, so they are competing for a rematch up against Talon. But right now, our score is 1-1, and it will be a total reset for the next game. It will just be a best of 1. That is going to be the mindset of the teams competing as of the moment, because they don't want to, you know, think of it, oh, it's a best of 3, we came up short. No, they want to think that it is a best of 1, and it is a must-win already for this team. So this is going to be an all-out for sure.
So changes coming into this game number 3. I think looking for sponsor, I mean, they played as standard as can be, right? Like, they've had a lot of success with all of these Pokemon, so I don't think we're going to be seeing any changes for them. But Team K, okay, that draft in that last game, it was different and it didn't quite work. I could see the vision, it's just, it didn't really play out for them. What are we sort of looking for in this next matchup for them? Are we just gonna be like, okay, maybe they should just play how they did in game number 1?
Yeah.
But game number 1, I feel like, was a bit of a fluke as well. Like, they kind of fell back to that Rayquaza. So what did we see in that first draft that actually looked good for them? Like, what would we predict to be like a Pokemon that they'd be happy to go back for?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's not just the Pokemon in general, but to be specific, I think they have to overhaul their composition again. They have to be more on the traditional setup, so it is a much more guaranteed win, because, again, their composition, Team K a while ago in game number 2, it is a high-risk, high-reward composition. If you get behind already at the early stages of the game, definitely those things won't work immediately on your favor. So you need to take control if you want that kind of composition. But so far, looking for sponsor, they are so good in applying pressure on those macros and everything. They want to make sure that they go head-to-head, and if they already are head-to-head, they get ahead of you on time.
They get ahead because that's how they play, right? It's their signature style. So, our best of 3. Let's come down to this final game as Team K and looking for sponsor have both taken a match off of each other, forcing this game number 3. What's going to be removed from the pool of Pokemon? Metagross is going to be the first one removed. Serena is going to be the next one. We do know Serena has been very popular today.
Alola.
And Alola Ninetale?
Oh, wow.
This has to be like insider info that we're not aware of, because we have not seen. But Zoroark first.
Let's go. Let's go.
See a Venusaur. Okay, wait. Okay, hold on. I think this is. We have a remake happening. Okay, as soon as I saw the glaring Rapidash, we know that it's not. Dang it, guys! Dang it!
I thought we were gonna see a Zoroark, come on!
I was so happy. I was like, but first pick Zoroark, and then we saw the Venusaur, and I was like, am I in heaven? Did we like suddenly hit jackpot with this final? Okay, no, apparently not. I do believe we are going to be going in for a quick remake, so apologies for that, guys. I know you were just as excited as we were, so just hang tight, okay? We're gonna get this sorted. We'll jump right back into the draft as soon as it's ready. But dang it, dang it!
I feel like the error out there is they're not going to be changing their sides. I'm not quite sure if that was really the case. So remake is happening along the process right now. So you know, we'll see what happens next. So there might be some errors happening at the back end, so make sure to sit tight, everyone else, and we're gonna be in the action in just a moment. But of course, we would like to remind everyone as well to make sure to cast your entries on our giveaway for tonight, and that is a fully funded trip to Japan and watch PU ACL finals, of course, in Japan.
Yeah, and if you haven't entered or you don't know how to enter, essentially the competition is find out what the secret word is. We've been sharing a new letter every broadcast. Today we're going to be showing the final letter, but if you haven't entered yet, you can still enter. Go back to the previous broadcast, find those letters, make the word, and cast your entry, okay? You can still enter. Entries close, I believe, after the grand final, okay? So you still have time to win those tickets. You never know, you know, you could be that guy, that gal that enters in the last 10 minutes of the competition, and all of a sudden you're getting a paid trip to Japan. So best of luck to everyone that enters the competition, because I know a lot of people are vying for those tickets. And I wish I could get those tickets, but I think we're ineligible, so we can just kind of like cry.
You're not sure, man. You know, just try casting your entry and...
I'm pretty sure we're not eligible, so I wouldn't even try.
Okay,
I wish I could though. I would if we could. Oh my gosh.
Let's just sit down, you know, yap about what's happening in the process, what's happening into these teams. I mean, that's technically our role as of the moment. We're not gonna, you know, we're not gonna get that from the trip. We're ineligible to be specific.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we're supposed to be doing. I'm just going to go back and have a look at these Pokemon that we saw for Game 1 for Team K versus Looking for Sponsor. So whilst we're sort of waiting for this game to be remade, recap for the team comps. For Team K, it was Delphox, Mamoswine, Zacian, Eldegoss, and Serena. And for Looking for Sponsor, it was Mewtwo Y, Aegislash, Urshifu Dark, Blastoise, and Clefable. So of these Pokemon, let's focus on Team K, because this was the team that drafted weird. Like we kind of have this team needs to come back to being, you know, standard. What Pokemon would you sort of go back to in that first game? I kind of felt like the Eldegoss pick was really good for this team. Like the sustain, the lane pressure, it was such a good support for the play style that Team K had for that first game, which was really aggressive.
Yeah, because here's the thing, whenever you have an Eldegoss, again, it was actually a major factor. That's why they took game number 1. I mean, it looked like a fluke, just like what you've said a while ago, but the amount of sustain that you could get from it is really phenomenal, making sure that Zacian a while ago was able to keep it up until they got the last hit on the Rayquaza. So, you know, just take a look at it. In the composition wise, you have to bring it back, you know? And you need more sustain. And that Greedent is not enough sustain in order for you to get that win converted, because you need an attacker or you need an all-rounder, and the range that a Greedent has to offer, it's not that great. So maybe a Greedent would work if you replace it with an all-rounder, not an attacker.
I think that if I was going to have a situation where I pick a Greedent over a standard attacker, I think it would have to be up against teams that are running something like a Decidueye or an Alolan Ninetales, like one of these backline attackers that lacks mobility, right? Somebody that can't really afford to be jumped on, which is what Greedent really thrives on. Look at these all-rounder bands. Holy smokes. Like Metagross, Urshifu, Serena, and Blaziken. This means everything else is on the table. All of our attackers, all of our supports, all of our defenders. What's the pick? Because Team K gets first pick here. And they're gonna go back for that Zacian, that trusty Zacian from game number 1.
So it's really possible that we get another Charizard here. It's wide open for looking for sponsors, but Aegislash as well. So, you know, all-rounders are, you know, little by little running out in this game. Garchomp is still there, Gyarados as well, Charizard in the process. I do feel like those are the top picks that these teams could actually go for as of the moment.
It would be really weird if we just had all-rounders for both of these teams.
Yeah.
But Crustle! We have not seen this Pokemon at all today, so Crustle making a return to the competitive scene. This is going to be paired up with the Blissey as well, so two really tanky support and defender duo on the side of Team K. They've got a lot of options with this Crustle. I'm actually keen to see what build this is going to be, if it's going to be Rock Tomb or X-Scissor. Because I feel like sometimes people underestimate the power of Crustal.
Oh yeah. So I mean, we've seen before being very efficient, but at least for this league, we haven't seen it that much. So I'm really quite curious what would be like the specific build here. Like we've seen Rock Tomb Stealth Rock, but most of the time it was Rock Tomb and X Scissor. But let's see what would happen here.
So the final two picks are Team K. We're rounding things out with the Garchomp and a Greninja in the game defining moment here for Team K. And look at this! Leafeon is joining the fray for looking for sponsor. We have not seen Leafeon at all today, so we've got some not so brand new. I mean, Leafeon is like the newest one, and that Crustal. But I am so glad to see some new faces on the battlefield because it's really going to spice things up for these teams, because I think up until this point, everyone has played against more or less the same Pokemon. Once you start spicing things up with something new, that can potentially throw players off because they're just like, oh wait, there's a Leafeon. We haven't played Leafeon against a Leafeon for like 2 weeks. It can really mess with you.
Like, here's the thing, if you're not used to a Pokemon, you know, going up against, definitely it would somehow ruin your teamwork, your composition, your execution as well. So there's a lot of factors as well. But going back into the Leafeon pick of looking for a sponsor, I do feel like the reason why they picked this one is in order for them to, you know, go on par in the early game, knowing that this Zacian, you know, could possibly go into the central area, and they want to be on the same footing. And Leafeon is one of the primary speedsters out there in the game that could actually be a central laner and at the same time deal that damage as well that what a Zacian could actually do. But here's the question. This Leafeon, does it have enough sustain? Yes, it is somehow a little bit of a range speedster type, but if you get caught off guard, it would be not good for you.
I think Crustal could be an issue for Leafeon. I have seen time and time again Crustal just brick walling a Leafeon that is trying to go for that in and out playstyle, right? Just you go in, you go for the pokes, you go out, rinse and repeat. Like that's the playstyle for Leafeon. You just go in, do the damage, and back on out. Crustal is so good at just blocking that playstyle off. So we'll have to see what happens here as we find out what builds are going to be on the table here for this Crustal, who's just going to do the best that he can. But up top, though, looks like a small victory for Team K as they do get rid of that poor little Eevee. Now, they can't quite finish off the Zacian, and that's going to be a free Bunnelby for them in that top lane.
Oh yeah, right now, free Bunnelby leading in terms of XPs, they needed that the most. So Ambush as of the moment hasn't been that much of a success towards for both teams. So it's just a poking battle so far. Real is going to be backing away. But look at the Leafeon coming in from the Leafeon. And that is actually going to be a 6-point conversion and able to add up some stack and damage as well. But they do get caught off guard by that rock throw. And that is going to be a KO on the side of Team K. And looking for a sponsor, very disciplined, they are just going to back away.
And they punished that Leafeon as well for that rotation. I mean, it was just for a little knockout. And keep in mind as well, this is going to be a Razor Leaf Leafeon as well. It's not going to be Solar Blade. So playing really with just all that mobility if possible. I feel like this is actually going to really hurt looking for sponsor in the long run if they're not able to get some kind of big win with this Leafeon, whether it be just to go in, just grab a couple knockouts, try to swing this experience in their favor, because Zacian is, I feel, the perfect Pokemon to chase down an agile Leafeon. Like, Zacian is quick himself. It's very difficult to outrun this Pokemon. I mean, his basic attack is even a gap closer, so if you're not careful, he can punish you as well. And I mean, most of the central experience is going to be going in favor. Look at the dodges coming in and back. He does not care. Rock Tomb on this Crustal. So that's going to be a huge boon for the team. But the thing is, looking for sponsor, they turned it around. They got rid of the Doggo and the Crustal.
Wow, that's actually a phenomenal setup, but not the execution or the results that they wanted to happen. So Team K, they need to catch up even more. They need to be better as of the moment because they want to take down looking for sponsor. And as of the moment, Looking for sponsor, it's crystal clear. They are looking stronger up against Team K. And Team K needs to catch up, needs those objectives, and this is what they needed! Take down the KOs! That's the combo that they want to happen, and they might secure this objective in bottom lane.
Yeah, so that's the combo you need to be careful of if you're looking for sponsor. If you get caught in the Rock Tomb, that is just the setup Kepec needs for a beautiful Sacred Sword. So positioning is going to be massive for looking for sponsor, because if you get caught out, it doesn't matter if you have an Aegis Slash and an Umbreon, Rock Tomb lasts almost forever. It is such a long-lasting move that you can have a little bit of defense in these two Pokemon, but you're going to have to deal with this Zacian front and center at some point. So again, you cannot afford to have more than two Pokemon caught in those Rock Tombs. Big push happening in that bottom lane as the Regieleki pushes up top. Team K a little bit scared to jump onto that goal zone. They will finally push through once they have three Pokemon, but looking for sponsor, they're going to play it safe, and I do agree with this. Crustal beating Aegis Slash. Oh, it was with the help of Chris, so good job, Garchomp.
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is right now, you know. I mean, power of teamwork and coordination is the key for Team K. But right now, Kyrus could be backing away, knowing that, you know, it's not just an Umbreon. It is too impossible for an Umbreon to be on a solo lane as of the moment. But yeah, it is actually a great decision, you know, being careful the way they wanted it to. You know, one of the plays that Team K needs to do as of the moment, they don't want this kind of lead to, you know, grow even larger, because as of the moment, looking for sponsors, they have a minimal amount of lead, but anytime soon they can overtake this as long as they are gonna go for the secure team fight, secure KO as well. But looking for sponsor is the ones going to be applying the pressure
they got
here.
The Greninja. Oh, they almost caught him. He's managed to just get out of there, it looks like. And are they really thinking to turn things around? They Blizz assisted the Greninja, so he's got the attack boost, the extra shield. Zacian, though, big Sacred Sword, and that small choke, but they still get rid of him. Looking for sponsor, still fighting 5-man strong. The Umbreon, though, will be cut down by that Crustal, but Garchomp in the meantime has fallen. Do they have the firepower to break through? It's a Crustal, Blissey, and Greninja, but it looks like they just don't have enough to confidently push back into looking for sponsor.
And Water Shurikens are not going to be hitting, looking for a sponsor as of the moment. So Unite Moves has been expended a lot here. X-Scissor not going to be enough to secure it. And there we have it. Leafeon gets the last hit. And Crystal is going to be taken down in the process as well. Same thing with the Garchomp. And looking for sponsor will definitely apply some pressure and take down the goal zone in bottom lane once and for all. And they are chasing for more KOs. Bleezy take him down. And they are on the lead and scoring.
Look at the sponsor just running it down these lanes. You win a big objective, you capitalize on it, and this is what they need to do. Keep running it down. Keep Team K on their toes. Do not give them that opportunity to just go for those small little pickoffs that buy time for them to prep for that late game. They've got Regieleki here being started by this Leafeon and should be finished in just a second. Quite injured, unfortunately, as this Pokemon can be quite fragile. But Team K, you can see how scared they are. They've lost the last couple of fights. They just don't feel confident enough to try and challenge for that Regieleki because they've got no speed flux. They don't have a goal zone to fall back to, whereas for looking for sponsor, they do.
Yeah, they really do have that one, so they have to be very careful. Right now, look at the checking of tall grass. But Team K, they are so careful. They don't want to overextend. They don't want to be very risky, knowing that they need those Unite moves as much as possible before Rayquaza appears, and they're not going to be engaging into a team fight. They are hesitating a lot, but right now they're going to be leading the charge. They saw the Leafeon, but Limit Outrage fully jails down by the main loop. That was a phenomenal execution. And right now, looking for a sponsor, they're going to be engaging towards this team fight. Sacred Sword will be dealing a lot of damage so far, but those HP are just going to get shredded down 1-1 in the process. There is still sustain from Team K. They have to look forward on that Blizzy, and actually that's low on HP already. They need to go for more chase as much as possible.
The agility saving his life. They're able to dodge the majority of those attacks. They're still going to keep going though. I feel like looking for sponsor. Are they maybe going a bit too deep here into Team K's central area? It might be a little bit safer for them to sort of back out and reset, but it looks like instead they want to gatekeep that Reggie in that bottom lane. I don't know what Reggie that is. That is a Reggie steal.
They need
Okay. It's very risky, but are they really just going to give this away to Team K? They do.
They want the positional advantage in the Rayquaza.
This could go either way.
They need to pick off the Leafeon as quick as they can. They need the Psyduck as well. Team K, they
Psyduck
need
is all alone.
prioritization. Oh, not gonna be jailed. Oh, it's actually jailed down. But there's no space actually that they could go for the KO instead. So Water Shurikens are gonna get thrown out. It's got 2-step all the way into the flag, and that's gonna take out the Leafeon instead, despite setting up the play. But looking for sponsors, they are hungry for more. X-Scissors, it's gonna land, but 3 KOs for Team K, and 4 members are still on their team, and they are looking great towards Rayquaza. Half HP, X-Scissor in order to push Carol away from it, and they're gonna get it! Team K takes down the team who's actually expected to proceed in the grand finals.
That was such a scary late game fight. The fact that Pies felt the need to go in with the Emerald 2-step. And remember as well, they're fighting into Team K's central area. This is their safe zone. If anyone goes down, they're going to be able to get back in that jump pad. But the fact that they made such a risky play and they just weren't able to finish the job. I'm actually a little baffled. Like, do you feel like Looking for Sponsor had to make that play happen? Because I feel like they could have just sort of sat back a little bit and just sort of waited for Team K to be the ones to make that go call.
Just had to play tag. Just had to play defense. They get caught off guard. That's actually a huge upset. Emerald 2-step to enter the team fight. But it was a reverse domino effect. Despite them initiating things down, they were the ones who suffered, and that cost them the slot to grand finals.
Oh, this has to be such a difficult game to swallow for Looking for Sponsor. They were so close to making it to that grand final. They tried to be the aggressors. They were the ones that were trying to be in the driver's seat to dictate how that late game was going to go, and instead, Team K flipping the script, able to turn things around. And I feel like a big winner for this was because of Kige on that Crustal. The Rock Tombs, the X-Scissor, causing so much chaos and confusion for Looking for Sponsor because the radius of X-Scissor is massive. The stun duration, if you're caught for both swipes, is very long as well. And Rock Tomb, preventing you from moving freely around in those small areas as well. I feel like this Crustal pick was probably the biggest trap for this team.
Oh my gosh. I'm still speechless as of the moment. That was a great game. We thought that it was just a fluke win. But Team K showing
This was definitely not a fluke.
It wasn't a fluke.
This was not a fluke.
We thought it was at first, right? We thought it was a game number 1. But that game number 3, it was a game changer. It was definitely the game that proved to us that it wasn't a fluke. It set the standard in their matchup.
Yeah, I think we need to see that fight happen again. How the initiation started with that Leafeon and where things kind of just went wrong. Because from everything that I recall, I just felt like Pies, he needed either to get the instant knockouts, which did not happen, and his team was just too far away to reinforce. They needed to be in there the moment the Emerald 2-step connected, but because the zoning was so good on the other side, Team K bought their team enough time to not only finish off the Leafeon, but to pick off the rest of the team that had come in and trickled in and basically gave the game away. But, folks, it is time. Yules, the final letter has been revealed.
Oh my goodness, it is going to be letter A, our last hidden letter. So, guys, we would like to correct what we said a while ago. So, aside from the grand prize that's going to be given away, we still have 9 prizes, or our minor prizes here. The keychains, the jerseys, and the puzzles will also be given away as well for tonight. So guys, make sure to get all of those 6 letters for a chance to win that ticket in ACL Finals in Japan, because who knows, you might get a fully funded trip and go to Japan, go to Pokemon Center, watch the finals. Who knows what's gonna happen? So make sure to cast your entries already, because we will be closing it later on in our grand finals. So make sure to check those, comment sections on whatever stream you're watching, from YouTube, Facebook, Twitch. Click that link, submit your entries. Who knows, you might be the winner.
Might be the winner. We might see you guys in Japan. It'll be a really fun time. So it's free. It's free to enter. Enter it, guys. We promise. But go back, if you haven't gotten any of the letters yet, again, go back to the previous broadcasts. They will have the other letters. So if you're just starting right now, it's okay. It's not cheating. It's still part of the game. So definitely enter if you can. I mean, who knows? If you win, you win, It's like sometimes life is weird. It gives you a box of chocolates. You don't know what you're going to get when you open that box of chocolates, but it's still a box of chocolates.
It is what it is, so make sure to check those letters and get your chance to be at Japan, to get those prizes, whatever you want to happen. So for our next matchup, it will be the grand finals, Talon up against Team K. So don't go away, trainers. We'll be right back in 5 minutes, and we will make sure that this action will be nice.
Pokémon Unite!
Welcome back, traders, to Pokemon Unite Winter Tournament for APAC East, and we are here at our grand final stage again. It's Philippines versus South Korea, but at this time, it's not going to be with the first monsters. It's Talon up against Team K. Yes, they were our first matchup during today's broadcast, and they are going to be the ending. But question is, would it be the same results as what we saw in the start of the broadcast, or there would be a different results as of the moment? What do you think, Dan?
Look, I would love to have a different result. It's just, I don't know if Team K is going to have enough gas in the tank to do that, because they have, unfortunately, the loser's disadvantage. They're coming into this series with a deficit. If they want to win this, if they want to win the tickets to ACL, if they want to basically be the champions, not only do they need to beat Talon once, they have to beat them again. So that's 2 back-to-back best-of-3 series, and these guys, they just played Unite all day. They've barely had a break.
They barely had a break indeed. So right now, this is going to be the fatigue factor. Team K actually did a lot of games along the process in the lower brackets. Some of them were 3 games, some of them were 2 games to be specific, and that's gonna take a lot of, actually it's all 3 games that they played in the lower bracket, so it's gonna take a lot of stamina as of the moment. So Talon, on the other hand, had plenty of rest, had plenty of information gathering, so this is a huge advantage for Talon. But on the other hand, drafting is already said and done. Ho-Oh band, huge respect for Team K.
Respect for Team K, but look, I don't know if a Ho-Oh ban is enough to clip Talon's wings, because this is a team that is very capable of playing a wide pool of Pokemon, and strong opening here for Team K themselves. They've taken the Umbreon away from Talon. We know this is a Pokemon that they love to play themselves, and also going to be securing themselves the Aegislash. And I have to say, thoughts on Aegislash for Team K? Like, do you feel like this is a Pokemon that they wanted, or was this something that they had to deny pick?
I think it's multi-purpose, honestly. Especially that JR Absent is really great in playing Umbreon, so they want to deny pick that one. And Aegislash, you know, we've been seeing them for quite some time use Aegislash, but I feel it's multi-purpose as well, knowing that Lance is, you know, playing a huge threat, whatever all-rounder he uses in the game. So they're actually taking away all of the options of Lance as of the moment.
Yeah, that seems to be the case so far. As Blaziken gets picked up for Team K, this is going to be on Chris for now. We could see a pivot later on, but Talon, I mean, they still have all-rounder options, and Mimikyu is a very scary all-rounder to deal with, especially if they're looking for a bit of a squishier attacker on the side of Team K. I don't think Gengar's a thing, because I'm seeing leftovers on this. I think they're still thinking, but
Yeah.
If Gengar suddenly appears, that would be a pretty interesting choice here for Team K. What's it going to be, though? Are they... Greedent? Okay.
Right.
Okay, we're starting with the Greedent for game 1 of the grand finals between Talon and Team K. I mean, you did not sound too happy about this, it seems.
But not sounding happy, I think I wouldn't. I think it's at the side of Talon. Simply because they had an opportunity to go for an Urshifu, but they didn't. They don't have it as of the moment. And there are 3 defenders to be specific at Team K. That's going to be a huge gap to fill in. Like, yes, we do have Surlish, we have Mimikyu, we have Mewtwo Y, very reliable damage dealers, but, you know, overall, they could do resets as well. But here's the thing, can they actually shred down the HP of Team K, or will they be having a difficult time? But here's the thing as well for Team K, can they make it work this time? Because they don't have the long range damage right now.
Yeah, and I mean, this is not a normal draft. I think someone had to say it. This is not a normal draft at all. This is not something I could see a team preparing for. This is probably something that you would expect to see in like a pub or something, where you have like 2 defender players and 3 all-rounders. But Team K, okay, are they just hoping to win these fights based off of raw team, like just outlasting Talon, because that's the vibe I'm getting here with these Pokemon. Like they're hoping that they just outlast them and that the resets don't matter. I guess one thing I'm kind of forgetting about here is that Crustle is a really annoying Pokemon to play against as a Hooper, because if it's Rock Tomb X Scissor, because that was the build in the previous game, Rock Tomb and X Scissor capitalize on the setup the portal does. So not only can you push people out of the portal if they're trying to stand there and get teleported back to base, but Rock Tomb can also reset up when you see Pokemon leaving the fight. You Rock Tomb so that when they get back, they're forced to fight in an area that they don't want to fight, right? They're not given that option to run away. It looks like Mewtwo though has been caught, and Team K, I mean, they played super aggressive in Talon's face and it pays off for them here.
And that was actually a beautiful blaze kick from the Combustion, making sure that, you know, someone has to step in, someone has to be KO'd as of the moment. But right now, RBX is going to be applying some pressure here. Kai gets taken down immediately. That was a beautiful coordination and trade-off from Talon, making sure that if they get KO'd, they manage to KO someone as well, score more goals as much as possible. And that is what makes Talon a formidable team as of the moment.
Oh, Talon, they've got a pretty big level lead already over Team K. I mean, they've got 2 level 6s, whereas for Team K, they only have that level 6 on the Combustion. They've only hit level 5 on that Greedent, and they're still sitting on an On-Edge. The On-Edge can't even evolve into a Duo Blade. Like, that just goes to show how difficult that top lane is. Mimikyu is a really difficult lane opponent, and you can still see, like, Duo Blades evolve, but we're about to see this Pokemon get knocked out on the map. And while all that's happening, Talon's pressuring Team K's central area, and there's nothing Team K can do because they've gone for this very tanky lineup that doesn't really do that much damage.
And right now, the damage is not being present as of the moment. Rock Tomb was actually deployed there, but not the way they wanted to. But they got JR absent. But that was a perfectly timed hyperspatial in order to go back into the Pokemon Center. And Talon so far, they have to play this one very quiet because they know they have the advantage. They don't want the risk to happen as of the moment.
Mimikyu's waiting in the bush as well. Level 8, ready to go for the knockouts, and goes right in, latches onto 2 Pokemon, and Blaziken, first one to go down. This was the Pokemon that is supposed to be carrying Team K in this early game, but because Blaziken got taken out right away, there was just no damage follow-up on the side of Team K, so the initiation was there, but perfect targeting by that Mimikyu. Now, the Mimikyu does go down, unfortunately, giving away some experience, and looks like Aegislash does fully evolve because of this. But Talon, they are still in a really great spot to potentially take this Registeel for themselves. They've just got to break through all these health bars.
Oh, they have to break through immediately. Overhit, not going to be enough to take it down. And the Hoopa takes the Registeel for Talon. Miscalculation from the overheat, and they got knocked out immediately by Talon. And these are a lot of goals being converted for Talon. What an execution that this team is doing. They really made sure that their win in match number 1 wasn't a fluke.
Nope, not a fluke. 100% guaranteed. This is it, you know. This is
the real deal.
This is the real deal. It's in the grand finals as well. You can't play around in the grand finals anymore. You gotta take it seriously from here on out. So Talon, massive lead so far. They're still sitting on both of their tier 1 goal zones. So Team K, I mean, they still can get a couple of micro scores off, but just can they afford to? I don't know if Team K has a really easy way of coming back into this game. It's almost like they're hoping that Talon makes a grave mistake and just gives away a couple of free knockouts. The good news, at least, is that Team K, they are keeping up in terms of experience, so they're keeping their resources open. They will score up top, but this might come at the cost of both Pokemon that tried to score.
Yeah, and this might be a cost. That's going to be the cost immediately. X's are back. Not going to be quite enough to make it out. As Talon so far still dominating the matchup. This is like what we've seen in their first matchup in round number 1, and this is not a Team K we saw a while ago. this is not them, and they are being pressured a lot, being pushed down by Talon. They need to step up their game as of the moment, and Lance is still ready to go for the flank up against this team fight. But right now, it's going to be Team K that's going to be starting things off. Revenant Red will be there to do a lot of damage, and they get one in the process. But that Regieleki will still go down in the hands of Talon, applying more pressure. 3 KOs in total for Talon, and they are applying more pressure all the way to top path. But I think they're going to be overstaying here. Rubble Rouser has been popped up, but the value is not going to be there. But Lance gets taken out in the picture. So Talon, they're going to leave the Regieleki. They don't want to overextend as much as possible. So take the wild Pokemons, go into the next objective.
I think it was just a safe play there after they lost Lance. They just decided, let's just go get some wild Pokemon. They've got to deal with that Regieleki. We know that they're not going to be here anytime soon, so I do rather agree with that decision. Down bottom though, Blaziken just gets burnt down in a matter of seconds, and last hit onto the Regirock is going to be the Cerule Edge. So Talon getting that defensive buff and the experience, allowing them to finish this fight rather easily because of that added resistance to their Pokemon. Team K, they just can't catch a break. They try to go top, there's Pokemon up top. They try to go bottom, there's Pokemon down bottom. They want to just farm their central area. They can't even do that. They're being strangled left, right, and center, and Talon's not going to let go. This is the grand finals.
This is the grand finals. No room for a mistake. Team K still under pressure with that bracket reset disadvantage, and Talon wants to finish things strong as early as possible. 3 minutes left in this game, and all we can see is just a soaring high Talon.
They're soaring, they're flying, and they might be flying to ACL in 2 games, because that's all Talon needs at this point of time. 2 back-to-back wins against Team K. Just win this best of 3. But for Team K, if we just go off of the trajectory of this game so far, it looks like it's going to be a game win here for Talon. Team K need to do a reverse sweep, which is 2 wins back-to-back for the next 2 games. And honestly, if I was Team K, I'd want to get these 2 games done now. So Regieleki gonna be locked and loaded there for Team K, but they've lost the Crustal, who was actually buying time for the team. So now Team K, even though they got the Regieleki, you can see how scared they are. They've only scored 38 points, and they don't even want to score after Regieleki has walked into that goal zone. It's just, it shows how the situation is in the game.
Oh wow, this is just Talon on its maximum potential. But right now, Raktum,
that last second score!
It became a hindrance, but eventually that Greta was able to make it in all the way into the Rayquaza. But look at those
Rayquaza flip!
Down immediately. This is the flip that they have been looking for, but still Talon gets it despite Team K going it all out. JR absent. Pops off the rings and bound, make sure that there is a lot of secure hits for the team, increasing the HP, increasing the sustain. Talon takes game number 1 step ahead to ACL Finals.
They are swiping Team K's dreams away from possibly playing in those finals, and that was all because of a Hooper secure on that Rayquaza. But look, this was a very tough game for Team K. From start to finish, they had basically survived. Barely. They were barely getting the experience. They were barely keeping up. They were barely surviving these engagements and objectives. But in a game of Pokemon Unite, you can't just survive. You need to break through, and they really needed that Rayquaza. It's just so unfortunate that they just didn't have enough in their arsenal to be able to take the Rayquaza. I think the biggest thing here would have been if the setup was there for Blaziken to really get that fully powered overheat, right? Because Blaziken, well known for being a fantastic Pokemon to secure. In a lot of cases, you would think Blaziken should out-secure a Hooper, but that wasn't the case because of that mad rush for that Rayquaza. And look at this, they're just getting shredded left, right, center. Talon, they're flexing.
Yeah.
They're flexing, and someone's probably packing their bags.
Probably. They're just, holding their heads high, very confident, and this is just Talon, ladies and gentlemen. Team K, they still have a shot. They need 4 consecutive games to take this home, to take the victory. But as of the moment, it's just a repeat of series number 1, and Team K is really struggling up against Talon.
They're really struggling. I think that's probably just the best way to describe the situation. But I do feel like Team K at the same time kind of puts themselves in these positions, right? Because the draft, I think if you remove the Greedent and you just put a standard attacker in, I think it would make a lot more sense. But the fact that they chose to put the Greedent in here, it makes me question, what was the overall game plan to begin with? Like, I truly feel that they were banking on being able to just run their lanes down with all of these big tanky Pokemon and maybe just outdo Talon or outplay them in that early game. But you have to remember, you're dealing with one of the most aggressive, one of the most successful early game teams for APAC East. Like, if there's a team you look for inspiration for late, like early game aggression during the lanes, it's Talon. Like, you can't do this up against a team that is basically the king of that play style. So, if you're Team K, like, what would you do?
And it's grand finals, it's so hard to pull up something that is still on the experimental phase, because as you've said, we don't know yet what they are trying to pull off with this Greedent, because 2 games, twice picked, the win rate is still at 0%, so we're not sure what is going to be the total value of this Greedent as of the moment. But if they force things again in game number 2, if they try to go for another Greedent composition, this is going to be very tough for their team. They have to make something, but they have to be safe. They need to take the safest way possible in order to extend the series, just like what they did in order to take down looking for sponsors.
So here's the tech, okay? I don't think this is something that people are really going to be thinking of. I would be giving looking for sponsors a call and saying, how did you guys deal with Talon? Because if there was a team that would actually be able to give you that advice, it would actually be looking for sponsors, because I feel like this team matched Talon's energy. I think that was one of the big things that gave this team so much success. They were able to match their energy, not just in lane, but also during those mid games. Like, yeah, there were games where Talon were beating them down during the mid game, but they were keeping up in levels, they were keeping up in experience, they were still breaking goal zones. Like, you could tell this was a team that had multiple plans in motion. It wasn't just a case of like, we have to win the lanes and that's going to be it, otherwise we lose. Whereas for Team K, like, that's kind of what's happened here, right? They were banking so much on winning those lanes, they lost them catastrophically, and they couldn't score goals, they couldn't steal objectives, they couldn't go for pickoffs. Like, they really pigeoned themselves into this very weird draft. So obviously we're expecting some draft changes for game number 2. I don't think Greedent would be making a return, but it kind of depends on how sentimental this team is with the Greedent pick. We'll have to see, but something's got to give.
I mean, you have to go for the safest way possible. One step backward, it's definitely over for your team. So right now, Team K have to go back into the standard. They have to visualize that Talon is just looking for sponsor. That's like the proper mindset that they need to have as of the moment, because I feel like aside from being outdrafted, they're a little bit pressured, because Talon just, showed dominance up against them in series number 1, and the pressure, despite wanting that revenge, is still present.
So, looks like Team K are locking their core Pokemon in first. They're actually maybe thinking about their support and their defender as the last 2. Nope, they're gonna pick up Blastoise first. Okay, so I do like seeing their defender here, but we're gonna be seeing Espeon as the attacker for Team K. So they do have a little bit of range poke, some kite ability, they have Psychic Solaire that they can fall back to. So 2 big AoE unites at the moment here for Team K. It looks like maybe the plan now is to just snowball as 5. Fight as 5, and also fight with some pretty decently strong lanes. Like, you've got the Eldegoss that's going to be supporting in that top lane. You also have Espeon that is a decent laner himself as well. Although, is Kepak going in central for Team K? Like, what's the plan here? Who's going central? I think it's Espeon.
Yeah. No, I think it's not going to be the Espeon. So
Because we got stacking items on both Garchomp and So central lane Espeon, I'm assuming they're going to be sharing buffs anyway with the Eldegoss, which is fine. Sure. That should be enough for Espeon to evolve. I could see this working. I could absolutely see this Espeon working, but they need it to work, okay? They go for that mid-rotation. If they lose the Espeon during that first battle...
Wait, did I just saw that one right? Mewtwo Y has the XP share, and Ho-Oh has a scoring item for Talon. Wow.
I did not see that. I was busy looking at Team K, trying to figure out how this team's going to make a comeback happen. We'll find out in just a second. If that does end up being the case, it was... Okay, do you remember when Talon had the support Espeon? Was it Talon that had the support Espeon? Was it Dylan?
Yeah, it was.
It was, right? Because Dylan is the attacker for Talon.
Yeah.
So maybe
right now.
So maybe they feel like Dylan doesn't need the experience as much, and they're just like, okay, RBX, you can have all the experience in lane. Because I'm just a Mewtwo, you know? You gotta give these levels to Ho-Oh. I mean, if it's worked for them in the past, like, I wouldn't complain.
I feel like what they want to do with those XP shares given to the attackers is that they're going to be setting up the standards in the Ho-Oh. They want to make sure that it is very high level, so high level
XP share.
So yeah, going back, higher level the Ho-Oh, higher the HP, higher the sustain, higher the damage as well, and that makes it a very formidable Pokemon in the front lines. Because, you know, for the past couple of, you know, weeks, months, all we see is Ho-Oh must have a babysitting, you know, mechanism in order to keep it up. You know, use the Unite move. That has been the main traditional composition of the Ho-Oh. But Talon is changing things up as of the moment.
Oh, they are changing things up a little bit. We do see Team K getting a knockout on the On-Edge in that top lane, but thankfully they do not get knocked out by Sync 1. They escape just in time, but they did get to score they did not get to score the points that they wanted, so little unfortunate. Could have been a Gabite already, but you know, sometimes the world is just not fair. And you know what's not fair? Mean look. Mean look on the Eldegoss. Guarantees the knockout there, and Talon, they're just going to run down that top lane. But this does leave that bottom lane exposed.
Definitely unfair, but RBX has to back away a lot here. Pressure being applied by Talon as well at the central area, so this is what makes Talon great. This is what makes them great. They make sure that there is a cross-map trade, and at the same time, they are able to convert things down. That's why the HP is being shredded down immediately of Kapek. They're gonna pinch down. Beautiful main look again and again. Talon getting the important KOs that they have to get in order to be the dominant team.
Maybe that XP share being on the Mewtwo instead of the Ho-Oh is really paying off, because RBX is really doing quite a bit of damage there on that Ho-Oh. Especially with the flamethrower build as well. It's really just cutting into those health points on the side of Team K. Really nice Hydro Pump coming in there. Sorry, I think it's Water Gun actually, sorry. Water Gun coming out from that War Turtle just to keep Talon at bay. But they need those levels, okay? Their Pokemon are just sort of in that really awkward phase where you want that Blastoise, you want that Garchomp. They just need a little bit more experience till they're actually comfortable fully fighting with their team. But Team K, though, hoping to maybe bait in a Pokemon. They see the Umbreon, and that's going to be it. So no connections yet, but they did reveal themselves, showing that the whole team is in that top lane. And look at this, wanting to score, wanting to break the goal zone, and mission accomplished.
And I love how JR responded into that one. Has to make sure that, you know, he doesn't get knocked out, and at the same time, his teammates patiently scoring some dunks all the way into the bottom lane. Always make sure that there is going to be a trade. That is the call for Talon. And on the other hand, they're going to be getting XP and buff as well from the Regi, so great trade-off because they could just defend that Regieleki marching all the way into top lane. So still, Talon controlling the rhythm so far, but they have to apply more pressure if they want this guaranteed win up against Team K.
Just a heads up as well, RBX on this Ho-Oh is the highest level Pokemon on Talon. He was actually the first one to hit that level 9, and he has done quite a good scouting job for the team, spotting out some of these Pokemon on the side of Team K. And you can see Talon, they are itching for a fight, but at the same time, they are also respecting that Blastoise, staying pretty spread out. And once they saw the Blastoise focusing on that central area, look at see Talon, they just decided they're going to try and pivot for the rest of these Pokemon. Really nice attack there onto Sync 1, pushing him back up, because otherwise I think he would have been knocked out there.
Oh yeah, I agree with that one as well. So, you know, you have to be very cautious on what's going to happen next. But right now, Kepek is actually the ones going to be engaging the team fight. But the main look is actually phenomenal, but not going to be quite enough to secure that Pokemon on their side. Revenant Red will be dealing a lot of damage, so I can Solaire in order to capitalize that crowd control. Oh, actually, that was... Oh, yeah, it was. So right now, 2 KOs for Serena, and it's not quite over yet. Talon is here for some revenge. Rekindling Flame will be up, being able to revive some of the Pokemons from Talon. Hydro Typhoon will land as well. Not going to be quite enough in terms of the impact, so he has to surf back immediately. Dylan still trying to go in for the chase, but not quite enough in terms of Rish for them not being able to get the KO as well.
It could have been a little bit better, but very unfortunate that both times the Ceruledge on the side of Talon just got knocked out, right? It got revived, came back, barely got to do anything before it got instantly dogpiled by Team K. And sometimes I fear, you know, as amazing as it is to have Ho-Oh and the ability to revive your teammates on the spot, if your teammate dies again, you're just giving away more experience to the enemy side. So RBX on the Ho-Oh, he may have had a good game up until this point, but he really needs to be careful when he gets those revives in for his teammates.
Yeah. Ooh, JR Absent still... I love how he plays defense. He's not letting everyone score as they please. Talon, JR Absent putting up a show as of this moment, and it's just pure dominance. But this is a better Team K. Flip is still very possible as of the moment. But on the other hand, they're going to be the aggressors as of the moment. Grassy Slide will be there, plus the Queen's Ascendant in order to take down the KO that they need. Infinite Sideburn was actually used before he gets taken down immediately. Hydro Typhoon invested as well, but RBX has to back away a lot here. Sync 1 still has the Revenant Red. He's just waiting for it to pile up, and there we have it. Not going to be quite enough in terms of damage, but Psychic Slayer will be there to buy some crowd control coming in from their team. Coup de Grace, not going to be doing quite enough damage. They have to take down the Eldegoss, who's just at the back, using the Polar Fox, using the healing, but there we have it. Isolation play. Kepek was chased down by the mean look, but still a lot of members from Team K are marching forward.
They're marching forward. They've closed the point gap as well. These two teams are just 2 points apart, so it can go any way. But the execution from Team K, I love the way that they stacked their unites. The fact that they used the Typhoon to close the gap, the Psychic Solaire to actually zone Talon Pokemon away. Like, I think some people would have thought, oh, that was a missed Psychic Solaire. The goal of the Solaire was to get Talon off of Team K, because remember at the end of the Psychic Solaire, there's also that pushback. So anyone that would have been caught in there, it would have given Team K enough breathing room to sort of turn the tides and focus down on whoever their primary target is. And I think Talon, they're now starting to feel the heat, because I feel like after Ceruledge has just thrown out the Unite, the team actually feels like they're running out of firepower, don't they, yours?
Yeah, they're running out of firepower, and right now Team K still has an additional defense for their team. It's not looking good for Talon as of the moment, because they have been lacking in damage right now, and they have an additional defense.
Look at this.
So they have to go one by one as of the moment. Serena is going to be going in for the Queen's Ascendant as they take down the primary damage, which is going to be the Mewtwo Y. Rayquaza has appeared finally. Team K is just gunning in for the Rayquaza, but who knows who's going to be stealing it away. 1/3 of an HP has been burned down. Revenant Red was used actually at the members of Team K. So there's no Revenant Red in order to steal the Rayquaza. Who's going to be getting the last hit? It is going to be the Serena from Team K. What a zoning capabilities from Team K. They managed to pull it off, and they got their rhythm up against Talon.
They've tied the series. They're going to bring it to a game number 3. Something I think a lot of us were really wondering if this was even possible to begin with, but beautiful plays coming out from Team K. I love the adjustment. I love the draft. I love the way that they played this game. And for Talon, I kind of wonder, you know, was the XP share on Dylan a bit of a mistake for them now? Because game number 1, it made sense. In their first game, the first series of the day where they had it on Espeon. It was on Espeon for Dylan. Vastly different Pokemon, okay? Functionally very, very different, but can provide a lot more utility to its team. Mewtwo, on the other hand, I feel needs those levels a lot more than an Espeon does, and I feel like if Dylan was a bit more of a factor in these games, I kind of wonder, like, maybe Talon, could they have actually won this game if Dylan was able to be that damage dealer that follows through?
It could have been different for sure. It could have been way different. But here's the thing. Whenever you have that XP share on your attacker and you prioritize the Ho-Oh, there's actually an advantage you can get from it as well, and that is going to be a higher level of a Ho-Oh, better HP, better sustain, better overall damage in the front line. But what happens with your Mewtwo Y? It will be behind, so that is high risk that Talon really does as of the moment. So there's not enough value of a Mewtwo, it's just a side strike that's gonna deal a lot of damage, no more, no less. Like the crowd control coming from the side strike, it's just very short compared to an Espeon. So Talon needs to reassess this lineup. I do get it, Espeon was actually, claimed by Team K. There has to be some kind of reassessment for Talon because Team K managed to score up against them for the very first time in this tournament.
And I think most importantly for Team K, they broke that first initial curse, which was they got 2-0'd in their very first encounter with Talon. So now they've tied the series up 1-1. Coming into this game number 3, Team K, they've got a very big assessment. They've got an exam coming up, okay? That exam is called beating Talon and forcing the reset. Because Team K, they're not out of the woodworks as of yet. They won one game. Congratulations. You need to win one more game to force the reset so that these teams are firstly put back to square one. They have to play those next 2 to 3 games and actually give Team K a chance of maybe even making it to the ACL finals. I think it would be shocking if Talon don't make it. So Team K, they've shown that they have the potential to do this, but can they pull this win off if Talon plays standard? Because I'd even argue like this comp that kind of came in from Talon, it was almost standard, aside from the XP share on the Mewtwo.
Yeah, and that is actually a big question, to all the analysts, or to everyone who's actually watching. Big question mark as of the moment because, they made it work during the first couple of rounds in the tournament. For a Mewtwo Y instead of an Espeon, really a big question mark. But don't know what's gonna happen next. Maybe, there has to be a reassessment as what I've said a while ago. And Talon, on the other hand, they want to make sure they don't want the reset. They don't want a reset to happen as much as possible because Team K would get a lot of confidence out of it, and they're gonna be evolving mid-game, mid-series, mid-tournament, and that is something that they don't want. They want to make sure that they stay put on that place that they do have as of the moment. And Team K, again, for the record, they have been the poison of PH teams. A lot of PH teams, top contenders to be specific, were taken down in round 1, round 2, round 3, during the elimination stage, and this might be the case as well at grand finals. They need to finish the poison immediately. It has to take effect.
I want to also remind you all as well that Team K, as soon as they got knocked into the lower bracket, they got 2-0'd before they got knocked down. They have played full 3-game sets and won every single game up until this point. So if we follow tradition, Team K is actually supposed to win this game. So there's a lot of pressure on Talon to win this matchup. Now the thing is, what are they going to be able to get a hold of that's going to give them the edge to take the game now? Because if you're Talon, you don't want the reset. You want to win the game now, and that is it, right? Close the book, end it, the end. We're going to ACL. And Team K, they're hovering over the Sableye. They're not going to pick it though. They're going to be denying the Umbreon pick from Talon. And they're even going to swipe the Ho-Oh.
This is Pokemon Unite, ladies and gentlemen. This is APAC East. Deny pick from Team K. Are we about to witness a seminar on how to use a ho? Or they are just simply denying the picks of Talon? That is what we are about to see. But JR Absent, on the other hand, is going to go with his signature Pokemon, Eldegoss, and RDX as well with the Psyduck.
Really strong lanes already coming out from Talon, right? Eldegoss, really great laner. Psyduck, also a very big nuisance. The Team K, they are fat. Okay, their team is chonky. They got some big health bars on their Pokemon. Umbreon, Ho-Oh, Garchomp, and Urshifu. Talon, if they don't pick Pokemon that can deal damage and cut through these health bars, I fear this might be the reset that Team K is looking for. They're hovering over the Mimikyu as well as the Ceruledge. Mimikyu, I think I could 100% agree with. This is a Pokemon that can dish out damage, but what is that final pick here for Team K? What is their damage dealer? Are they going for an attacker? Because I still think just to play safe, you need to have that little bit of oomph along with the rest of these Pokemon, and I think Espeon would be a fantastic choice here. And they will round it out with that Espeon pick.
Espeon pick, additional crowd control. Umbreon with a mean look. Dragon type. Yeah. Dragon type, Garchomp, Urshifu that denies the idea of shields. This is just a huge pressure for Talon. But Talon, on the other hand, has Sustain, has ample amount of crowd control with his Psyduck and Mimikyu.
There's actually not a lot of frontline for Talon.
Yeah.
If you look at the draft, they have a lot of damage, a lot of mobility, but the one thing that they're missing now is someone just to really sit in the front lines and absorb a lot of the damage from Team K. Do you think Talon is actually looking to play a kiting game with Team K?
Yeah.
Like, don't let the team sit on top of you. Play it very calculative and play with choke points.
They want to play it their game. That is what Talon wants to happen as of the moment. They want to make sure that they are going to be the ones to dictate what's going to happen in this matchup. And Team K, on the other hand, needs to forecast what Talon is up to as of the moment. Because, trust me, if Talon wants to get this, they are going to be the ones who's aggressive in this matchup. They want to make sure that they have a head start, they get the important KOs, they get the objectives instead. This is just Talon's goal. It's not a zoning Talon as of the moment. It's an all-out Talon that we are about to see.
Well, let's see if all that talent is going to be enough to prevent this reset from happening, because Team K, one game away from forcing that grand final reset and putting both teams back to square one, as looks like we do have a pause, unfortunately. So looks like we may be running into a bit of a technical issue here. So apologies, ladies and gentlemen, for the interruption, the disruption. Admins are having a quick look to see what has happened here, and we're going to determine whether we might need to go for a remake or if we're going to be able to continue. So hopefully it's just going to be a very quick fix, but yeah, we are currently experiencing a very quick admin pause, which is going to give us a little bit of more time to sort of theorize what's going to happen, Yules.
Yeah, and more time actually to cast your entry in the giveaway, if you know what I'm talking about.
True.
We have letter A as our last letter, but you know, make sure to go back into the previous broadcast, search down the first 5 letters, because I'm not gonna tell it. You must search for it. I'm not gonna tell it. I'm gonna be quiet here, sit back, you know, watch the games, and make sure to do your research. What is the hidden word for your chance to win our tickets to ACL Finals in Japan? And there we have it. We're back at Thea Sky Ruins Pokemon Trainers.
Okay, so back to it. We're going to be seeing some stacking on both sides, whether it be stacking for, you know, a stacking item or just trying to get some of this experience. Lance has to be careful though, because, you know, this, oh, Chris, so close. If it wasn't for the eject, that would have been enough to get the knockout there onto that Mimikyu. And actually, instead, turning onto the Umbreon, wanting to play safe though, don't want to give a free knockout away. So very aggressive plays happening in that top lane. But we do have the Urshifu here though, so it looks like Kepek, he's ready to punch some faces in, but he might have to deal with Dylan and Sync 1 first, because Mewtwo and Ceruledge are going to be joining the fray. They do see them because of that bush, and it looks like they might be able to catch out one. No, it's a trade where both teams, They almost get somebody, but respectfully leave. It's a gentleman's game of Pokemon Unite.
Yeah, and you have to be very careful up until this point because both teams doesn't want to do any mistake because Talon, they don't want the reset and Team K wants the reset. So every single team, both of these teams are being much more careful. They don't want to overextend as much as possible. Just go with your macro plays, get the resources, level up as much as you can. But on the other hand, it is Kala versus JR Absent all the way at the middle of the central area because they want the wild Pokemons to be favorable in their team. But there goes the backup from Talon. Side Strike will be there, taken down by the Psyduck, and Mega Evolution has popped up for Dylan, but there is no Aeos energy left for him. So this is looking good so far for Talon. Despite getting that KO only, they managed to get the resources. That is what they needed.
They just got to keep building up that lead. That's been the major success point here for Talon. Just try and get whatever you can and run away with the game. Now, it looks like Team K, they have grouped up together, so if anything happens, they do have the support there from Kepek on that Urshifu, who's ready to punch some faces, but so far, no one has revealed themselves. We do have Ceruledge in the bush, so both central laners ready to go. Here we go. The birds are up, and we'll have to see if a knockout is going to be imminent. So far, they managed to burn through one. The Psyduck is going to go down. Sync one's going to be the next one to follow. And they even get the Mewtwo. Team K, triple knockout in that bottom lane, and they're going to trash that goal zone.
And that is a manpower advantage from Team K. First 100 point lands on their palm, and they will secure the Regirock for an additional defense, and that is going to be tough for Talon if they do secure that Regirock, and at the same time they will contest it. But Team K a little bit too late to contest the Regieleki, but they have an ample time in order to defend things down. So Talon, on the other hand, despite getting the Regieleki, the value is not on its maximum potential.
Not yet, but it's not over. Kepek, though, has been caught out by the Mewtwo and has to actually use the Wicked Blow Unstoppable to prevent himself from being knocked up. But look at this, though. We have so many Pokemon chasing after Kepek. And actually, we have another admin pause. So it looks like we are starting to run into some technical issues, ladies and gentlemen. We do apologize for the disruption. Hopefully, we can get this sorted out as soon as possible. But this game is looking really good for Team K. Their rotations have been on point. Talon, I kind of feel like being caught off guard with this sudden aggression coming out from Team K.
Yeah, I mean, they're not used to it because, for the record, they've played 5 games already, at least for today, and 3 out of 5, it's just Talon being the aggressors, and Team K is not confident to fight back. But right now, Team K is fighting back a lot. It seems like we're watching Talon up against looking for sponsors as of the moment, and that is giving Talon a hard time. It seems like they are getting pinched down into a wall wherein they cannot move a single inch. That is what's happening as of the moment. So Talon really does rely on those wild Pokemons to level up, because in terms of team fight, Team K is setting up the pace.
Looks like they won't be able to catch out Kepek there, so Urshifu's successful escape, especially with all the commitment that came out from Talon as well. They sent 3 Pokemon to chase after that Urshifu. But I kind of just want to quickly mention, you know, it kind of feels like Team K definitely gave, like, you know, they had a quick phone call during that break between the match, right? They were just like, guys, we're in the grand finals. We need help. What would you advise? And I don't think that's actually what's happened, but I would like to imagine that is what's actually happened during the break.
Right? Who knows? I mean,
yeah.
Very unfortunate. Look how the tables have turned. Talon was actually able to make that as their advantage, but the reinforcements from Team K is actually going to go in immediately. Flamethrower coming in from the goal, dealing a couple of damage, but there is just too enough sustain for Talon because of JR Absent being the main core of sustainability for Talon. Umbreon gets taken down immediately, but the reinforcement is actually present once again for Team K. JR Absent will be taken down, but not going to be quite yet. But that is a great follow-up for Talon, making sure that there will be a front line in order for JR Absent to be still up and going in this fight.
Oh, Talon, I see a little bit of a duck dance up there for the Psyduck. But I think the team, they're getting some good vibes, especially with what happened in that fight just now. And if they can keep things going, they can wrestle this control back from Team K. They've just got to make sure that they keep their composure. They can't lose it now. They need to keep thinking clearly, don't make any silly plays happen, and just capitalize on these mistakes that we have seen every now and again coming out from Team K. Now, it's going to be quite difficult because we are looking at a Reggie Steele buff for Team K, so they do have an advantage in the damage department for now. But up top, though, who's going to get the Reggie Alecki? It is going to be the Espeon, who even commits the Unite to catch out those Pokemon, buying time for the rest of his team to come in as well. They do dish out quite a significant amount onto that Urshifu, but just on half health. That doesn't mean it's over. We have a very angry Garchomp coming in with the Livid Outrage, connecting and getting a knockout, hoping to get another one there. And it's going to be onto the Ceruledge, who's pinned to the wall. And Talon, they've only got Dylan left.
Oh no, not looking good for Talon, but I love how Team K made use of the Psychic Slayer in order to buy some time and make sure that their Regieleki advances even further at the map of Talon, making sure that it applies more pressure. That has been the setup of this Espeon ever since game number 2 commenced a while ago, so it's not for setting up a play, it's about zoning Talon. That is the name of the game.
Yules, I also want to point out, in case anyone in the audience has not noticed, we're so used to seeing stored power on the Espeon, but we're seeing Psyshock be the build. And Psyshock, though very rarely used, is a high damage move that is great for secures. If it connects, if all of the beams connect, you also get a mini stun. So Talon need to be extremely careful if they get caught out by any of these Team K Pokemon, because if you have that Psyshock follow through, I think most Pokemon could be instantly comboed with that single combo plus Espeon. So I'm so excited just knowing that Espeon has had opportunity to use a different moveset, because we're so used to seeing stored power.
Yeah, that is Espeon's time to shine. Umbreon taken down in the process as well. And Regirock is up at the bottom lane. 2 minutes and 29 seconds left in this game. And Talon is really desperate, getting this additional buff for their team. Side Strike to zone out. Wicked Blow, not going to be enough, but still gets the last hit immediately. Talon not looking great as of the moment. Side Strike will be catched immediately by the Ho-Oh of Team K. So right now, Talon needs to reposition, needs to get this advantage, but they are losing a single Unite move. Actually, it's already available as of the moment, but Colin Cloud Crash not available for Talon as of the moment. So this is a huge advantage for Team K to control the final stretch.
Oh, this is so painful too, because they have to either decide to wait out the Reggie buff, or they have to fight into a stat deficit, which is not what Talon wants at all, especially because their whole concept of their team relies on offense. Just going in and getting those pickoffs and kiting. Looks like Mimikyu, though, is trying to go for the wraparound, but I wonder if the Garchomp has already spotted this out. And they know the Mimikyu is there, forced into the play rough, and will be able to escape. But look at this, though. Rayquaza instantly going to be ripped, but the question is, who's going to get that final hit? It's going to be the Garchomp. Team K securing the Rayquaza, and basically securing themselves a grand final reset against Talon.
What a phenomenal flip Team K did in the fight. Talon was actually inside already Rayquaza the moment that they brought the attention that Lance actually offered for Talon. But on the other hand, they still managed to make it work, made sure that they would get their proper position, use every moves that they do have, and eventually get the last hit calculated by Team K. Campbell worked it on their favor.
I think at this point, is it just safe to say we're guaranteed a reset? Because we've got 28 seconds to go, and it's 44 to 683. This 3-game lower bracket curse slash boon, I don't know what we're going to call it at this point, but every time Team K has played in the lower bracket, they have forced 3 games and they are always the victor, and they've done it against Talon. So now that we get the reset, firstly, I'm really wondering what Talon's mindset is going to be because they're clearly shaken. They 2-0'd this team at the beginning of the day. Now they're playing them again in the grand finals, and this team has been playing from morning until night, and they beat them in a full 3-game series. And we're going to a reset.
Wow. South Korea. Team
My brain
K.
is just blown.
Yeah. I mean, for comparison, Miran Sejong in Southeast Asia League also did a lower bracket run. And this might be the possible case as well for Team K. They want to make sure to study their opponents, how they move, how they play, and when they know everything else, when they know how a team functions, it would be their game. And definitely this is not Talon. This is not what Talon wants to happen. They don't want the reason to happen. But sad to say, it happened already. So this is probably one of the most critical moments as a member of Talon, as a fan of Talon. You don't want to see this. It's painful for you to experience this. But Team K pushing their limits. This is a wake-up call, not just in Talon, but to the whole region of the Philippines that they are not the kings anymore of APAC East.
And not just that though, I think this is also a wake-up call to all the teams in South Korea, you know? It just goes to show that it doesn't matter what region you're from. If you put in the work, it's going to pay off eventually. And we've seen very high performances from 2 South Korean teams today, right? We've got looking for sponsor, now we've got Team K that's challenging Talon, who is arguably one of the best teams in the whole of the APAC region, okay? Not just APAC East, but the whole of APAC. The potential is there, it's just a matter of whether you decide to try it or not. So we are possibly witnessing a beginning of a journey for a brand new team to basically be the ones to look out for in the APAC region. We got to give the teams a bit of a breather though. So we're going to go for a quick 5-minute break, but not just for us, but also for the teams competing in the finals and for you guys. So if you need to do anything, go to the toilet now, but make sure you're back in 5 minutes because we are going to continue with our grand final reset. We'll see you after this, Pokemon trainers.
Pokémon Unite! Pokémon unite!
Hey there, Pokemon trainers, and welcome back to the Pokemon Unite Winter Open Tournament 2025 for APAC East. We have a grand final reset. You've heard me right. A reset has officially happened thanks to Team K, who actually beat Talon 2-1 in their first matchup in the grand final. So we're back to square one, Yules, 0-0. And I think a lot of people are kind of wondering here, what is Talon thinking right now? Because up until this point, they have been the team to look out for, but Team K have them shaking.
Yeah, Talon is a little bit shaky as of the moment. Like, a lot of fans, a lot of supporters of Talon were really surprised. I was actually, having a little bit of a message with my friends a while ago. My friends from Thunderclap who actually competed as well in the tournament. Like, we were all shocked at what happened in Grand Final set number 1. So we were like, what would just happen? A while ago,
Like full on Pikachu face, right? Like everyone's just Pikachu face, like
right? Oh my goodness! Like a while ago in eliminations round, it was a wipeout by Talon, but right now we are heading towards the reset, and we were all amazed because Team K is putting up a show so far. But let's go to the draft right now. RBX locking in the side up
Jeez.
just like what happened. This is the exact same composition what we've seen. Oh,
That's not locked in. That's not locked in, is it?
Not yet.
Wait.
Not yet. Not.
Junior absent. Junior absent. You're going to do
JR.
a big Lapras fan justice if this actually gets locked in, because Lapras has been one of the most forgotten defenders. Okay, never mind. All right, gone. My dreams and hopes gone. Garchomp though, I'm totally okay with. So I like the swapperoo here, right? Last game, it was the Garchomp and the Espeon. On the other side, it was what Team K was running. Had massive success with it. And so I kind of feel like Talon swiping these away and getting, firstly, Dylan his signature Espeon back and lands on that Garchomp. Totally happy with these choices. But Glaceon is going to make its first appearance today, this time on Team K with the Blaziken. And Sync 1 is... Are you really thinking of playing a Desi here? We're playing a Desi! We're playing a Desi! In game 1 of the reset! Talon, please! How they got the two trio?
Oh,
There's too many birds! There's so many birds in this game!
flying.
Okay, honestly, we're both speechless. I'm
Yeah.
seeing yours, and this man is like dead. Yes, on the screen. What are these giraffes?
Literally, holding my forehead as of the moment. What are we seeing?
I was talking to a friend of mine, and I was telling him I might need a hospital visit after today's games. This hospital visit is probably gonna have to change to an ER visit at this point, because this game, just the setup for this match alone, is... I don't even have a word anymore. It doesn't want to come out of my mouth. Jeez, I cannot believe what we're getting for our first game of the reset. The fact that we're getting these really unique drafts. Okay, I say unique because we haven't seen these lineup of Pokemon from anyone in today's games. And it's game 1. Whoever takes this game will have that match 1 advantage and basically threaten the other team and say, you need to reverse sweep if you want to win this set. Okay, yours, I need some analysis from you, because I'm a little mind blown now. Thoughts on the draft?
Alright, first things first, Talon, they have a great amount of reach, alright? They have Espeon, they have Decidueye, Frontliner, Garchomp will be there, Blissey would sustain it as well, Psyduck will do the crowd control for their team. But the question is, can they sustain it up until the point that Rekindling Flame is already expended from Team K? That's like the biggest question as of the moment. And especially we do have a Blaziken here later on. It could actually, just change the stances, charge into the fight. And this Blaziken could actually chase down the Decidueye and Espeon in no time flat, together with that Dodrio with a triple trample.
Yeah, that's the thing. I feel like this Dodrio pick was such a great choice for that final pick, because you have so many targets. It's not just one Pokemon. You've got 2 ideal targets. I think in some regards, you can even focus down on that Blissey too, because Blissey does not want to be on the receiving end of a Dodrio that could just be running circles around it, because what can Blissey do up against a Dodrio? So big push coming in from Team K in this bottom lane. They even bring the Umbreon in as well. They do jump into both of the laning Pokemon. None of them are going to be pushed back, but they do a significant amount of damage. But I think for Talon, just a big breath, a sigh of relief there, because none of their Pokemon get knocked out.
Yeah, and that is a very responsible play coming in from both teams. But on the other hand, Lance is getting shredded down immediately by the birds of Team K. It's an all-out fight of birds here. It's just a phenomenal matchup that we are seeing. Early game, first 2 minutes. It's really quiet, focusing on leveling up. That has been the name of the game so far. But right now, that Blaze Kick will be very effective to shred down those health points coming in from Lance. And what a beautiful ambush here for Team K. Not going to be quite enough to take down the KO, though.
Not quite enough yet, but all it takes is just one slight mishap for these knockouts to happen. We do get the spawns in the central area going predominantly to Team K, so Talon, unfortunately, they spent a lot of manpower into that central area, but to get absolutely nothing, super, super painful. And we get a pause from the admin at such a crucial moment for these teams. Big push coming in from Talon and Team K. They've been forced off the goal zone.
The pause was right on point. Like, I was about to tell that, look at the HP of the Glaceon. It was literally one basic attack, and they just paused the game. Like, it was really on site. I thought they were gonna knock out the Glaceon, actually, but, you know, a little bit unfortunate for the Decidueye, but yeah, we do apologize for this technical difficulties that we are experiencing as of the moment. But, Danley, what are your thoughts at the first 2-minute and 20-second-ish off the game? What do you think?
Look, going over levels, it's going according to plan for Talon, right? They've got the level 7 on the Desi, and this is not just any Desi either. This is Sync 1. Is it Sync 1? Yeah, Sync 1 is playing that Desi, and he's landing some really great snipes onto Team K. And it's actually to the point where you can see, like, he's really zoned them out because they can't stand on the goal zone. You've got Dodrio that kind of reeled back because I think if Kepek gets hit by a basic attack and an arrow, that's probably going to be it for him. Umbreon is going to be at risk of being sniped as well because you have an Espeon in the front lines ready to dish out damage as well. I kind of feel like, positioning-wise, Talon have the upper hand here. They can break the goal zone, and Team K might just have to, you know, suck it up because what can they really do? You try and commit for a team fight here, I think there's a really good chance that they just get wiped. I think you have to find a different place to fight or at least create a different opportunity because this is just not the ideal place to be in.
Yeah, and here's the thing, like, they do have this UI, right? So, like, in my opinion, a while ago, I was actually thinking that maybe it could have been better if they got the Inteleon, but at the same time, I understand why this UI was the primary pick here for the side of Talon, because that Spirit Shackle doesn't have an indicator. It's just you're gonna get sniped down by the arrows compared to a snipe shot of an Inteleon who has an indicator wherein you have ample time for you to dodge it immediately. So that is the main threat as of the moment of Team K, because as a Decidueye, you need a high caliber player in order to use that. And Talon has that mindset and has that kind of player. And you know, being a high caliber player, landing those Spirit Shackles, it would be difficult for Team K to dodge those by not having that kind of indicator compared to an Inteleon.
I think it's not just the indicator as well, but there are certain Pokemon that really get hindered by the Spirit Shackle, and in particular is Dodrio. Like any Pokemon that wants mobility, you get hit by the Spirit Shackle. Remember, you also get the Shackle effect. The slow on any agile Pokemon is, in some cases, lethal. Like, that's enough setup just to get these Pokemon knocked out and sent back to the Pokemon Center. And there are 2 Pokemon actually that I'm kind of looking at here that really don't want to be hit by the Spirit Shackles. Obviously Dodrio, but that secondary Pokemon is Blaziken, right? That's a Pokemon that wants to be mobile, that wants to be able to get on top of its targets. But if you get hit by multiple Spirit Shackles, like, I don't even think this Blaziken's going to reach the Decidueye.
Yeah, and it seems like we got a message here, actually, that Talon is having an internet connection issues as of the moment. So, not quite sure how many minutes does Talon have in order to, you know, get back into the game and hold this pause for quite some time. So, very unfortunate for their team. You know, they have to get back as soon as possible, because if they don't, definitely this would cost them a game.
Oh, that would really hurt for them if they're not able to get this sorted. Hopefully they do, though. I think they're probably troubleshooting this at the team house or wherever the team is at the moment. I'm not quite sure if the team is boot camping together or if they might just be sort of, you know, playing from their individual homes. I didn't actually ask them that. I probably should have. But for all we know, I mean, the team's playing great together, so I'm not going to complain or anything. Big push here from Talon, though, as they do get a couple of scores in. Team K, the team is split. They are really scared of being caught, and yeah, they're going to just sacrifice that bottom goal zone, and they're just going to go back to getting those wild Pokemon and just basically catching up on that experience. Whereas up top, we have the battle of the top laners, a Combuskin going up against that Gabite. And gotta be a little bit careful with the Gabite because you can be quite a difficult Pokemon to deal with if he manages to stack up the attack speed with the basic attacks. This Pokemon is deceptively powerful.
Yeah. It's going to be very difficult in the later stages of this game, so Talon needs to be very careful in the late game, and, you know, not be overconfident as of the moment, but right now Team K actually set their prioritization into the Regieleki to apply some pressure in top lane in terms of the scoring goals of Team K. But on the other hand, Dylan is here trying to solo things down with the Regirock. Psychic Slayer was pop up as
the
well,
steal!
but very unfortunate things have turned.
The pain. The pain. Dylan getting out secured by a Ho-Oh at the very moment. Even committed the Psychic Slayer for that as well. Super painful. Very unfortunate. And now we have a bit of a push happening in this top lane. Blaziken ready to go, pushing back that Blissey. And I think we're going to lose Junior Absent here because there's only so much you can do. It's actually Egg Bomb on this Blissey as well. So you do have a little bit of knock-up, a little bit of damage as well. But it's going to be the heal build on the Blissey this game. Talon getting walked all over, but at the cost of Blaziken and this Umbreon, they will thankfully be able to secure some of these scores, but they have to be careful because if they lose this Glaceon, I think this is going to be a bit too costly for Team K.
Costly indeed. Team K has to back away immediately because, you know, Talon might flip this once and for all immediately, knowing that this Gabite lands. Might be a Garchomp anytime soon if they do get this KO, but on the other hand, that foul play would connect here at the side of Kala. Moonlight France will be pop up as well to buy some time and crown control for their team, but that Gabite is going to evolve immediately into a Garchomp. Liquid Outrage will be pop up for an additional shield.
Triple Trample!
Triple Trample will be there to take down the Garchomp. A phenomenal execution, but there goes the Unite move as well coming in from Sync 1. Not going to be, you know, not going to be a contributional effect for their team. So on the other hand, Team K, despite losing a lot of numbers out there, they managed to convert some scores.
Yeah, honestly, big play by Kepek. If it wasn't for him turning that Garchomp into a dinosaur nugget, I think they probably would have actually lost that fight in that top lane. So great foresight coming in from Dodrio to come in and finish off that Garchomp with the triple trample before things got a little bit too dicey. Now, speaking of dicey, it is looking pretty dicey in that top lane, but really a great Bliss assist to get the final knockout there onto Umbreon. And with Blaziken all alone with no support, he can only really watch on as that Regieleki gets shredded and is going to start pushing into that tier 1 goal zone in the top lane for Team K. We've got 2 Pokemon defending so far. Blaziken though very low. Ho-Oh here as well. They do have the Umbreon, but looks like they will be able to walk that Regieleki in. Do they have the damage? Maybe Talon have overstepped their boundaries. This Umbreon really wants these backline attackers, but it doesn't matter. Goal zone is down. They get these Pokemon, and Talon are just eating them up.
I have no idea why Sync 1 was just there, doing the basic attacks, doing the Spirit Shackle. Team K completely ignored his presence, which made it possible for Talon to get a lot of damage, to get a lot of KOs, and to get that goal zone eventually. They have to set their prioritization towards Sync 1.
You have to respect Sync 1. He is a menace. Again, like as you said, right? You leave him to do whatever he wants. His damage stacks. It stacks up. It builds. It turns into an issue. But you know, the sad reality too is like, even if you want to focus on Sync 1, you know Lance is going to be there as his shield, as his protector. So it's not just a simple case of, oh, just jump on top of this Decidueye. You also have to figure out how do you sidestep the security guards that are standing in front of Sync 1.
Yeah, and that is what makes them formidable as of the moment in game number 1. Make sure that there is a buddy system here. Make sure you go in duos. Make sure that there's someone who would be your, your front line, that someone would sustain you in order for you to win team fights as much as possible. And that is the coordination of talent that we are seeing as of the moment. But right now, 14 seconds on the clock until that Regieleki comes back. This is what Talon needs. The pressure, the added pressure towards top lane. But Team K is eyeing on the XP and the buff. But this would be unfortunate if that would be a Regice on their favor.
Well, let's see what it's going to be. Is it going to be a team-wide beneficial buff, or is this going to be something that's just going to keep him alive? It's a Regirock, so this extra bonus defense might be what Team K needs to equalize this game and take the Rayquaza.
We're not sneak attack as of the moment by Talon. They have to make use of that Regieleki buff. It's very quite unfortunate. But on the other hand, Lance is very low on HP. Foul play is very beautiful together with the Woodline Prince. But there goes the Blitz assistance as well for added sustain. But the Glacial Stage was popped up as well. Demon will be there, popping up some Psychic Solaire in order to do a little bit of crowd control. But Team K is still at great places spin. They are going slowly but surely. Overhit will not hit as of the moment. That Glaceon is being chased down by Dylan immediately. And Kala not on the front line. Triple Trapper will be there, but the value is not quite enough that Team K wants to happen. But still on a 3v3 fight. Talon needs a reset as of the moment, but they just have to play tag.
There's no unites as well, so they don't even have anything to fall back to. Yeah, they don't Trio. He's gonna score 100 by himself. It's a tier 1 goal zone as well. So there's 32. He's gonna score the rest in that tier 2 in that top lane. But you can see Talon, they're now starting to feel stressed because they're now behind on points. They have to take the Rayquaza and they only have a minute to do it. But look at this. We have Kepek in the back lines on that Dodrio ready to go for the backstab. He sees the Decidueye. He also sees the Espeon. And look at this. Deletes the Desi and the Blissey. And that's going to be it. Team K dismantle Talon in game 1 of our grand final reset, putting them one step closer to the Asia Champions League finals.
Unbelievable performance. Team K with the exclamation point up against Talon. Do not let that Dodrio run away. And that special ability was on point. Run away from the team fight, score the goals that the team needs in order to convert that victory. And Talon took the bait. Talon took the opportunity to go for the team fight, but sad to say, it wasn't their game.
It really was not their game. The drafts, the plays coming out from both sides, it really could have gone either way. But execution-wise, I feel like Team K, they are starting to really play with Talon's feelings. Like, as soon as Talon starts to get comfortable, Team K pulls something out, and it's at the worst possible moment. The fact that no one scouted out the Kepek, they had no idea what the Dodrio was, maybe they thought he was just going to try and go and continue for those back caps. Little did Sync1 and Dylan know that this Dodrio was lurking in the bush right next to him, right behind him, ready to annihilate him, because that is Dodrio's job. Like, that's the classic job for that speedster, just picking off these very, very squishy attackers. I can't believe we're getting not only a game advantage for Team K, but this was the team that got 2-0'd by Talon at the beginning of the day, and they are about to steal the travel award and invite to the ACL finals away from them as well.
This shows how formidable Team K is. Pokemon trainers out there, this is a wake-up call. If you're really unknown into the scene, make an introduction. And that is what Team K is doing right now as of the moment. They're taking down little by little one of the strongest teams. Not just in APAC East, not just in APAC, but in the whole world, because Talon has been a consistent global contender in Pokemon Unite. And this newcomer, this underdog, Team K, making sure that they do get the spotlight in this tournament, and making sure that they are one win away to seal their tickets to ACL Finals.
It's not over yet though, Yules. We still have what we could be 2 more games, but that's a matter of whether or not Team K is going to be able to win the next one, because if they win the next game, that is it. Grand finals are over. They will be our champions. But for Talon, they have a colossal task at hand, and that task being getting to back-to-back wins. They have to reverse sweep in these next 2 games. Otherwise, that is going to be it. They're going to come in second place, and everything that they've worked so hard for today, it's going to go to a different team. So let's talk a little more about Talon here, because I think we've been talking quite a lot about Team K and their success. What's happened with Talon? Like, they look shaken. They don't look as confident as they did in their earlier matchups. Is it a case of just the different drafting? Do you feel like Maybe they're playing a little bit too confident. Like, what's happened to Talon that's kind of made them crumble?
I feel like they were a little bit of an experimental during the first set of best of 3. And the moment that they lost those games, those important games, they were shaken down. As of the moment, they are still shaken down right now. And Talon, they have to bring out their trump card, but they cannot because they don't have the Hoopa. They don't have the access to it. So one trump card is already removed. Are we gonna get to see the Leafeon right now for Talon? But it's not by Cross. It's actually their central laner. It's actually not him. It's Sync 1. And that is the big question. Can Sync 1 pull the same idea? Or they do have another trump card that is not being shown yet in the stage? We'll get to see this one later on.
So we are seeing a little bit of a run back here, and Umbreon is going to be on the side of Talon. So they managed to steal that away, but they will still lose that Ho-Oh to Team K. Now the follow-up picks after this, Espeon Garchomp. I think Lance did the best that he could on that Garchomp. I don't think I have any issues with this. Dylan's Espeon, I think this is an okay pick as well. The last 2 picks though, that Junior Absent and Sync 1 are currently picking, is this going to be what they're locking in? Blastoise, Ceruledge. Thoughts on these last 2 Pokemon? Do you think this lineup is what they need to turn this series around, to tie it up 1-1?
I mean, yeah, their draft is good, but at the same time, there is a counter at the side of Team K. They have the Urshifu that could just melt down the defense of the primary defenders of Talon. And not just that, another surprise for Team K, which is the Darkrai. We're not sure how would this work for Team K, alright? We're not yet sure how they make use of it. But the thing is, if this Darkrai catches Dylan off guard, it's really difficult for them to live another day.
This is bottom lane Darkrai, is it? Hang on, I'm trying to remember. Quebec Central. Yeah. Chris is top. Or is Chris bot? I have no idea anymore. These games, they've gotten to me too. It's not just Talon. I think my brain is melting as well. This Darkrai pick though, it's got me thinking all kinds of things.
Wow.
Okay, if you play Darkrai here, who are you isolating? Who are you worried about on the side of Talon? Like, are you eliminating the Garchomp? Are you removing the Umbreon? Like, who's the target that you want to be giving the worst nightmare to?
Alright. Basically for me, I have to take away the Ceruledge. Like, Ceruledge melts down your defense. That's the purpose of weak armor, right? And Garchomp, on the other hand, if you catch it with your worst nightmare, definitely the chances of winning is very low because of the rough skin, because of the attack speed that a Garchomp has. So definitely you wouldn't want to sacrifice that worst nightmare just for your teammates to have an ample room for them to take down those KOs, and eventually that Garchomp will be left alone. So definitely go to the highest contribution. It's going to be the Ceruledge. Highest contribution in terms of damage, in terms of health. So that should be, in my opinion, but not
Look at this. Invade by Team K. This Ho-Oh is actually going to be pressuring the central lane. This is such a smart play because we haven't seen any invade plays today, and Ho-Oh is perfect for this, especially when you're trying to just pressure out a Charcadet. Like, what does Charcadet do against a Ho-Oh?
Yeah, and that only shows the difference.
And look at this, even RBX!
Power!
Oh my gosh.
And that's gonna cost a lot.
It causes a lot, but I think the most important thing we have to talk about here is the fact that it's just slowed down this Ceruledge's progress so much in the central lane, and this suddenly gives Team K a lot of freedom to sort of do whatever they want. Now, unfortunately, up top, Quebec almost being knocked out, but just in time with the eject button. But Junior Absent, he really wants that knockout. Down bottom, though, Team K pushing hard on the Talon's goal zone. And they managed to get the Ceruledge, the central laner that was basically crippled from the start. And they get the Squirtle as well. Team K looking monstrous in game 2.
My goodness, Team K, they are the dominant team so far. JR has to back away a lot here. He is just being burned down, and that mean look is gonna save him as of the moment. But this Ho is not done yet. They want to make sure that they do get more KOs, they do more invades, and they take out the resources of Talon because they are struggling a lot as of the moment. Level 7 Darkrai, there is a level 6 Surge as well, but in terms of resources takes, Talon is losing a lot.
Talon is losing in every department. And you know, while all that is happening, Kai on this Darkrai has been free farming. He has been eliminating wild Pokemon left, right, and center, uncontested. And he's going to be so over-leveled compared to the roster of Talon that this Darkrai might be their biggest issue later on. He's going to be such a big threat because of this level advantage. If he gets these knockouts, this might just be it for Talon. It could be a 2-0.
Good to see RBX still on that Squirtle, not looking good. Oh, what was that? What a damage from APAC! Being able to take down the Surlish in the process out of nowhere. That was just a phenomenal play coming in from Team K, and Dylan's HP was shredded down almost to half. War Turtle taken down, and this is just full of Team K scoring at bottom lane, and they have the opportunity to take this Regis at home.
This is looking like an absolute disaster for Talon. 16 points to 124. Their central laner getting harassed by a Ho-Oh and losing all of their lanes. I think this is the worst start we have seen this team encounter in all of today's matches. And the chance of recovery, it's very slim. It is still possible, but the thing is, it's going to come down to Team K. Are they going to make those mistakes that Talon can capitalize on?
Alright, oh, worst nightmare. We just been cooled off. Takes down the Espeon in the process. Not looking good here for Talon because Team K keeps on applying some pressure here. And lands still on that Kabite. Not looking good. Kai is keeping the chase on live. There goes the sleep. There goes the attacks. KO once again for Team K. They are just phenomenal as of the moment.
Oh, Team K looking terrifying, and we are almost at the halfway mark as well. 5 minutes and 50 seconds. The game isn't over yet, but Talon, they are scrambling to pick up scraps. They have to dig through the garbage dump for anything that's going to give them some kind of edge against Team K. But the fact that they're constantly grouping up, it's so difficult for Talon to just get these small little these small little pickoffs, these small plays that's going to bring them back into the game. It almost looks like for Talon, you know, the objective now is just to get that Garchomp to level 9. You need the Unite, they need the Hydro Typhoon. It might just have to be that big wombo combo that Talon is looking for, because if they can land all their Unites perfectly, they can get these knockouts. It's just, can they get the Unites to begin with?
That's the biggest question yet so far. But Talon is trailing a lot. Team K could actually take down this game the way they wanted it to. Last HP is being shredded down by the overheat. But right now, slowly but surely, Talon is making limited comeback here as they took down that side of the process. They think with the Blaze again, the allocation will be there, and they're going to be chasing for more KOs. But on the other hand, that Ho is going to take down Dylan in the process as well. But Lance keeps on charging even further. But the Blaziken is still up, kicking out there in the air. JR Abs is still up as well with that wish. And Talon needs to back away from now if they want to catch up lately.
Yep, they use the Livid Outrage on Lance as well, so that's not available anymore. And oh my gosh, the charge up there from the Blaziken doesn't connect, but it doesn't matter. They've managed to get rid of that Umbreon. Espeon, though, with the steal, very big advantage there for Talon. Maybe this Regieleki is what they need to get back into this game. They're finally scoring. They're going to get this Ho-Oh. That's another big injection of experience. Any second now, they finally get it. They also managed to get that Darkrai. Talon, they still have their talents. They're clawing their way back into the game. Slowly but surely, but, you know, at this point of time, they've got to take anything, get those levels, and just really try to equalize and catch up to Team K, because they have fallen so far behind, and we only have 3.5 minutes to go, Yules.
Oh no, not looking good once again for Talon, but there goes the Psychic Slayer to buy some time, but the Blaziken is going to be enough to take it down in the process. RBX pinched down by 4 members of Team K, and there's just no breathing room once again for Talon. Flamethrower gonna connect and avoid that backing, or avoid going back into the base. That was the game plan for Team K. Do not let Talon go back into the Pokemon Center. Lance is a lot here, but on the other side of the map, there it goes. 3 members of Team K still applying the pressure. JR Absent still on a single-digit level, but he catches someone off guard with the
big knockout,
and that's a big injection of experience. Talon, they are climbing up back once again, and they have a potential to go head-to-head with Team K at the final stretch.
Slowly but surely, Talon showing signs of life, and at probably one of the most crucial moments of the game as well, right before Rayquaza. So now the plan here for Talon, they've got to get their Unites back. If they can get back into position, it might come down to Lance, right? Lance and Blastoise. These two have an important role to play here in trying to go for that multi-man initiation. If they can somehow press the delete button on the Ho-Oh, I feel like that is probably where they just win against Team K, because you eliminate the threat of the potential revive, and you're also possibly going to be removing another big threat, whether it be the Blaziken or the Darkrai. If they can get the supporting crew right, you got get rid of the birds, get rid of Psyduck and Ho-Oh. That's the dream start here for Talon. But who do they find?
They need to find someone off guard. Team K is going to be sneaking 100 points all the way into the top path, so Talon has to double up.
They're going for the rip!
They're going to be going into the rip! And they catch the Rayquaza, but where is the shield? It's on the corner. It's just Lance who has it. Rickly Flame will be there, but where are the other members? That's going to be the 80 points being slammed down all the way into the bottom path, but where are the shields coming up? Garchomp still has it. JR Absent doesn't have it, but there is no one at Team K who's going to be defending it, and this is Kepik being stopped on his tracks. RBX still going in for the chase. Talon finally on the lead, but Team K can still fight back.
Oh my gosh, Team K, they fell for the bait. They went for the back cap with the Blaziken, leaving them with 4 players, and Talon just said, let's go Ray, and to secure the final hit with the Garchomp. It was a brilliant decision that came in at such a tight moment for this team. I am truly baffled as to why Team K decided to make that play to begin with, because they did not need to go for the back caps. We're going to be seeing the score coming in for the Blastoise. Another 92 points. They've secured game 2 thanks to Rayquaza. Talon having, I don't know how many people in the audience on the edge of their seat in this second game. It looked like it was going to be a 2-0. But if there's a Ray, there's always going to be a way.
There is still hope as the ray of light comes down in Talon. 1-1 Pokemon trainers out there who's watching our live stream. We have another game number 3. We have 6 games in total in grand finals, and we have a total of 8 games just between these two teams, Team K and Talon, making it equalize. Despite being late at the evening, they are still on fire.
Team K, this 3-game curse, I thought it was just a fun little thing I was going to talk about, but truly, this team is cursed to play 3-game series every single match, and we're going to get it in the grand final against Talon. It really looked like it was going to be a 2-0, but just that play coming out from Team K, having Blaziken go for that back cap, yours, like, what do you think was kind of going through Team K's mind with the back cap? Like, they didn't need to make that play happen, did they?
They didn't actually, because they just want security. I feel like that was the purpose of the sneak attack that happened to Team K a while ago. But, you know, whenever you do a sneak attack, there's a losing position. There's a losing position. If you're incomplete, definitely you're outnumbered. Most likely you will be losing because you are late in action. Despite it, as far as I know, was that a tier 1 goal zone or a tier 2 goal zone? But regardless of what tier the goal zone is, those times when you're not available and your opponent already has that information, That's literally a very unfortunate happening. Just take a look at that. No shields.
That was perfect as well.
Yeah.
That was Psychic Solaire stunning the entire roster of Team K. And then they just ripped the raid. And because there's no Blaziken, right? There's no threat of an overheat steal. This is what separates Talon from other teams, right? Talon is extremely experienced. These guys have been playing Unite for forever. And to have the foresight to make that play happen, I think a lot of newer teams, because they probably never experienced that kind of play before, or this kind of scenario, that they kind of don't know what's the optimal play. And so, firstly, going for the back cap, that was already very questionable. But then not seeing the comp being run by Talon, realizing, wait a minute, these guys can actually rip Ray, and Lance was already in the Ray pit, right? He was ready to go. His claws were sharp, he wanted to go for the rip. He got it. Dylan with the setup from the Psychic Solaire, preventing any reinforcer from Team K. It was just beautiful, really, a beautiful execution and really life-saving play for Talon, because I think if that didn't happen, I think we probably would have seen that 2-0 and we'd be seeing Team K at the finals. But Talon, they're still hanging on, and they're hanging on tight to this ship because this tsunami is not gonna rock them.
Yeah, and they are soaring again. They want to soar back, they want to be up on the sky, and they want to make sure that they are still the top contender of this tournament, of APAC East. But ladies and gentlemen, Pokemon trainers out there who's sitting at home, sitting wherever you are, this is the final showdown of Winter Tournament APAC East. The moment of truth.
I'm freaking out. I'm freaking out. These games have been brilliant. Like, from both sides, like Team K's decision making, Talon's decision making as well, how these teams are reacting to each other. Like, I thought we were probably just going to be seeing a 2-0 grand final and Talon would go straight to ACL, okay? They're still a great team, but Team K have really pushed them to their limit today.
Pushing their limits. It seems like they are a Pokemon that's actually going to go for a Mega Evolution. That is the current state of both of these teams. Not just Talon, not just Team K, but both of them to be specific. But yeah, taking a look at the draft again. Ho-Oh blamed by Team K once again. Zacian is back. Garchomp is back as well. But Urshifu for Talon. This is going to be huge if they take this Pokemon. It is a must, actually. They must take it, and they do. They do take it because they have to deny the shield, or rather the defense concept as well, of the Ho-Oh that would be available at the axis of Team K.
Alright, last pick for Kai. What is going to be this final pick that sort of rounds things out here for Team K? Because both of these teams, it's 1-1. We're now down to this final best of one. Is it going to be on the back of this Greninja that gets them to the ACL finals? It's gonna be the Gren. They're putting everything onto this Greninja pick to make it to the finals. But Talon get the last pick. What is it going to be? They've got Trevenant, and this is a Pokemon that I actually think Team K might regret letting through if it gets picked. But Blastoise is also being considered. What's the play here, RBX? What is more important, that Trevenant or the Blastoise? It's gonna be the Blastoise.
It's going to be the Blastoise that's about to appear in the showdown. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the final dance. But taking a look at the current composition, I love the defense from Talon. I love the zoning capabilities. But here's the thing. If they zone out Team K, if they force out the fight after the zone, there are a lot of second chances for Team K. So Talon's job right now is to stall some time. That is their job. At last 2 minutes, at the first 8 minutes, they need to get back on track. They need those leads, they need those levels immediately for their own good.
These lanes are probably the one thing that's piquing my interest right now. I want to see how these lanes turn out. I want to see who gets this very early game advantage, because that's, I think for a lot of these games, that has been step one, I suppose, to winning. Maybe not in the previous game, because Team K were the ones to really hold the fort up until that Rayquaza. But Talon, you know, they probably played the worst early game of their entire life today. And
Yeah.
they still managed to make the comeback happen because they had a couple of crucial pickoffs against Team K. What happens if Talon is given more leeway in the early game? Because they're probably going to be expecting a Ho-Oh invade now. Like, there's no way that they're going to be caught off guard like they did in that previous matchup.
Yeah, and it's really hard to get caught off guard, especially on a game number 3. These teams are going to be more careful. This
Yeah,
is
and the
like-
invade is happening. See the
Yeah.
Ho-Oh? It's barreling straight down central. But we have support now. We have a little Eevee there. And with the support of both of these Pokemon, look at Kiki. He's being forced out.
Wow, what a great support out there. JR Absent wants to make sure that the invade won't happen again. But at the price, it's going to be the KO for Team K at the first minute of this game.
I just want to watch this game, Yules. I'm gonna be honest. I just want to watch this game as a spectator because it has been eye-opening to me as not just a spectator, but I think as a player, just learning how to play certain scenarios. Like, yeah, sure, a lot of it's going to be very competitive focused, and you won't see a lot of them in your PUBG games. But just seeing how these players pilot their Pokemon to perfection, like just plays like that, right? Using Dragon Rush to secure the farm for your team, all those wild Pokemon. In this situation, big victory for Team K, and Talon got nothing. He invested 4 Pokemon for that and got nothing.
And that is one of the downsides of Talon is currently experiencing. Both teams having a champion time, but there is only one champion for this tournament, and this is the game we are about to determine who's gonna be the winners of this tournament. But on the other hand, Talon wants to go for the aggression here. Kala gets taken down immediately in the process, but Kai wants to eject back all the way at the forest of Talon, and Dylan is still in for the chase. But on the other hand, Lance wants to go in for this wall loose and Altarius all the way into the middle side
Kai.
of the map. But there is
Kai.
no backup, but Kai
No!
gets taken
Porridge!
down.
Oh,
This
God.
is huge.
That is,
Every
it is
KO.
huge. Every KO, especially on a Pokemon like Greninja, it just wastes so much time. And this Pokemon wants to be proactively helping its team out. We are seeing some retaliation coming out from Team K. They're not happy that the Frogadier got picked off. So they will be able to score some points, pushing the goal zone down to 20. It's a bloodbath.
Oh, bloodbath. Talon have to bounce back because Team K is still controlling the game as of the moment. In terms of XP, it's really on par. But Team K is always ahead in terms of position. But Talon was able to respond on time quite yet.
It's
and
a
they're
full
gonna be
roster.
Initiating. It's a full roster. It's a full rush. And that is going to be disturbed by a lot of time.
Oh!
But still, Talon gets it immediately. And Team K is falling back one by one. Water Shurikens are not going to be hitting as all as they could. And there goes Talon being able to overcap bottom path. No more calculations. No more whatsoever. They just want to take it down.
And it's going to come at the cost of this Reggie Alecki, but I think if you're Talon, you're totally okay with this because you have a really big level advantage now. Sure, you lost the Reggie Alecki, but because the Garchomp wasn't there, you weren't in any imminent threat of being caught in a potential Dragon Rush, because I think Garchomp evolved as he was doing the Reggie Alecki. He was, I think, still a Gabite, or I could be wrong. I don't know 100% sure I remember. But just the numbers disadvantage, especially for Team K's lineup, it plays a pretty big role in the success of their fights. But they have their levels now. 9 on Greninja, 9 on Zacian, 9 on that Garchomp. Is this maybe the time that we see Team K go for a heavy push because 2 Pokemon are currently absent? One of them is top, one of them is finally coming in. Big Surf though coming in from RBX, catching up multiple Pokemon, forcing out the Lip and Outrage on this Garchomp, who desperately wants that Blastoise, but the Surf is there, and it's going to be all for nothing. It's actually a Greninja that gets paid as tax to Talon.
And it is just Team K right off the bat falling back immediately, knowing that the threat of Talon is not a joke already because they have catched up in terms of their levels, in terms of the macro plays and everything. And that's why Talon, on the other hand, is controlling the bottom lane so far because they want the next major objective that is going to spawn after 15 seconds up until this point. But right now, Team K is going to be cleaning up those wild Pokemons to catch up against Talon, and they might force something out in just a bit.
Oh boy, 4 seconds for these teams to decide if they want to go for a full team commitment. Garchomp's going to stay up top, and it looks like Cerulege is going to be challenging him up there. So a 4v4 is about to ensure in this bottom lane. Zash going to be the first one to start. It's just a Reg Ice though, but the commitment is there. Big Surf landing onto 2, followed up by the Unite as well, knocking out Pokemon into the air, and even the Umbreon coming in with the follow-up disables. They may have lost the Urshifu and the Cerulege, but for Talon, the victory is there. They will be able to get the revives off though. Greninja's back, but about to get popped. The Unite, but it doesn't matter.
What a Psychic Solaire in order to pin them down after the McKinley Flame was actually phenomenal for Talon, and they are still winning the fight, and they are winning the objective as well. But at the price, that's going to be the Regieleki marching all the way to the top path, but Lance is ready for the defense, and Talon will just enjoy the buff and the XP after that all-out brawl from Team K.
Team K, I mean, they are still showing signs of life. This Garchomp might be their last lifeline as this game goes later and later. It's still close, Jules. You know, as much as we are praising Talon for some of the great plays that are coming out from them as they fight for these objectives, Team K still have a very good chance at having a successful late game. Ho-Oh gets picked off, but does provide some very important vision for Team K. They know roughly where this Urshifu, Blastoise, and Espeon are. So if they want to go to that bottom lane, Greninja will have a lot more freedom to do so. Livid Outrage actually being forced out by this Garchomp to zone out these Pokemon from Talon, but nobody got knocked out. They almost got the KO, but there was just no follow-up damage. Cerulege does go down, so it's a 1-for-1 trade at the end of the day. Oh, Talon playing with fire, but I think that was a really great play coming out from Garchomp because that really stopped them from taking that T1 goal zone.
Yeah, and it is actually an equal trade-off for both of these teams, so both of them are being careful right now because they don't want to overextend those fights. They don't want to lose more members in the process, knowing that they need those Unite moves available later on for final stretch, and it is just 30 seconds on the clock before that objective spawns immediately. So both of the teams right now are being very careful as of the moment. RBX needs those spacing, needs to check those tall grasses, and I do feel like there's not going to be a fight that would happen unless Rayquaza appears as of now.
13 seconds to go. No Reggies, I think, can be taken at this point in time. It's too short.
Yeah.
And with Talon, you know, look at how dominant their position is. They are basically around the Rayquaza pit. They don't have the Garchomp on their side, so they can't really go for that rip play. So it's going to be up to Team K to decide what is going to be the play here. Are they going to be the ones to dive into Talon? Do they maybe try and bait Talon into a play? Because if we talk about Unites, Talon have the advantage with crowd control Unites. One wrong move, one wrong bottleneck, and you will be stun locked by all of these abilities.
Very quiet. Shay are absent. Still giving the vision to get rid of RBX, where the shurikens being thrown out, but not going to be quite enough to add some pressure as of the moment. But right now, Team K is leading the charge as of the moment. Kepek doing some swords dance out here, making sure that they dance with Talon. But what is going to be their next goal? They don't know what to do. They need to make something happen.
Jackson.
Thought of Gobble Light Rush will be there, but he gets taken down immediately into the process. But we cannot see the Hydro Typhoon being used, and the Defender was taken down by Talon immediately. Rekindled Flame is still up. Team K has a lot of chance, but Talon, what can they do with 3 members left? They have to take the Rayquaza away. They didn't get it, Talon! They do have some time, they do have some points. points to make the security be available. But there goes the 5-man revive coming in with a rekindling flame, and they just have to defend the tier 1 goal zone. Talon, 30 seconds to defend things down.
There are still a few Pokemon with shields. Most importantly, they gotta get rid of that Urshifu because I think that is the last Pokemon to have a shield on the side of Talon. And keep in mind, there's a bottom tier 1 goal zone. If these Pokemon survive for Team K, they could turn it around. But they lost their 2 most important Pokemon, the Zacian, as well as the Garchomp, with 8 seconds to go. Thanks to Lance on the Cerulege, he has saved Talon. He has sent them to Japan. They're going to the Asia Champions League Grand Finals. What an ending there from Talon.
Wow. I am a fan of Talon as a Filipino, but I think I am a fan of Team K as a player. They really showed that they can stand up into this high-level competition, be on the same level as Talon, but they fell short. But definitely this is not the end of their run as a team, as a player. We'll make sure to see them once again in the global stage, in the local stage, and eventually become one of the very best teams in Pokemon Unite history.
You know, I could visualize the entire Talon roster just like falling back in their seats and saying like, guys, we did it. We've done it. We finished the job by going to ACL. We played a reset. We played 6 games for this grand final. And we did it. If they don't take Lance out to dinner, we're gonna have a problem. Because that man single-handedly saved Talon from what could have been a game loss.
Wow. I'm out of words. Both teams...
I think we're both out of words.
Yeah.
It's been
even
a crazy day.
Even the players are out of words after going all out, shouting at their screen cam, shouting at whom, like Talon, yes, we did it! And then afterwards, they are speechless. How did we pull this off? And Team K, speechless as of the moment. First couple of seconds,
timing.
we're almost there.
Perfect.
Team K, we're almost there. But on the other hand, at the back of their minds, we made it that far. And we have a bright future. But bright future will be there for Talon, as they are our champions for our Pokemon Unite Winter Tournament, APAC East, RBX, Sync 1, Dylan, Lance, Jay are absent, and together with Kai, they are going to Japan for our ACL finals.
They're gonna get their revenge, or at least they will try to enact their revenge playing at the finals. I had a quick talk with their manager actually, and they were pretty... It seemed like they were pretty disappointed with their performance in the original ACL playoffs. So for them to have this second chance, okay, it wasn't given for free, but to have the second chance, they're obviously feeling relief and they want to prove themselves. So looking forward to seeing Talon. But you know what else we're looking forward to seeing? Our winners for our giveaway today.
We have, for our 5 keychains, we have Karin Kurin, Poxmon, Zark, Molly, and Luna Whiteist. There we go. And for our official jerseys, we have SNCBE, JS, and SBZ. We have Jelly. And for our anniversary puzzle, we have Yozar from Easton and My Crazy Game.
Congratulations to all of our 9 winners for winning your prizes. They will be sent out very, very soon. But congratulations to everyone, and thank you all for entering. There should be more giveaways in the future. But I think the one thing we want to know is who won the tickets to Japan.
Wow.
It is TSU. I think it's Vertige. My English is 2nd grade, so I've tried my best. But Vertige, congratulations. You are flying to Japan for the ACL finals. A fully funded trip. This is something that we've all been looking forward to. And this lucky player, congratulations.
What a trip to Japan that Vertige is about to undergo on the next one. But what a series, what a season we've witnessed here in Pokemon Unite. Not just in Asia Champions League, Southeast Asia, not just in India, not just in Japan, But the whole circuit of Asia Champions League has been phenomenal.
It's been fun. It's been a
Absolutely.
fun ride, a fun roller coaster, and I expect this roller coaster to get even bumpier once the finals kick off at the end of March. I think that's what we're all looking forward to now, right? That is the tournament that everyone is preparing for. It's still going to be over a month away. Okay, so do not panic. You're not going to miss it. It's not next weekend. It's the 29th and 30th of March. That is the hard date for the ACL finals. If you haven't already, just chuck it into your calendar on your phone, on your laptop, your computer, whatever. But do not miss the finals. It's going to be a wonderful one.
Yeah, it's going to be the wonderful one. But again, every story has come to an end, but this is just for Winter Tournament. We still have our ACL Finals at March. Again, Hickyos and Danley here at your service for Winter Tournament APAC East, and we'll be seeing you next time.